Section 34 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 34. As I was saying, he was not the oldest of the three Hersland children. Everyone knows this now of him. He was the oldest son, but not the oldest one of the children in the family living. Being the oldest son and not the oldest of the children has always a certain effect on one having such a position in a family living. That is pretty nearly certain. Alfred Hersland, then, as I was saying, was the oldest son, but not the oldest of the children. Martha Hersland was the oldest of the three children. There has been already written a complete history of her living and her being, a pretty nearly completed history of her. She was the oldest of the three Hersland children. Alfred Hersland was 3 years younger. This is now the beginning of a complete history of his living, the beginning of the regular description of the being he had in him. To begin again, then, to begin now with him, to begin now again trying to describe him as a quite young one, as beginning in his living. To begin then. Alfred Hersland, Alfie as everyone then called him, was, as a young one, of the living of poor people, living in small houses, in a part of Gossels where the Herslands were the only rich people living. Alfie was of the living of poor people in his daily living then, as was his older sister Martha then, and his brother, who was then quite a little one. All three of the Hersland children were of this living for a good many years in their beginning. It was different in Alfred than it was in Martha, than it was in David Hersland. That I have already been saying. In Alfred, it was his daily living then. It was nearly all the living then in him. It was half country, half city living. Alfie knew very many poor people then in his young living. In a way then, he was then completely of them, completely of their living then. He was different in his living with them, in a way, than Martha and David were. He was completely then, as a young one, of the living of poor people, a half-city, half-country poor people living. He was always then with these kind of men and women and children. All three of the Hersland children, Martha and Alfred and David, were in their young living more of the living of the poor people living near them than they were of their own family living then. Each one of them was, in his or her way, almost completely in their young living of the living of poor people, in a part of Gossels where the Herslands were the only people who were rich of all those living there. All three of them, Martha, Alfred, and David, were then in their young living of the half-country, half-city living of poor people living in that part of Gossels where the Herslands then were living. Each one of the three Hersland children had each one her or his own being in her or in him. Each one was very different from the other two of them. Martha had one kind of being, and Alfred had one kind of being, and David had a kind of being, and the being in each one was different from that in each of the other two of them. Each one of the three of them, the Hersland children, were then in their young living, each in their own way, with their own being in them, of the living of people living in small houses, and being in feeling half-city, half-country men and women and children. All three of them, of the Hersland children, had this living inside them and around them then when they were beginning living, for a number of years each one of them. And in each one, it was a living that was in them, in each one, different in feeling from each of the other two of them. Each one then of the three of them were freely living when they were each one of them young ones with people living near them. Martha was of the people near her, as I was saying, and in her, as I was saying, then she was in a way completely of them and completely not of them. She was of them completely in her daily living and in her feeling. She was completely not of them because of the future living that would be a different one from anything that any of them would naturally be having. Martha was in a way completely in her daily living, completely in her feeling, all through her young living, of the being of the people living in small houses near them, of the women and the men and the children, and then later she was more and more completely not of them, because of the living that would be her natural future living. She was of them in her feeling. She was completely cut off from them, from the future living that would be natural to her in their feeling. She had not then in her feeling, in her younger living, any feeling of living that was different from their living in them, only she had in her her future living, and so then she was to them completely cut off from them. She had not in her younger living, very much, almost not any feeling of the living, the rich, right American living that would have been a natural living for her to be having. She was, to her feeling, like those with whom she was mostly then entirely in her young living. She was pretty nearly altogether like them then in her feeling. She had more money, and she did not have to work to earn any, and that was a natural thing in her living. And then in her feeling, she was completely of them, and this was in her all of her young living. In Alfred Hersland, it was a little different. He really did more things with them than Martha ever did with them. He did everything with them all through his young living, but always somehow he had it in him that his mother never was cut off in her feeling from being part of rich, right American living. This was not in him as thinking. His mother was not then important to his feeling. She was not then really in any way very important to him. His father was a rich man. Everyone who knew him knew this about him. Alfred Hersland was completely living the living, half city, half country of people around him. Somehow, always he had it in him that his mother was part of rich, right American living. This was in him as a kind of realization of rich surfaces in aesthetic feeling. This was in him, and his father was a rich man, and always he was completely doing everything with those boys and girls and men and women who were living in that part of Gossels where he was living. He did everything with them. He was completely living with them. He did everything they were doing. He did everything with them, and they with him. He was completely then living with them. He was doing all his daily living with the children and the women and the men living in small houses in that part of Gossels where the Herslands were the only rich people living. The Herslands were rich people of rich American living as the natural way of living. In a way, Alfred had never had any real experiencing of this kind of way of living. He really did not know very much of anyone who was living this kind of living. Sometimes some with their children came to see the Herslands, and then the Hersland children had to play and talk with these children living the rich American living. And the Hersland children mostly were not interested in them. Alfred had not any liking for them. He liked to have all the fruit picked even before it was quite ripe, before it was really ready for picking, so that those children who were coming to visit them should not be using their trees to pick fruit and enjoy it. Alfred never liked it that these children should be at home in his orchard, picking fruit and eating it and taking it home with them. He liked very well picking fruit and climbing trees, his own trees, with those children that were in his daily living. He never did like it that children coming with their parents on a Sunday visit, well-to-do American families, should come and pick fruit in his orchard and enjoy such things then when they came occasionally to visit the Herslands in a part of Gossels where not any other rich people, excepting the Herslands, were living. Once, when some of them were coming, Alfred, with David and Martha to help, picked all the fruit, although most of it was green then. It was mostly cherries just then, picked it all, every bit of it, and put it in the barn to ripen. And he did this so that the children coming to visit them should not be climbing the trees and helping themselves as if it were in an orchard of their own. He made David and Martha have such a feeling, too, in them. It was a mixed feeling in Alfie then. He was then just beginning to feel in him responsibility for family living. He was just beginning then to feel in him that he was an American citizen. He was just beginning to feel in him then his daily living, and liking that realization that he was then beginning to have in him. He was beginning then a little dimly to have a realization of the fact that his mother never in her feeling had been really cut off from rich, right American living. He was just then completely living with the people living near him. He was doing all his living with them. Living was interesting to him then. He was more and more then beginning to be really living his living with their living. He had in him not any disliking for the rich American living, but he did not want the children of that living to make themselves too much at home in his garden, in his orchard, with the flowers and the fruit that was part of his daily living then. Each one of the 3 Hersland children had each their own way of living and feeling their early living. This is now to be a description of the way Alfred lived and felt his early living. As a boy, Alfred Hersland, Alfie as they called him, was doing everything he was doing with these boys, those children living near him. He did everything he did with them. Mostly, he did everything they did in living. He did everything he did then in his daily living with them. He was then completely of them in doing everything he did in his daily living with them. As I was saying, he did mostly everything they did in their living. He certainly did everything he did in his daily living with them. He was of them then. He was of them. Martha Hersland, David Hersland, all 3 of the Hersland children were of them, the people in small houses near them, in their early living. Each one of them, of the 3 Hersland children, was of them in the way it was natural for that one to be, of people around her, around him. Each one of the 3 of them certainly was of the children and women and men who were their neighbors then, in all the young living each one of them had then. Each one of them certainly then was of the daily living of these then, the people near them, more than any one of the 3 of them were then of their own proper family living. Martha Hersland was pretty completely of the living of the people living near her when she was a young one, more than she was then of her mother's or her father's or her brother's living then. Alfred Hersland, Alfie, as these then all called him, did everything he did in his younger living with them, with these people near him. David Hersland also was of them, the people near him, but then he was of everyone in a way, and mostly always of himself inside him. And soon now there will be a beginning to him. Each one then of them certainly did have their young living in company with the people living near them then, and certainly each one of them had their living inside in them in the way it was natural for such a kind of them, as each one of them was inside them, to have it in them. Martha then had it in her kind of way of having it in her. She was of them, these people, in her younger living. Alfred, Alfie as they called him, had it in him then when he was a boy, and also then when he was a little older, as it was natural for him to have it in him. He certainly then, when he was a boy, lived all his daily living with them. Mostly then he did what they did in living. Certainly he did everything he did with them. This was true of him when he was a boy. It was pretty nearly true of him when he was a little older. It was more or less true of him all the time he lived there near them. The grandfather of the Hersland children, Mr. Hisson, had it in him to be completely certain that when he would be a dead one, he would be dead, completely dead. Of that he was completely certain. He was so a complete one. Concrete and generalized conviction was the same in him. He was in himself then, to himself, always in him, always all there was of religion. He was the grandfather of the Hersland children. He was the grandfather of Alfred and David Hersland. He was the grandfather of Martha Hersland, but she was not related to him in being. He was the grandfather of Alfred and David Hersland. They were related to him by their being. He was the grandfather of Alfred Hersland, that is certain. This is now beginning to be a description of Alfred Hersland and the being in him and the living that came out of and to him. Alfred Hersland was a boy and living then with, for him, poor people, children, men and women. He did everything that he was then doing in his living with them. He was then completely of them. He was then completely with them when he was a boy and among them. Later, when he was still doing everything he was doing with them, When he was still doing mostly everything they were doing with them, it was then a little different in him. He was pretty completely then doing with them everything that they were doing. He was doing it pretty completely, entirely then, his life with them. He was pretty completely then, almost entirely then, doing with them everything that they, older girls and boys, and men and women, in the small houses near the Hersland 10-acre place, were then doing. He was then completely doing, and doing pretty nearly entirely everything they were doing, and doing it with them, and it was a different thing in him than when he was a younger one. Already he had then a feeling, like a feeling for quality of richness and finish in anything. He had already a little beginning of feeling in him that his family was not really then, never had been, cut off from the rich American living, the natural living for them. He did not know it then, and the little he knew then was not pleasant to him. He did then, mostly entirely, everything those living in small houses near him were doing, and he did it with them. He did not know then really anything of this rich, right American living that was the natural Hersland way of living. He knew nothing of this then. He did not really think of such a thing. A little he had in him then a little family feeling about managing his sister and being a good citizen. His mother was not then important to him. His father was a rich man, he knew it then, but he did not then really feel this in him. He had not any realization of this then in him, and always then he was doing everything and with them, very completely indeed then, what these people were doing who lived near him, and always then he did not know then, and the little he knew of them, who had it in them, rich right American living, was not pleasant to him. And yet in him beginning was a little feeling that some way, somehow, he was inside him a being never really cut off from rich right American living. When he was a younger one, this was entirely, completely not in him. A little later, when he was completely doing everything the ones near him were doing, and very much with them, and with the feeling of them and himself as of them in him, still somewhere in him there was in him what his mother had in her as always there inside her, that he was of a being that had it as a natural thing that nothing in him was cut off from rich right American living. And always then he was completely living with them, the people near him, living their living, having their feeling, being completely then of their living in his acting, in his living, in his thinking, in his feeling. Each one of the Hersland children had their own being in them. Each one of them had a different way from the two other ones of having the living with the people near them in them. Martha had her being, had her feeling in their living, had her way of being completely of them, the people near her, in her younger living. Alfred had his being in him. He had his way of feeling the living he was doing in his young living. He certainly was doing everything these near him were doing, and doing it with them, and feeling it as they were feeling in it then. And this is now then some history of his living then, of his daily living then. Alfred Hersland was with them in his daily living, with the people living near him, with the boys around him in his daily living, and he did then everything he did with them, and he did then everything they did in their daily living, and he had not in him then anything at all of family living. When he was a boy, when he was beginning his living, he lived his daily life then, doing everything he did then with the boys, the women, and men living near him. He did his roller skating, a little shooting, some camping, a good deal of fishing, some going about the country, selling fruit he had been picking with them in the orchard in the 10-acre place where the Herslands were living, and any other fruit belonging to any of them that they could use for selling. He did everything in his daily living with them. He was with them when they were with girls then, and he did with the girls everything a boy does when he is with them. He had then public school living. He did his daily living completely with them. He did everything they were doing then. This was the history of the living he had in him when he was a young one. He did everything then with these then living near him. He had then his being in him, and his daily living, and this is now then to be a description of the living then in him with a being in him. There were then the Banks boys who lived near him. There were 3 of them. It was the oldest one who was mostly with him, the second one, George, who had lost 2 fingers from a sickness he had that no one ever mentioned to him, was the one with whom David Hersland later did his living. The oldest Banks brother, Albert, who later in his living did shoemaking. George later was a clerk, and pretty successful in living. The third brother then, a very red-faced, freckled one, who could crow very well, and always was on fences doing this thing, and his later living came when the Herslands did not any longer, any of them, any more, know what happened to anyone in that part of Gossels, and so there is not to be any telling of his future living. Albert was a good deal in these days with Alfred Hersland, and then he began shoemaking, and he was not very good at learning at school, and once he had a furious anger in him there, and he scared everyone in the school by drawing a pistol, although it was an empty one, and he was told not to come any more, and he then began learning shoemaking. But he was a good fellow to be with for anyone, and pleasant enough, and he and Alfred did everything together then until the shoemaking began, and then he went with men, and Alfred was not so completely with him then. These Banks boys had in them, all 3 of them, half city, half country living. Alfred had in him completely half city, half country living. When he began shoemaking, city living came to be more strongly in him. Albert then went on with his half city, half country living. He went on then living with those then near him who kept on in them being half city, half country in their feeling. There were some of them who kept on having half city, half country feeling, some of those living near the Herslands then, and after Albert Banks began learning shoemaking, Alfred Hersland was mostly with them. The one who might have been interested in Martha if she had been more interesting to him was one of such of them. Alfred, when he was not any longer a boy in his living, was for a little while a good deal with this one. Alfred did then, pretty nearly entirely everything that this crowd of them were doing then in their daily living. Alfred was beginning to have a little in him, beginning then the feeling of family being, but it was not in him then yet as in any way determining, and he was then completely, entirely doing in his daily living what these having in them half country, half city living were doing. There were a number of little houses in this part of Gossels, and Alfred knew a good many of the people living in them. In a good many of them, the same people kept on living all the time the Herslands were living in a 10-acre place there. In some of the houses there was much moving. People would be very often coming and going. Once there was a family that stayed 1 year there, and there were 2 children, an older boy and a very young one. The older one, Louis Champion, was very much with Alfred then. The little brother was a nuisance to them. Alfred did a good deal of roller skating, some camping out, and more or less fishing with Louis Champion. Louis was a pleasant fellow and good-looking. Alfie was often out in the evening. In the summer he was out a long time, almost always every evening. Sometimes he went out with some of them living in small houses near him. Sometimes some of them would be playing hide-and-go-seek around the Hersland house with him. Albert Banks was often playing, going about with him of an evening. They were together very often in the evening. Alfie was very often out in the evening with some of them living near him. In the summer he was out a long time, almost always every evening. Very often he would be going off somewhere to do something, or he would be standing around with them, or they would be all of them hanging around together in a vacant lot that was near to where all of them were living. Sometimes they would be chasing all around all of them. Sometimes some of them would be hiding and running on the Hersland place, as I was just saying. Albert Banks was often then with Alfie in the evening, less at first after he began learning shoemaking. Earlier, when he was still going to school, he was almost always together with Alfie on a summer evening. All the year, Alfie was very often out in the evening. When he was a little older boy and in the summer, he was out a long time, almost always every evening. Sometimes he was out with some of them he was doing everything with in his daily living. Sometimes they would be together playing hide and seek in his orchard and in his garden. Albert Banks, as I was saying, would be then almost always with him in the evening. He would often be playing hide and seek in the Hersland orchard and garden with them. This was before he was thinking of beginning learning shoemaking. Frank and Will Roddy often were with them all in the evening. Frank and Will Roddy often were there in the evening at the Hersland place, playing with Albert Banks and Alfred Hersland and David. They were often playing hide-and-go-seek in the summer in the evening. Sometimes some girls would be with them. Sometimes Martha Hersland would be with them. Every now and then there would be some girls playing along with them. Albert Banks and Frank and Will Roddy, for some time, were almost always together with Alfie in the evening. Albert Banks, as I was saying later, began learning shoemaking. He was then not so very much with Alfie and the Roddy boys, who were still then a good deal together in the evening. Frank Roddy, later in his living, went into the country to earn his living. Will Roddy later went into a cigar stand, clerking. And then his father died, and he had a little money, and he came to be a partner, and then he and the other one failed, and they were not fair then. They very much favored one creditor. They had some trouble. Later, very many years later, some of the Herslands happened to hear from someone that Will Roddy was in jail because of something he had been doing. He was supposed not to have been very honest, and afterwards he was in jail. He was a little fellow and very quick. So then Alfie and Albert Banks and the Roddy boys were often playing hide-and-go-seek in the summer in the evening. They were a good deal together mostly every evening, as I was saying. They were very often together in a vacant lot, playing or hanging around together somewhere, and often enough they would be chasing around in the Hersland orchard and garden. Sometimes there some girls would be with them. Sometimes then Martha Hersland would be with them. Alfred and David very often were playing hide-and-go-seek with Albert Banks and the Roddy boys, and sometimes some others, in the Hersland orchard and garden. Sometimes some girls would be with them. Sometimes then Martha Hersland would be with them. Sometimes then they stayed a long time in the orchard. Later then, Alfred said to Martha he would tell her father. She had no business to be playing. Sometimes he would be angry, and later he would threaten her if she would not do something he wanted her to be doing. He would tell her father she was playing hide-and-go-seek in the evening. Sometimes later there would be quarreling, and Alfie would be saying Martha should not be playing that evening. Sometimes Alfie would make Martha go in. He would say if she did not go in, he would tell her father she was playing hide-and-go-seek in the evening. "Don't you know any better than to come along?" he would say to her. He was then a little beginning to have in him the feeling that he was a good citizen, that he was the oldest son. He did not know then yet very specifically why she should go in. She did not know then very specifically why she should go in. They neither of them knew very specifically why she should not be playing hide-and-go-seek in the evening. But Alfie was beginning then to have such a feeling about himself in him that he should send her in. And later then, if she did not do something he wanted she should be doing, he always said he would then tell his father she had been playing hide-and-go-seek in the evening, and then she always had a sullen fear inside her. Neither of them then, as I was saying, knew very specifically what they were meaning. Martha, Alfred, and David Hersland, all three were out a good deal in the evening. Alfred was often out in the evening. In the summer, he was out a long time, almost always every evening. He was then doing everything with the children and women and men living near him. He was then doing everything, mostly, that they were doing. He was doing everything he did with them. He was then mostly always out with them in the evening. He was then, and when he was older, he was then with them, some of them sometimes with a good many of them in the evening. He was always then doing everything he was doing then with them. Alfred, all his younger living, was out very often in the evening. Then, and later in his Gossel's living, he was often out in the evening. In the summer he was out a long time, almost always in the evening. Mostly he stayed entirely in that part of Gossels where he was living. Mostly he never went away from the crowd living near him. Mostly he, in the evening, when he was a young one, when he was an older one, stayed in that part of Gossels where the Herslands were living, was with them, the people living in small houses near him. There were some whom he knew who were living in another part of Gossels, and he sometimes saw them. Sometimes he saw them very often. This is now to be a description of them, of all of them. There were 2 families of them that the Hersland children came to know, and each of them lived in a different part of Gossels. They had no connection with each other. The Fishers, one of these families then, were friends of the woman who lived near the Herslands and did dressmaking sometimes for Mrs. Hersland. Sometimes Mary Fisher came to see the second daughter, Cora, who was not yet come to be a really pretty one. Sometimes Mary Fisher's brother, Henry, came with her, and so the Herslands, all of them, came to know them, and they, each one in their way, all excepting Mrs. Hersland, came to know the Fishers very well. Mr. Hersland came to know them very well later. Martha and Alfred and David Hersland came to know them earlier. They were 6 of them, of the Fisher family, 4 children, and a father and mother. Mr. Fisher had something to do with horses. That was the way he made a living. The Hersland children never came to know him. They sometimes saw him and spoke to him. Henry, the second son, they came to know very well, all of them. Henry went bicycling very often with David Hersland. Mary was the only daughter, and all the Hersland family came to know her. Later, Mrs. Hersland came to know her a good deal, and Martha Hersland always liked her. Mrs. Hersland liked her well enough, but never came really to know her. Alfred used to stay in her kitchen talking to her. Jim was the oldest son and brother. The Herslands did not, any of them, ever come to know him. The Fishers were all proud of him. He was a commercial traveler and was apart from them. Slowly it came out about him that he was going to ruin from a taste for liquor. Later he took a cure and was better. None of the Herslands ever saw him. Not any of them ever came to know him. Mrs. Fisher was a tall, kindly-faced kind of woman. She was always good, and mostly always in the kitchen. All the Herslands came to know her. Mrs. Hersland never really came to know her. Henry Fisher was a very reliable person. He was very pleasant always to Martha Hersland. He and David Hersland did a great deal of bicycling together. Alfred Hersland was at the Fishers sometimes for an evening. They were not really ever very important in his living. Another family with whom the Herslands, Martha and Alfred and David, never Mr. and Mrs. Hersland, spent an evening were the Henrys, and these were not really important to them. They came to know them quite by accident, having sat next to them at a theater one afternoon, and then they went to see them. They were there quite often in the evening, 1 or 2 or all 3 of the Herslands then. Mr. and Mrs. Hersland never came to know any of them of the Henry family. There were 4 children. James Henry, a tall, thin one, who played the violin, while the other ones danced in the evening. Henry, a pleasant enough, sensible enough fellow to be knowing. Rose Henry, a little dark one, and Carrie Henry, who was just one of them. The Herslands would go there and eat dinner with them. Mrs. Henry browned potatoes peeled, when she roasted her meat the way French people do then. The Herslands always ate very many of them. The forks and knives the Henrys used for eating were worn down very thin. Later then, James Henry played, and all of them danced pretty solemnly in a quadrille. This happened quite often in the evening. The Henrys were really not important in the living of any of the Hersland children. Later then, they did not see any of them. Mr. Henry later killed himself, and everyone wondered if he had been crazy when he did this thing. They were not any of them ever important in the living of Martha, Alfred, or David Hersland. Alfred, as I was saying, was in Gossels when he was a very young one and when he was a little an older one. Sometimes then later, He saw a little sometimes of Olga, the sister of the first governess the Herslands had had in their Gossels living, staying with them. Sometimes the Wyman family made up to him. This is the way he had all these in him, this that I am now beginning describing. This is now beginning to be a history of him, a history of Alfred Hersland, of all the being and all the living in him. Alfred played the violin some. He played it very well. He had some musical feeling. He had quite a bit of musical understanding. Later, in his very early Bridgepoint living, he was very much interested in playing and in understanding. He made for himself some reputation as an intelligent amateur musician. He came to know then in Bridgepoint, in his early living in Bridgepoint, a young man who was making music a profession, and did some rather nice composing. Later, this one gave it up and went into a clothing manufacturing business in which his brother and father needed him. But this is all later history of Alfred Hersland. This all was in his Bridgepoint living. This is now a history of him and a description of the being in him in his Gossels living. He had then in him, in his younger living, a good deal of musical feeling. All the three of them, Martha, Alfred, and David, in their younger living, took lessons to learn to play on something. Alfred was the only one of the three of them who had any really musical feeling. Martha took a little interest once in playing, and she did a good deal of practicing just before she left Gossels for her college education. David was interested in understanding, but he never did any practicing. He was interested again later, and always everything was interesting to him sometime. And later there will be a very long history of everything and of him written. Alfred had really some musical feeling in him. Once, in his later Gossels living, he had a really interesting teacher. This was a man named Aragon. He was a very interesting man. He interested Alfred very much then when he was teaching him. Alfred never wanted to be a musician as a way of living, never really at any time in him, but music and understanding musical feeling was for a little while all the feeling in him, while Aragon was near him. Later there will be some little history written of this man, not very much, but a little, and that will come in the later Gossels living in Alfred Hersland. This has been now a little description of the living in Alfred Hersland, and now there will be more description of him, of the being in him and the living in him. Alfred Hersland was neither popular nor very unpopular with those that knew him. He was not pleasant nor unpleasant to anyone. He did everything he did with those he was knowing then. He really did with them mostly everything they were doing. He was not at any time left out by them. He always, all his Gossels living, did everything he was doing with those he was near then in living. And he always then did with them everything that they were doing. He was never then left out by them. To them his future living was not important in him to cut him off at all from them. He did everything he was doing then with them. He did mostly everything they were doing with them. He was himself inside him. Later, as I was saying, he had some feeling in him that he never had been cut off from rich American living. Later then this came to be in him. He still then did everything he did with those he was knowing in Gossels where he was living. Not altogether, though, then. He was beginning knowing some other women and some men. He saw something then of Ida Hurd, the schoolteacher, and so did his music teacher Aragon, and this is all to be written later. Alfred Hersland then was himself inside him. He was perhaps not a very complete one, as I was saying. Some, a good many, just now are pieces to me. They are themselves inside them. Alfred Hersland is one of such of them. He was certainly himself inside him. Perhaps he was not such a very complete one. This is a little my feeling of him just now, and I have mentioned it again. He was himself inside him. He was of the engulfing, resisting kind of them in men and women. He was perhaps not a very complete one. He was to mostly everyone not very pleasant, not very unpleasant. He was not popular or unpopular with men or with women. This is now to be some description of the being in him. He was someone to himself inside him, that is certain. This is now to be a long description of the being in him. There will then be more description of his Gossel's living. Now there will be description of the being in him, and then more history of his Gossel's living. Some know more or less of men and women, what the being in them are going to be making them do from minute to minute in their living. Some have not at all any such knowledge in them of men and women. Some have a little such knowledge in them about someone when they have known that one completely, entirely, from the top to the bottom, all through them for a good deal of the living in them. Some, even then, are very apt to be believing that any minute that one will be going much farther in doing something than that one really ever will be doing, much less far in doing something than that one is really ever going. This is quite common. There are a very great many who are very certain that someone will be doing something, and these then have it in them to be easily, quickly, very completely forgetting all the times they are mistaken. But then it certainly is certain that some have more feeling for what others are going to be doing from minute to minute in their living than others have it in them. Some have an exaggerated notion of the way they do not have it in them. But some, and I mention it for I am one of such of them, have practiced very often in thinking to be planning the action of someone they are knowing very well in living, and always then, though often they know the general direction, mostly always they think something is going to be happening much sooner than it does really happen, or much later than it does really happen, or much more strongly than that one is going to do that thing, or much more weakly than that one is going to be doing that thing. And very often then, too, such a one is wrong about the kind of action that someone they are knowing very well is going to be doing. I am very busy mentioning this thing because I have always been very interested in seeing how very wrong I can be when I am telling about anyone how they are going to be living from day to day in their living. And yet, more and more in my living, I come to be more understanding of the complete meaning of the being in each one I am knowing. I get to be more able, more and more to know of them, what will be the quality of living, of working in them, what on the whole will be the quality of succeeding and failing in them. And always then, I want to be mistaken. I want to make mistakes so that I can see something in them which makes of that one a more complete one. Always then, I want to be more certain of all the variations that make someone so very much like someone really different from that one. Always then, more and more, I want to be feeling, completely feeling, the complete being. All the being in each one I am ever knowing, and feeling in them the kind and quality and quantity of work and living and loving in them. I can never have really much feeling of what specifically they will be doing from moment to moment in their living. I have not any dramatic imagination for action in them. I only can know about action in them from knowing action they have been doing, any of them. I mention this so that everyone can be certain I do not know this about anyone, any men or women. I tell about the living in them from the living they have had in them. I cannot ever construct action for them to be doing. I have certainly constructive imagination for being in them. Sometimes, with very little watching, I have pretty complete realization of pretty nearly all the being in them. I just felt like mentioning this thing, and so I have just mentioned it here so that everyone can be certain that I have not any dramatic constructive imagination. I am always more and more, and that is certain, realizing, understanding, constructing, with complete imagination, the complete being each one of men and women. The actual things each one are doing, I only know from knowing the actual detail in the actual living of each actual one I am ever knowing. I certainly more and more am always more and more realizing the being in each one I am seeing. I am always more and more realizing kinds in men and women, the being in each one of each kind of them. I have mentioned this because I have been feeling for some time like mentioning this thing. Sometime I will make more of this and will illustrate it then. This will come to be done very much later in my living. Of that I am almost certain. Now there will be some description of the being in Alfred Hersland, and then after that has been a little written, there will be written more history of his Gossel's living and more description of those with whom he was then in his daily living. There will then be written a description of him in his Bridgepoint living and of his later marrying Julia Dehning and of everyone whom he knew just then. And then there will be more history written, and there will be more, and on then, until somewhere nearly to the end of him. And then sometime later there will be written the ending of him, and of his generation in the Hersland living. This then is now to be a little description of the being that was him. As I was saying, being is interesting to me, and I have some understanding of being in men and women. As I was saying, the being in Alfred Hersland is more or less like a piece of a whole one, but always he had his own being in him. In a way, he was himself inside him. And this is now a little description of my feeling about being in him, about being in a good many men and women. Almost everyone sometime is a piece of one, not a whole one. Almost everyone sometime is a whole one. This is true of many men and women, to me of mostly everyone. I will now try to understand my meaning in this feeling. To be using a new word in my writing is to me a very difficult thing. Every word I am ever using in writing has for me very existing being. Using a word I have not yet been using in my writing is to me very difficult and a peculiar feeling. Sometimes I am using a new one. Sometimes I feel new meanings in an old one. Sometimes I like one. I'm very fond of that one. One that has many meanings, many ways of being used to make different meanings to every one. Sometimes I like it. Almost always I like it when I am feeling many ways of using one word in writing. Sometimes I like it that different ways of emphasizing can make very different meanings in a phrase or sentence I have made and am rereading. Always in writing it, it is in me only one thing. A little I like it sometimes that there can be very different ways of reading the thing I have been writing with only one feeling of a meaning. This is a pleasant thing. Sometimes I am very well pleased with this thing. Very often, then, I am liking a word that can have many ways of feeling in it. It is really a very difficult thing to me to be using a word I have not yet been using in writing. I may know very well the meaning of a word, and yet it has not for me completely weight and form and really existing being. There are only a few words, and with these mostly always I am writing, that have for me completely, entirely existing being. In talking, I use many more of them, of words I am not living, but talking is another thing. In talking, one can be saying mostly anything. Often then, I am using many words I never could be using in writing. In writing, a word must be for me really an existing thing. It has a place for me as living. This is the way I feel about me writing. I have been mentioning this thing for I am just now feeling a learning in me for some words I have just been beginning using in my writing. Now I am going on with a description of being in pieces, and as whole ones to my feeling, of being in Alfred Hersland as I was saying. I will not go on about pieces and whole ones in everybody's being. Each one mostly sometimes is a whole one to me. Very often later then they are pieces to me, some that have been sometimes completely whole ones to me. That happens then to me quite often. That happens to me again and again. Sometimes someone I have been feeling as a completely whole one from the loving being in that one comes then to me all of a sudden to be loving more than loving someone, something, and that one then is a piece of one to me, not any longer the whole one I was feeling. Then I begin again very often and make of this one a new whole one, beginning again with this piece and remembering everything I ever knew of this one. One then has been to me a whole one, having complete loving being. Such a one then comes to have to me loving more than loving anything, and that realization of that one makes that one to me then not a whole one. This may come to me of someone, of anyone, of all who are whole ones to me. I may have in me then some realization of them, and that realization makes them not a whole one. Everyone is not a whole one. Now I am waiting a little for an inspiration about this thing to explain completely my feeling. I will now soon be telling my feeling about men and women, about whole being in them, about them as a piece of living, each one, about them, always, all, each one, having their own being in them. Always then, each one of them, each one who ever was or is or will be living. Then there will be a complete description of being in Alfred Hersland for my realization. Alfred Hersland was of a kind in men and women, as I was saying. He was the eldest son, but not the eldest child, as I was saying, and that had some effect on him, as I was saying. I am writing everything as I am learning anything. I am writing everything as I am learning anything, as I am feeling anything in anyone as being, as I am having a realization of anyone. I am saying everything then as I am full up then with a thing, with anything of anyone. I am certain that some are sometime whole ones to me, that some are sometimes a piece of their kind of them in me. Always I am certain each one is existing. They are themselves inside them. Sometime, mostly every one is a whole one to my feeling. Very often before then, very often after then, that one is not a whole one in my feeling. That one is a piece of the kind of being that is the being they are of in being. This comes then very often to be in my feeling, and just now I am quite a little far from certain that each one is a whole one, and always I am certain somehow, always, each one is existing inside them, and that, in a way, sometimes gives to me a very unsatisfactory way of feeling being, for not anyone then is completely a whole one to my feeling, mostly not anyone, and yet they are not each one parts of a being to my feeling. Each one then is existing inside in them, and I am then not very well satisfied with my feeling all being. I am having that kind of feeling a good deal when several of them that have been completely whole ones to my feeling are not any longer such completely whole ones. As I was saying, this can happen in them from realizing that they are not original, but anticipatorily suggestible, someone that was to me as one completely self-suggested and living. Or it can come from someone having been a completely loving being, and then this one is not really loving the one they were completely loving, and loving is not the complete being in them. Some come to be pieces of themselves as a whole one from their being anger in them, failure, stupid being that makes a dead piece in them, uncertain being. Weakness in them sometimes makes of them a piece sometimes of their whole one, and some, and a little in a way Alfred Hersland was such a one, never come to be a whole one to me. He always has been a piece of himself as a whole being, and now I begin again. End of section 34, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, June 24th, 2024. Section 35 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 35. I have not been very interesting in explaining being in men and women in my feeling, as I am just now having it a good deal in me. That is quite certain. Sometime later I will do it again. Now I will begin with the being in Alfred Hersland. I am not yet quite full up with the being in him. Again, I am beginning waiting. Again, I am beginning a little to feel him. I am still hoping to be more certain in my feeling. I am waiting and waiting. I have not in me now any impatient feeling. Pieces in being, whole ones in being, words saying what I am wanting, words having existence in them to my feeling, Alfred Hersland and the being in him and the kind he was of men and women, all these things will come soon to be more completely in me. That is certain. Alfred Hersland was of a kind of men and women. This is now some description of that kind of them. Someone seems to be talking in such a very different kind of way to mostly everyone than I am ever hearing from that one. And sometimes then I do not think of anyone really telling me what that other one has been saying. At least, it is a very difficult thing to realize that one can have such a free talking in him, when always I have not heard it coming out of him. For many years I was slowly learning that very often someone is not talking in my hearing the way he is talking when someone else is listening. For very many, it is a very difficult thing to be realizing the effect they have on men and women. I have often been listening again and again to someone, have been very much with them, and always then they have, that one, a certain kind of way of talking that seems then to be the completely natural way of talking in them. I have seen such of them talking from suffering, from excited feeling, from happy feeling in them, from gaiety and from being very serious inside them. And then someone tells me about them, about such a one, that one says such and such a thing in talking, is always saying such and such a kind of thing, always in talking. And that is then to me astonishing, very astonishing. And then sometime I realize it of them slowly, that such a one, that one, can be saying that thing, always having such a kind of talking coming out of them, that it is a natural thing in them. And slowly then, always then, I am always learning how each one is talking to everyone, and more then slowly, then I am listening. A little again now to me, each one is a whole one sometime. A good deal to me now yet, each one is a piece of living. And always inside them is their own being. Always to me there are kinds in men and women, that is certain. And now then to begin again describing the kind of one Alfred Hersland is in living. All the kinds there are of that kind of them, all the kinds of ways there are in me of learning them, of feeling them. There is a kind of them, and Alfred Hersland was one of this kind of a one of the kind of them that are one kind of the engulfing, resisting kind of them, that have it mostly, all of them, to have it that mostly everyone knowing them feels it of them, knows it in them, that they are a piece of being, and always they have it in them, very many of them, to be very alive inside them, to be to themselves a being very much living and aspiring, very much really existing. There is a kind of every kind there is of being that have it in them to be a piece of being very much to everyone. And those then, those of that kind of them, are active inside them in being, are active and aspiring, are very completely live ones in their existing. And these then are a good deal, to a good many knowing them completely, a piece of being. And as I am saying, there are some kinds of every general kind there is in men and women, of all the kinds of them, there are some kinds of each kind of them that have this in them, the being to mostly everyone knowing them as pieces of a being. And as I am saying, some of these kinds of them are very active and aspiring in their being and their living. And Alfred Hersland was one of such of them, And now I am beginning inquiring into the being of such of them, into the being of all of such of them who have it in them to be, to very many knowing them, pieces of being, and having active and completely aspiring being in them, completely and continuously aspiring being in them. Alfred Hersland then was such a one. As I was saying, he was of the engulfing, resisting being. As I was saying, he had active and aspiring being in him. As I was saying, he was mostly, to everyone ever knowing him, a piece of being. And this is now to be a history of the living in him, a description of the being in him, and inquiring into the connection in being between him and all those other ones that, like him, are pieces of being to mostly everyone knowing them. There are a very great many men and women that are such of them. Alfred Hersland was of these then. Was such a one, this is now then again the continuing of realizing the kind of them that have it in them to be a piece of being to mostly everyone knowing them. Alfred Hersland, as I am saying, all his living was such a one, was one of this kind of them. Someone has milk brought to the house by the milkman, and it is wasted, and yet always that one is continuing having that amount of milk brought in, because that one is thinking that sometime that one will be a sick one, and then if the milkman has not the habit of bringing milk every day to that one, then when that one is a sick one, that one will not have milk brought every day by a milkman. It will be too late then to be beginning then, when that one is so sick that one cannot go out to order anything. One having in that one a feeling that nothing should be wasted by anyone living can have such a way of doing with a milkman bringing milk for that one. Such a one can have it that that one never throws away anything, never wastes anything in living, and always there is more milk there than that one can be using in the daily living. In a kind of a way, this is very common, not about milk left, but about a way of feeling in living and a way of acting. This is, in a way, common. Mostly, then, I have just now a feeling mostly such a one is part of a being. Mostly just now, I have a good deal of such feeling that every one is not a whole one, that each one is not ever a complete one. One quite young one was loving another one, and that one was saying to the one that one was loving, "I only love them like you, with dark hair and brown eyes, for I am a blonde one, and I could only be loving a dark one." Then this one saw a picture of another one. "I could love that one," said this one. "But that one is a blonde one," the one this one was thinking of loving told this one. "And you just said you could only love a dark one." "Yes, that is true, but I think I could love that one." And this is very common, and always there are very many having it always in them that they are a piece of being, and always each one is a whole one in the sense that each one is being, really in them is existing. And sometimes then, very often, there is to me not any kind of a whole one really in anyone and anything. And now I am not really caring any more anyway about this thing, about being a whole one in anyone in any way. Always there are very many of every kind there is in men and women who are to mostly everyone knowing them pieces of living. They are themselves, too, inside them. Perhaps Alfred Hersland was one of these. I am now beginning a description of the kind of being, the kind he is of men and women, have in them. These then, all of them have it in them, that they are resisting, and some of them are engulfing in resisting, and some of them are slowly resisting, and many of them are superficially attacking, and all of them have it in them to some way own those they need for loving. Mostly, then, these, the resisting kind in men and women, have it in them to feel very strongly the completely existing of everything. They have it in them to be certain that everything, in a way, is made out of real earth, the way it was done to make Adam. That is to say, The resisting kind of them, in their feeling, have it to be certain that a thing is existing more than that a thing has a use and can give to them an emotion. These have it in them, then, mostly that emotion is not as poignant in them as sensation. That is then their way of being, although, as I have been saying, some of such of them can be engulfing, some vacant in them, some certain that to be them is to be attacking, to be quick and poignant in emotion, and to be that to mostly everyone seeing them doing their living. In a way, though, always it is true of all of them, all of those having in them this being I am now describing, that they have a slow, sure feeling that everything is made out of earth, and has that kind of very certain existing. Sometime I am hoping to make it completely clear inside me, and in my expressing, the two kinds there are in men and women, and all the kinds there are of these two kinds of them. To begin again with the kind Alfred Hersland was in living, the kind he was, and some of the kinds more or less connected in kind with his kind of them. I am going on now with a history of him, a complete history of him. Some always are lying when anyone is asking anything, and then they come to be saying, "I don't know that thing," and then they come to telling the true story about that thing. That is the way they do about everything, about anything, and this is quite common. It is very hard to know it of anyone, whether they are lying. That is to say, it is very hard to know it in anyone, whether they are knowing the relation between what they are saying and what had happened, what is happening to them. It is a very difficult thing to know it of anyone, whether they, to themselves, are saying what is not what they are thinking. Lying, stupid being in men and women, religion, aspiration, sensitiveness to anyone, to anything in men and women, appreciation and enthusiasm, emotion and being afraid in them of something, of anything, of everything, of anyone, of almost everyone. All these, then, are very interesting in men and women, and very often, very, very often, it is a necessary thing to know all the being, every bit of the being in anyone, to know it of them, what they have in them of these things inside them, of lying and aspiration and stupid being and virtuous feeling and important feeling and religion and fear and realization of material existing. It is necessary then to know of some all the being in them, to be certain of them whether they are lying, whether they are feeling, whether they are believing, whether they are understanding, whether they are afraid, whether they are good, whether they are bad, whether they are important inside in them to themselves inside them. It is a very difficult thing then to know the being really in mostly everyone. Very often, when someone is knowing the complete being of someone, that one is still only a piece of a being. There is not in the being of that one a quality of completion. There is no reason why that one, from the being in that one, should keep on existing, should have kept on existing. And when that one is a dead one, it is an accidental kind of thing that that one should be an ended one. It is not a completed or a cut-off thing, the ended one, and that is a very common thing to be feeling about many men and many women. This is a kind of feeling almost everyone knowing him had about Alfred Hersland, as I have been saying again and again. I will now give some description of a considerable number of men and women of kinds connected in kind with the kind of men and women of which Alfred Hersland was one. There will be now some description of each one of a considerable number of men and women, each of a kind of men and women of one kind of the kinds of them that are connected in kind with the kind of them of which Alfred Hersland was one. In the description of these, there will be an explanation with the description of each one of them of the way each one is a complete one, sometimes to someone or not a complete one. There will then now be a description of a considerable number of men and women. There will be then now some further expression of the feeling everyone has about someone, about everyone. There will be now perhaps more understanding of the way each one is or is not sometime a complete one. There will now perhaps be some understanding of lying, aspiration, religion, feeling, being, thinking, in a considerable number of men and women, in a number of kinds of the resisting kind of being in men and women, to really again begin then. Later there will be a complete history of Alfred Hersland. Later there will be a complete history of Julia Dehning. To begin now then, just now with little descriptions of a considerable number of men and women, who all of them are some kind of the resisting kind in men and women. To begin this then. Some, as I have said already somewhere earlier in my writing, some of the resisting kind of them have it in them to have generalized feeling, that is, of ideal aspiration and concrete feeling that is in continual action, and of very material seizing and holding. Some, as I have been saying already in my description, have it in them to be completely certain that to be dead is to be really truly a dead one, and always then, perhaps, to be a dead one is not to be really truly a dead one, and it is a good thing then to be married to one who is certain that to be dead is not to be really a truly dead one. This is true of some. This is true of the first one that I am now describing. This one was not meek, not aggressive, not arrogant, not egotistical in living. This one could have resisting in him. This one, like very many having such a kind of being, was fairly slow in action and in feeling. If he was not slow in feeling and in acting and in listening, such a one would not be certain that he himself was doing that acting, listening, feeling. Such a one would be thinking that something was happening. It would be over, and that one would not be realizing that he himself was listening, feeling, acting. And this is very common with many having in them dependent, independent, resisting being. This first one, then, that I am now beginning describing, had resisting being as fairly sensitive being, as slowly reacting being, as not at all engulfing being, as a complete being. Only this one was not quite entirely certain that to be dead was to be a really dead one, and he liked it that the wife that he had always with him was certain that to be dead was not to be at all a dead one. This one that I am describing, this first one, had resisting being as completely sensitive, fairly slowly reacting. This one was not meek, not aggressive in living. This one was persistently and patiently and in detail dominating in family living. This one was very just in thinking and in judging. This one had not very much imagination and was impersonal in feeling. This one had pleasant affection. This one had completely honest action. This one had a good deal of fear, a good deal of affection in him. This one was quite a good man in living. This one was pretty certain that everything is existing. This one had loving and such things reasonably in him. This one could have it in him to have it, that he found himself even a better one than he really was in living. But really he was a very good one in living. And though a little he had the abstract conception of himself as a more ideal one than he was in concrete feeling, mostly he was realizing pretty completely all that he was really experiencing. Only a little he was not realizing that having a little fear in him, that to be dead was not to be really a dead one, did not make in him an experiencing that he was a better one than actual living in him made him. He was, as I was saying, glad to be having a wife who was completely certain that knowing that to be dead was not to be at all a really dead one, made every one a very much better one than each one really was in living. This is then a complete history of the being in this one. This one then was a sensitive, slowly reacting, fairly affectionate, quite good, reasonably just, and a little fearful and quite impersonal, and somewhat loving, quite very good resisting, independent, dependent one. This one was pretty completely a whole one to himself, and to mostly everyone. This one, then, is different from the one I am next going to be describing in being a completely slowly reacting, completely sensitive one. This one that I am now describing was of a kind of one that are very many of them quite successful in living. This is now a description of several of them. This is a kind of resisting, dependent, independent men and women. These have it in them mostly to make everyone feel it about them that they are very strong ones in living. They have solidity in them. They are like wood or iron and have a solid being in them. And everyone knowing them is certain that they are good ones. And they are independent and intelligent and loyal and not time-serving. And yet always they are succeeding in living, succeeding in loving, a little arrogant, but not unpleasant to mostly everyone knowing them. Very successfully knowing successful people in their living, though not seeking to know such ones. It just comes to them. Some of such ones are not completely successful in living. Some of such ones have a pride that is a little more sensitive than the being really in them. Some have a romantic imagination that is too active for the being in them. But mostly this kind of them are very successful in living. And this is to be now a little more description of this kind of them. Resisting being in them is, as it were, solid and firm and hard, but never aggressive being in them. It is not profoundly sensitive in them. It is as it is with wood when in a tree it is living, and then when it is completely useful as a piece of wood to be used for working into a shape for using, and it is a solid thing then, an honest thing then, a thing to be adapted for good using, a solid, reliable thing then, a completely existing thing then, a thing sensitive in the sense that it repays good handling, but not a thing sensitive in the sense that a tree living, having living growing being, is a sensitive thing. These then, this kind of resisting men and women, who I am now describing, have this in them, and they have it in them, some of them, so completely this being in them, that they are to many knowing them completely strong men, completely geniuses in living, without any of the weaknesses in them that geniuses most generally have in them, that men successful in living most generally have in them. These men are very interesting. I know now 5 of such of them, and only one of these 5 of them is not really a successful one, and that one has a pride in him and a romantic imagination in him that is too sensitive for the solid deadwood being in him. This kind of them, of men, are very interesting to me in the being in them. They are very pleasant companions, mostly always all of them, loyal, reliable, delicate in their feeling, honest, earnest, never toadying, decently prudent, and decently courageous in living, always giving to everyone a conviction that they are a very strong one, and they are mostly always succeeding very well in anything that is a life work to them. And though they are laborious in their working, they are really pretty quick and graceful in their working generally, although strength is the quality in them that seems strongest in them. But really strength in them is the solidity of block wood, bar iron in them. Really then, these in their living can be completely adapted to their living. These then can be completely succeeding in living. These then can have sentimental feeling and pride in them, and romantic imagination. But really, this cannot, at the bottom of them, disturb them. They are completely solid. They can be completely adapted to living. I will come back again and again to describe this kind in men and women. I will come back again and again to every kind there is of men and women. These, then, that I have been describing, have a lack in them. They are complete enough in living. They are each one completely different from every other one. They are themselves inside them, but in a true sense, they have not in them individual being. They are the very cream of schoolmen, the very best thing there can be of anyone following a master and working with him. They are individual to him. They are themselves completely inside them to themselves in them. These, then, are very good men mostly, loyal and earnest and efficient and successful in living. They are solidly learning and solidly resisting to be winning. Their working in its resulting is very often a quick and graceful and a dull thing. They are sensitive and strong and active to mostly everyone having to do with them. They interest me very much. Mostly, unless I am a very sad one, everyone is to me very interesting. Sometimes, certainly, I will tell more, and then again some other time I will know more, and then sometime I will tell more, and so on of this kind in men and women. I am altogether a discouraged one. I am just now altogether a discouraged one. I am going on describing men and women. I know one. He is of the resisting kind in men and women, and he is completely an instrument being. He is so completely that, in a sense, he has no volition, though to very many knowing him, he is almost a crazy one in living out ideas he has in him. I know this one. He has it in him to have vibratingly sensitive resisting being. That is all him, and always when he wishes to do any working, he must put himself quiescently ready, so that something will play on him, some influence, something, and then it vibrates through him, and he makes something, does some work, and not even really making himself a quiescent being is volition in him. It is simply a shutting off from himself by an almost senseless feeling of resisting any other thing. It is not choice in him of something, and volition certainly is the act of choosing. This one, as I am saying, and I know very many who know him, this one, as I am saying, is to very many an obstinate, exaggerated, self-directing, completely self-directing one. And this one is completely an instrument nature. This one is like a violin, a completely vibrating thing to anything that really can affect him. This one, I know this one very well in his living. This one in his loving is not loving, as mostly men and women are doing who love the attacking kind of them, if they are resisting kind in them. The resisting if they are of the attacking kind of them. This one, as I am saying, in his loving is completely loving a resisting one like himself, and this is very interesting. Mostly, when one needs heightening of the being in them, they get it from those very like them. For loving, they need those different from them, for courage and emulation and influencing those like them. And sometimes, some love those like them. And these are mostly then instrument natures, or natures needing pretty complete influencing throughout their being. But this is a very complicated question, an excessively complicated question, and sometime I am going to write a book, and it will be a very long one, and it will be all full up, completely filled up with pairs of them, twos of them, sometimes threes and fours and fives, but mostly with twos of them, twos of men, of women and men, of men and women. Now, to say just a little more of this one, this instrument one that I am knowing pretty well now in the living in him. This one was not really succeeding very well in living. This one would not be succeeding very well when he was not any longer a young man, when he was an older one and had not any longer youthful beauty, feeling, and vibration in him, and then, too, he would come to have fixed ideas in him. That would be a natural thing for him. And then perhaps later, he would come to be a crazy one, or just one that was failing in living. Some like him, not so completely vibrating, having some volition in them, might be successful in living. Some like him, having a dulled vibration in them, and fairly stupid feeling in them, and much desire for good eating and drinking and sleeping, can be successful enough in living. I know some of such of them. Sometime, really truly sometime, there will be a description, a complete description of everyone. Now I will be describing 4 men. I know them all pretty well. 2 of them, the first and the last, are fairly whole ones inside them to mostly everyone. The 2 others are mostly pieces of living to mostly everyone knowing them. I know these 4 pretty well then. They are all in a way of the engulfing kind, of the resisting kind in men and women. The 4 of them have that in common. In every other way they are very different, each one of them, from the 3 others of them. The first one has engulfing being so brightly, so gaily, so concentratedly in him that it is a very fresh and gay and juicy thing in him, the being in him. He is quite successful in living, this one, quite successful in loving, and always, all his living, he has had very much loving in him. He has not much real independence of action, this one. He needs someone to start him to do everything, excepting dancing and loving. This comes to him from the mere existing of women in the world around him. In mostly everything else, someone starts him, and he is very gay then in keeping going. When he is a sad one, he does not want to see anyone. That happens sometimes to him. He cannot start himself then. No one is starting him then. He is a sad one then and not succeeding in living. Really, he is a very lively one in living, and on the whole, not unsuccessful in living. He is completely sensitive, and not at all a bad one, not a bit a bad one, but not really a very actively good one. He has no initiative for taking any responsibility on himself, or for anyone. Always, though, he is responsible for himself. Living gives him that initiative, and he goes on living. Sometimes he is a little fussy, and then he remembers his father was so before him. He would like to be a different person, not be like his father in any way. And there he is. He finds himself being just like his father after all the different kind of living that he has been having. This one has a genuinely sensitive being. This one is not a selfish one, self-seeking. This one is not apparently engulfing, and yet really this one is completely of the engulfing, resisting kind of them. This one has this being in him, that is certain. It is gay and sparkling in him. It is well concentrated in him. It is an engulfing, resisting being, that is certain. The second one, I know this one from the history of him, from letters he has written. This one has engulfing, murky being as hopeful, and yet as a weak thing in him. He needs so much stimulating that after he was not any longer a very young one, he could not get enough of it to keep going. He never engulfed anything really in his living, not himself, not anyone, not any woman, not any man. But he was always hopeful that sometime he would do this thing. Hope was always there in him. When he was a very young one, he was vigorous in aspiring. Later, he was not vigorous in anything, but always hopeful, and always of the engulfing, resisting kind of them, though never really engulfing or resisting anything. This was the being in him. He was not an unattractive one. Sometime there will be more history of him written of his loving, and of his not supporting himself by working, and of his despairing, and of his always hoping. This is enough of him just now. All right, then. This one, the third of these 4 of them, I know very well indeed now, and it took me a very long time to know him, but that is not what I am now telling. This one was of the engulfing, murkily resisting kind of them, but he mostly was too ambitious and had too much vanity in him, and was too self-sacrificing for anyone to know it of him. He was really truly such a one, that is certain. He had very much vanity and self-sacrificing and affection and ambition in him, and only slowly it came out of him that he was a rather dry, engulfing, murky, resisting being. There will be here very little description of him. He is a very important one to be well known, because he has the being in him so confused in him that it teaches one a great deal to completely learn him. I like him and I know him. I will now tell a little more about him. Everyone is sometime a lovely one to me. Some are sometimes quite very lovely ones to me. Some are more, some are less lovely to me. Sometime for a little, almost everyone is a lovely one to me. Everyone I have been describing, I will be describing, I am describing, everyone I am, I can ever be knowing, is sometime a little, more, a very lovely one to me. This is a very nice feeling in me, inside me, when someone is really a lovely one to me. Mostly everyone, pretty nearly everyone, certainly everyone, is sometime a lovely one to me. Someone is very much a lovely one to me. Each one certainly is sometimes a lovely one to me. All these I am describing have it in them to have been sometime, to be sometimes a lovely one to me. Everyone, each one is certainly sometime a lovely one to me. This one I am now describing was for some time really a quite lovely one to me. This one, as I was saying, was of the dependent, independent, resisting, murkily engulfing kind of them. But as I have been saying, this was rather gently and a little dryly in him, and mostly not anyone knew it of him that he was of the engulfing, murky kind of them. This one was a very gentle one, a very affectionate one, a really very self-devoted one, a really very ambitious one, a really very vain one, a really very appealing one, and always also a fairly aspiring one. And always there was murky engulfing in this one, but it was a little dry, a little very pretty in this one. This one was to very many quite a lovely one. This one's living and being is quite interesting. Sometime there will be written a very complete history of this one. This one, mostly to everyone who really came to know this one very well, was a piece of being, not a very completely whole one. Sometime there will be a complete history of this one. The fourth one of these four of them, that all have it in them to have murky, engulfing, resisting being, was very little to me a lovely one. He was very really a lovely one to his wife, and she was older than he was, and he really was not a bad one, not a good one, not a bad one. He was not a very lovely one to most of those he came to know in living. Everyone is to me sometime a lovely one. That is pretty nearly certain. This one was of the engulfing, murky, resisting kind of them, but engulfing was in him the swallowing of very little things. He never had it in him to do any large swallowing. He never was really engulfing a woman he was engulfing. She needed to thrust herself inside him, and so he a little was doing swallowing. And often he had it in him to be wanting to do, to be doing engulfing. But he never really knew it in him. He was of the murky, resisting, engulfing kind of them, but he had it in him only really as nibbling. To himself he was a very noble one. To himself he was almost a heroic one. To himself he was completely a good man. Completely, entirely a good one, with not any mean ways in him. And this really was a very natural thing, seeing that murky, resisting, engulfing being was a nibbling, swallowing thing in him. This could not be himself to himself inside him, that is certain. And so to himself inside him, he was a completely good one, almost a heroic one. If his sister-in-law said to him, "But you nibbled and swallowed that thing. That was not a noble thing to be doing," he would be saying, "I am a good one. My wife knows that. Everyone knows that. And if I did that thing, it was the right thing for me to be doing." He was not a bad man, this one. He was to himself completely, almost heroically, a good one. To his wife, who was never quite completely engulfed by him, she wanting to be completely engulfed by him, felt him to be completely, entirely a very lovely one. To his wife he was completely, entirely a good one, as he was to himself completely inside him. This is enough now of this one. He was to mostly everyone a complete enough one. This will be now some descriptions of some other men and women. One having in him very thickly in him, murky, resisting, engulfing being, often threatened he would kill himself, and he sometimes made a poem before he was ready to kill himself, because he could not have in living what he needed to completely content him. This is now a very little description of this one. This one is quite an interesting one. This one is rather strong in his living, in his being. This one is fairly successful in living. This one, as a very young one, was not a very adroit one, was rather reckless and given to having things happen to him, had courage in him, was a pretty hard one to manage, was quite a funny one. He was, when he was a young one, a reckless one, quite, in almost a foolish way, a daring one, and in a way very many liked him very well then, and not any one then could in any kind of a way manage him. When he was a little older, then he was quite affectionate with his brother and his father. His mother was less interesting to him. His brother was very fond of him. His brother was older. His father liked to hear him say funny things then. And then when he was a little older again, this one, not yet any more than quite a young man, he was quite a stingy one, a very prudent one, a very openly suspicious one, quite popular with men, not very interesting to women, quite devoted to his brother, quite cold in his relations to anyone having any need of him, completely without enthusiasm, quite openly suspicious, as I was saying, very prudent in his business living, and quite a good businessman, and as I was saying, completely certain that he should take care of himself completely, that not anyone would do this thing for him. This was the being in him, and as I am saying, it was interesting. When he was quite a young man, he decided on marrying, and then when his mother tried to interfere with him, he told the people that his mother was a bad one, and he told her that he had written a poem, and now he would kill himself, and she believed him. This one, as I am saying, was openly a suspicious one. Openly a man thinking only of his own well-being. He was quite a funny one. He was very popular with men. He was not very interesting to women. But they mostly did not at all dislike him. He had been, when he was a young one, quite reckless and quite daring. He always had all his living very affectionate ways in him. He always was certain that he would be master in any house, which was his own house, completely master of it, and always he was a pleasant and quite a funny fellow, and he could be openly flattering and openly suspicious, and he was both all of his living, and always he was very funny to everyone, very amusing. As I was saying, he was always pretty popular with men, and not at all unpopular with women. He had his passionate, resisting, engulfing being in him quite alive, and completely in between aggression and resisting. He was not attacking with it. He was not resisting with it. It never was doing one thing or the other thing, neither aggressive in it or resisting in it. He had all the qualities of it, of his kind of being. They were all complete, alive, and living in him. They were, so to speak, not in motion. This, as I am understanding, is the being in him. He had almost not any really stupid being in him. He was completely his own being, and this was completely alive, completely not moving in him. This is the way I am now understanding this one. It is very certain that I must sometime completely be understanding this one, For I am constantly now feeling, thinking about knowing certain ones in a way connected with this one, and it is important to me that I sometime understand them. It is important to me, very important indeed to me, that I sometime understand everyone. I am always keeping on wanting to do this thing, mostly all the time. Certainly pretty nearly all the time. Yes, always somewhere in me, that is certain. Always somewhere in me, mostly all through me, I am hoping that sometime I will be understanding everyone, every kind there are of men and women, knowing, feeling, completely realizing them, each one, every one. And sometime I certainly am hoping to be completely understanding several I am knowing, that are a kind of them, connected in kind with the kind of which I have just been a little describing one. I am then certainly going on with my hoping. I will now go on with my description of a considerable number of men and women, some men, some women, all of the resisting kind in men and women. This one, of whom I am now going to be giving a very little description, is not completely of the engulfing kind of the resisting kind of them. He is a murky, passionate, resisting one, but not a really engulfing one. He is as near to being an engulfing one as one can be without being one. He is as near an engulfing kind as one can be who is not it at all, but is completely disturbed in loving, so that it is really in him that, in a way, he is not an engulfing kind of a one. This one, then, in a way is connected with Mr. Hisson, the grandfather of the Hersland children, in his kind of being. This one has in him religion, very completely in him, but he is not a complete one. He is not complete inside him, completely all that there is of religion in him. He is lost in loving, lost in religion, not completely a lost one, but sometimes quite completely a lost one, has to be afraid inside him to be rescued by someone from the quite completely lost condition of him. This one is not then a very complete one inside him. That is natural from the being in him. This one, like some others like him, loses himself from inside him by loving feeling, by religion in him. This one then does not do this completely in him. He is a little all himself inside him. And so then this one, all his living, is a very incomplete one. Always then he is not succeeding very well in living. Mostly then someone masters him enough so that he does not completely fail in living, completely lose himself out from him, and he too a little helps with this being, with the being in him that is in him, that makes him a little the complete thing in religion in himself inside him. This one then, in a way in loving, in religion, loses the feeling after the emotion, must then begin again, and this is a natural thing from the nature of him. He is not at all engulfing. He is as near to it as anyone can be who completely, entirely is not it. I am finding this description very interesting. I am understanding more and more now the being in him. This is all that I will now be writing of him. He was quite an elegant one, quite a graceful one in his expression, in his daily living. When he was a young one, he was quite completely an idealist then. Always he had religion and loving in him. This is all I am now going to be saying about him. I have known several of a kind of them, of the resisting, engulfing kind of them, men and women of this kind. I have known completely some of them, this kind of them. I have known absolutely, entirely, completely one of such of them. I have known pretty entirely, completely another of this kind of them. I have known men, I have known women of this kind of them, of one kind, of the engulfing, resisting kind in men and women. And these have it that vanity is complete in them. Pride is not in them. Vanity is complete in them. Seizing anything they are thinking they are needing and living is complete in them. Elegance is very completely in them. Desiring completely successful feeling is completely in them, in such of them. feeling what they are needing to give to themselves or anyone distinction is very completely in them. Feeling about anything itself is not very much in them. Realizing the complete meaning, feeling the complete elegance of distinction, feeling it completely in them, seizing everything, anything they are needing for such complete realizing of distinction in themselves and in everyone, is completely in them. Vanity, as I am saying, is completely in them. Simplicity in realizing that they are completely elegant and completely needing distinction is very important in realizing any one of such a kind of them. It is a very important thing to know it of these, then, that they have complete vanity in them, that they have complete feeling for the thing, for anything anyone is needing to really give to them real distinction. These, then, are, as I was saying, one kind of the engulfing, resisting kind of them. They are completely, then, engulfing, resisting some of such of them. And the thing they are completely, engulfingly, resistingly winning is anything, everything that can give to them distinction. They have vanity completely in them, so completely in them that they have in them perfectly simplicity in seizing anything they are needing. They have vanity and elegance so completely in them that they have not any pride in them. They do not need to have pride in them to protect them to themselves inside them from anything. They have vanity completely in them. Some of them have some engulfing passion in them. Some have very little engulfing passion in them. Some of them have not any affection really in them. Some of them mostly are not thinking about feeling in them anything of itself in them. They have elegance of being. They have complete vanity inside them. They have completely in them the realization of everyone who is a distinguished one, of themselves as having distinction in them. Some of such of them are judging everyone by the intelligence in them. All of such of them are always judging everyone. They must always be judging everyone such a one. All the being in them is the learning by them, the distinction they must, by the being in them, be seizing. They have not in them, such of them, the feeling for a thing itself. They have not loving for anything itself. They have in them the needing of seizing distinction. They have in them a complete need of judging, for they must always be judging everyone as to whether that one has distinction in her or in him. By judging, they can decide then about this thing, about everyone. They cannot have the feeling for the thing that anyone, by loving that thing, has come to have distinction in her or in him. They have in them only the need in them of judging whether someone has come to have distinction, and always such a one has complete vanity in being. They have not any need of any pride inside them to protect themselves inside them. And so then, such a one, as I am saying, such a one is complete, seizing, judging everyone for distinction. They have then, such ones, the instinct for realizing distinction, for judging people and things that merit distinction. They have not these then most completely, not the emotion of the things that gives to people distinction. Consequently for them, learning is to teach themselves or have someone teach them to recognize and realize the things that those people realize who have achieved distinction, and that can only be done by such of them by their learning to realize detail in thinking and feeling, so that these, judging someone as a distinguished one, can enter into that one's distinction by realizing what that one judged to be distinguished by them is thinking and feeling. These have then to learn carefully what it is they have seized and are seizing. These can then go on successfully living. Always these are judging. Mostly these are completely seizing what they are needing. I am always hoping to be making a complete history of all men and women completely, and more completely of them. These, then, that I have been just describing, are connected, quite closely connected, all of them, with the kind that Alfred Hersland is of men and women. These I have been describing are very clearly in me, pretty nearly completely clearly in me, and I am pretty nearly completely understanding them, and some of them certainly are of such a kind of them I will be describing again and again. I still am going to be describing a considerable number of kinds of men and women, and some now are not very engulfing of the resisting kind in men and women. Of some of these that I am now going to be describing, I am going to be describing inquisitiveness in them. Inquisitiveness in men and women is very interesting. Some have very much of this in them. Some of these I am going to be describing have it almost as complete being in them, the amount of inquisitiveness in them, and the meaning of inquisitiveness in them. I am now going to be describing a considerable number of men, and inquisitiveness and loving and affection in them, and slowness and succeeding and failing in their living is very important in them, in the understanding of them. There will be then now a very considerable number more of men and women with resisting being in them that I will be liking to be describing. To begin again now with diminishing this considerable number, I am beginning now again. End of section 35, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, June 25, 2024. Section 36 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 36. Curiosity and suspicion. These two things are often very interesting. This one that I am now beginning describing had these very completely in him. And always then this one had these more simply in him than anyone knowing him was realizing. He had inquisitiveness in him for the mere satisfaction of asking and knowing. He had suspicion in him because suspicious feeling was a pleasant feeling in him. He used inquisitiveness and suspicion in living, that is certain. No one knowing him could deny that of him. But often he was not using such things. He was just inquiring. He was just asking because his attention was caught and he liked to know everything. And he liked asking, and often suspicion was in him because suspicion was an easy way to be feeling for him about everything, and a very pleasant feeling to have inside him. This one was of the resisting, slightly engulfing kind in men and women. Resisting and engulfing was equally in him. In many I have been describing, engulfing is stronger than resisting. In this one, resisting and engulfing was pretty nearly equally divided in him. He was thick, but not too thick, not too dry in his being. He could take complete impression from everything he was learning. He was always asking. He was continually suspecting. He was quite successful in living. This is now to be a little a description of the questions he was always asking, of the suspicion always in him. Some men and women are inquisitive about everything. They are always asking. If they see anyone with anything, they ask, "What is that thing? What is it you are carrying? What are you going to be doing with that thing? Why have you that thing? Where did you get that thing? How long will you have that thing?" There are very many men and women who want to know about anything, about everything. I am such a one. I certainly am such a one. A very great many like to know a good many things. A great many are always asking questions of everyone. A great many are to very many doing this with intention. A great many have intention in their asking. A great many just have their attention caught by anything, and then they ask the question. Some, when they are hearing anyone talking, are immediately listening. Many would like to know what is in letters others are writing and receiving. A great many, quite honest ones, are always wanting to know everything. A great many men and women have a good deal suspicion in them about others, and this has in them not any very precise meaning. A great many are liking to know things, but do not do much asking. A great many have not any such a feeling. A great many have a very great deal of suspiciousness in them. A great many have almost not any of this being in them. This one that I am now describing was one who was always asking, and mostly always everyone was wondering what was this one meaning by the questions he was asking. And often later this one would perhaps be using information he had had from asking questions. But asking questions in him was not a thing in him that came from wanting to be using sometime information he was gathering. Very often, asking questions in him was simply from a catching of his attention by something. Once this one asked someone he was visiting, just suddenly, "And this door here, does that lead into the hall or directly out into the garden?" And that was all he said then about this thing. And afterwards everyone was thinking he would be using this against them, but really then this one was wondering, did the door lead to the hall or directly to a garden? If such a one having this kind of a way, is of the resisting engulfing type and fairly successful in living, and slow and sudden and quite suspicious of everyone, almost certainly, then everyone will think it to be true of such a one that this one always is asking questions for purposes of winning, perhaps of cheating, certainly for some distant maneuvering. This is very common. There are very many having in them rather engulfing, rather resisting being, who are slow and sudden, who are a little absent when anyone is asking them anything, who are suspicious and quite trusting, who are often asking questions, for in their being in slow action and always more or less moving, they have it that their attention is always a little wandering, waiting for something inside them to do something. And so then these of them are very busy having their attention caught by anything and asking questions about everything. And very often everyone knowing such of them are very suspicious of them. And mostly these then too have constant suspicion in them, as constant as the questioning in them. This is very common then with this kind of being. I am not yet through with my description of this kind of resisting, engulfing men and women. A great many men and women have very much suspicion in them of everything, of everyone. A great many men, a great many women have steadily suspicion in them of everything, of everyone. A great many have this in them from the beginning of living in them. A great many, very many of the resisting, dependent, independent, very earthy men and women have complete suspicion, little steady suspicion of everything, of everyone, always in them. They do not have it from experiencing in them. They have it in them as a natural thing. They have it in them like a child walking, and certain that every step they are going to be tumbling. This is very common. Very many men, very many women, very many having resisting being in them, have it in them to be suspicious, always of everyone, of everything. This is in them very often when they are quite kindly, quite trusting. Very many then, having resisting being, have it to have very naturally in them, always steadily in them, from their beginning, that they are suspicious of everyone, of everything, always suspicious, always steadily suspicious inside them. This one then that I am describing has suspicion always in him. There will be now a description of several of this kind in men and women. I am now going on with my description of one who was naturally a completely suspicious one. Many having resisting being have it in them all their living, when they are beginning, and then on to their ending, have it to have suspicion always naturally in them. And this is a natural thing for them to have in them, because they have resisting being, have it in them to be knowing that always someone is doing attacking. Resisting being in them is in meaning that always someone, somewhere, is attacking. Resisting being is in them, in some of them, in very many men, in very many women, as having in them completely naturally always very much suspicion. Very many men and women have in them completely all their living very complete suspicious feeling. Very many men and women with resisting being. Very many men and women with attacking being have suspicion in them, completely in them. Sometime I will be telling very much of them. Very many men and women have hardly any kind of suspicious feeling ever in them. There are very many ways of having suspicious feeling, many kinds of ways, many degrees of such feeling. Now I am giving a not very long description of one having in him very complete suspicious feeling, very much suspicious feeling about men, very complete suspicious feeling about women, and this one was quite a successful one in living. And this one had very much inquisitive feeling in him, and this one was pretty completely resisting in his being, pretty completely engulfing in his being, and always very many felt it about him that every bit of asking in him and every bit of suspicion in him was really deep wisdom in him, and always then he had completely resisting being in him, completely engulfing being in him, complete suspicion in him, complete inquisitiveness inside him. And always then he had enthusiasm and very much feeling about something, and always he was asking about everything, and always he was having suspicious feeling in him, and altogether he was sufficiently a wise one. And very often he was just asking because he saw something, and very often he was just suspecting because he had resisting being in him. This is one, then, that is to me a completely interesting one. Everyone is to me a completely interesting one. This one is to me very completely an interesting one. I like feeling the being in this one. Sometime, yes, certainly sometime, I will be telling all the feeling I have in the complete being in this one. As I am saying, suspicious feeling is very interesting. Very, very interesting. Sometime later, I will tell very much about one kind of them, of the resisting kind of them, that have it in them to have suspicious feeling as a completely interesting thing in them. I hope I will not be beginning now to tell about this kind of them. Perhaps I will tell a little about such of them in among this considerable number of men and women of the resisting kind of them I am just now describing. I really do not want to begin now about them. I will not begin now about them, that is certain. I will completely understand them later, and will be telling then about them. I certainly will not write anything now about them. That is now certain. I have been writing now about a considerable number of the considerable number I am now describing of the resisting kind of them. I will now begin a pretty short description of another one of them. That is to be a little description of one having rich, resisting being and being a little too quick, perhaps, quite a little too quick in ripening. This one had in him quite some inquisitiveness in him, not any suspicion in him. This is to be now quite a short description of him. This one then, as I am saying, was of the resisting kind of them. That is to say, resisting was the way of winning in him. That is to say, this one was in a way slow in reacting. That is to say, this one in a way was needing to own those this one needed for loving. This was all true, and this was all not true of this one. And this one was completely of resisting being. This one was all made completely all of only resisting being. This one then really was very early a completely highly developed one. This one was very flowing in the completely creating power this one had inside him. This one was a quite inquisitive one. This one had hardly any suspiciousness in natural, ordinary daily living in him. This one was really not owning the one this one needed for his loving. This one, as I was saying, was of the resisting kind of them, not of the engulfing kind of them, of completely sensitively resisting being, and the resisting being and sensitive being was pretty nearly equal in this one. It was pretty nearly as sensitive as resisting, but not quite completely so in this one. It was a little more sensitive than resisting, and so this one was quick in developing, early in flowering, and this one was always trying to be a slower one. And this one really never was in living a really slow one. This one was, as I was saying, not a suspicious one. Resisting being was not strongly enough in him as protecting to give to him a suspicious feeling toward everything and everyone. This one was not really owning the one this one needed for his loving. This one could only own one this one needed for loving by getting rid of the one this one needed for loving. And then this one would not be having the one this one needed for loving. And then where was this one? He was where he needed the one he needed for loving, and taking her back again made him then lose the power of owning this one. The only way he could own this one was by getting rid of this one, or by secretly letting some other one love him. In this way, then, this one to himself inside him could own the one he needed for loving. He really could own the one he needed for loving by sending her away from him. He then did not have near him the one he needed for loving to himself inside him. Then he could own that one by making some other one love him. And mostly, then he dreamed of this thing. He did this thing. This is now a clear, complete description of one having resisting being. This is now to be a description of another one having resisting being, not engulfing resisting being, just resisting being. This one was a very nice one, a very pleasant, gentle, sensitive, fairly resisting, sometimes angrily resisting one. This one had some suspicion in her in living. This one could have very often an injured feeling. This one had quite a good deal of inquisitive feeling in her. This one needed to own to a considerable degree those this one needed for loving. This one had children, and children were to this one a piece of her, cut off from her, that were, as it were, equal to her, and she was, as they were, the same in living, thinking, feeling, and being. This one, as I was saying, was a gentle, often injured, fairly angrily resisting one, quite inquisitive, with enough suspicious feeling to be defending other ones when it was not at all her business to be interfering. And so this one, a very nice, a completely in a way honest one, could do something that was not a pretty thing for this one to be doing. This is what this one did once in her living. This one that I have been describing had not real suspicious feeling. This one was of the resisting kind of them, but this one had very much more sensitiveness than resisting being. And resisting being was, in this one, not a kind of thing to make of this one really a suspicious one. This being in this one, resisting being in this one, was in this one a sense of really being gently minute by minute in living. And so this one, when this one was adding up anything, would always be adding it by one and one and one. This one had it to be very careful in living, and always this one would be counting everything by one and one and one. Counting everything this one was spending by one and one and one and one and one and one was in this one resisting being, was in this one recognition of real existing of everything. This one could have very much injured feeling. This one could have injured feeling very often, could have it for herself, for other ones, for anyone. And this one sometimes was very mixed up in doing anything by injured feeling for one and not for another one. And for that other one then, and for this one herself, this one inside this one then, and this one then was sufficiently complicated by injured feeling inside this one, and injured feeling was the only complicated thing in the being and in the living of this one. This one was, as I was saying, a very gentle, a very sensitive one. This one was a resisting one. This one was not at all an engulfing one. This one, from the mixing of a little softly resisting being and very much gentle and sensitive being, had in this one suspicion only as injured feeling. Some having this kind of being and having sensitiveness not delicately and sensitively in them and resisting slightly engulfing in them are completely suspicious and completely injured always in their living, and these very often have it in them to having being persecuted as a mania in them. There are very many having such being in them. Later I will be telling a few little things that sometimes are happening in the living of this kind of men, this kind of women. As I was saying, this one I am now just a little describing was not at all, not even a little bit, an engulfing one. This one was a softly resisting one, a really earthy one, really feeling always in living that existing, anything existing, is really there in being, and always this one was doing all the counting this one ever was doing by counting one, and then one, and then one, and then one. This one, as I was saying, had not really suspicious being. This one, as I was saying, had much, and quite often, very warmly really injured feeling. For herself in herself, for some other one, for any other one. And this injured feeling was, in the being of this one, the only complication. Once someone, a young cousin, this one I am describing was then coming to the beginning of the middle living in this one. Once a young cousin told this one, the cousin was very fond of this one, that the cousin never wanted to be eating dinner at the house of another one, another cousin of this one, that he liked very much indeed being with his cousin, but he did not like it at all for a place to be dining. This was then all that was said just then. Later then, the first cousin, the one that said this to the one I have been describing, asked this cousin, who had just come to be engaged to be married then, to come and take dinner with him. This one then, the cousin asked to dine by the other cousin of the one I am describing, happened to mention to the one I am describing that he was going to be dining next week with this cousin. This one I am now describing had then completely inside this one an injured feeling, for this one that was going to be dining with the other one, that this one should be going to be dining with the other one when the other one would not dine with that one because it was not a pleasant thing. And so this one I am describing told the one going to be dining with the other one what that one had said about dining with him. Then of course this one would not dine with the other one. And all this came from there being in this one I am describing a soft resisting, a gentle sensitive being with not any suspiciousness in being, and not any engulfing, and not any egotism, so that this one had to have in this one that everything that could be aggression, or suspicion, or worldliness in living, or individual feeling, was in this one injured feeling, a very little angry, and a very much hurt feeling. And so this one had injured feeling quite often and very much for this one, for some other one, for any other one. I will describe now very little, a very different kind of one from that one I have been just describing. There will not be then very many more of them of the considerable number left then. There will perhaps then still be left about 6 of them, 6 kinds of them, and perhaps there will be added a few more to make another generalization. But really, there have been already done a considerable part of the considerable number of the resisting kind of them that I am now describing. This one then is quite a different kind of a one from the last one I was describing. This one as a whole one is like a cannonball lying on a bag of cotton. The cannonball lying on a cotton bag as a complete thing was the whole of this one. This is, in a way, a description of this one. There will be now a very little more description of this one. Children are always thinking, are very often thinking, that their mothers are very lovely looking, and that is very often because mostly the child is always close up to the mother, close to her when the child is looking, and mostly being close like that as a habitual thing is to find that one a lovely thing, a lovely looking one. This one that I was saying was a whole one, which was like a cannonball resting on a bag of cotton, was the cotton part finding the cannonball lovely looking, being always so close to that thing, and the cannonball was finding the cotton lovely looking, that being so closely always to that thing. To explain then, this one then was one having solid enough dull, not very lively, not lively at all, fairly dry resisting bottom, a bottom that might have been engulfing if it had been a lively, dark, wet thing. But this was not true of it then at all, that it was engulfing. It was entirely not engulfing. As I was saying, many having engulfing being and not having resisting being enough in them are very aspiring. And this one then had aspiration like what might have been engulfing in the bottom being which was not at all engulfing. Some of this kind of them have it as a bottom being something that is more nearly engulfing, and these then have more active aspiration as ambition. These have then more nearly some power of very nearly engulfing something. But this one was as little engulfing as such a kind of then can be in living, just as amiable and ideal in aspiration, and aspiration in this one, as I was saying, was like the cannonball resting on the bag of cotton. It was completely beautiful always to all that cotton, and this one was always living near light and beauty near to the aspiration. The cannonball and this one was then, as I was saying, amiable in intention, and clear and large-worded, and hesitating in expression. This one is an interesting enough one. I am knowing quite well 3 of these of them. One is more nearly engulfing. One has of him the very largest size in bags of cotton. One, and this is the one I am realizing in now describing, was a little skimped in the cotton foundation. This is not a funny description. I was not certain I should say anything of the cannonball and the cotton. I was almost certain I would not say anything in this description about the cannonball and the cotton. It was not in me a natural way of conceiving anyone. Someone conceived this one as a cannonball resting on a bag of cotton. I used that in my description. This is not to me a natural way of talking. I have been using it here as I am saying. Now I will begin describing another one, and that will be leaving only a few more to be describing of the considerable number of them that I have been describing of the resisting kind of them. This one that I am now beginning describing is of the resisting and sensitive and suspicious kind of them. And now I will be telling a few stories about such of them. It is very hard with some to be realizing what kind they are, this kind of them, when they are quite old ones. It is a very difficult thing to be realizing of some kinds of them one has been knowing, before the beginning of their middle living, what they are as old ones, these in living. When one is oneself a fairly old one will be knowing a little more perhaps of this thing. One is knowing a little of something of this thing from old relations one is knowing, and one knowing all the family of these then is perhaps a little knowing what these are as younger ones in living. These that I am now describing are a kind of them that when they are old ones, no one is paying much attention to them. They have then, as old ones, the same being in them I am now describing. They are mostly not any too successfully living all their living. They have, when they are old ones, the same being in them. Mostly then, not very many then, are paying much attention to them then. These, when they are old ones in living, these that I am now describing. These, then, that I am now describing are a kind of them that have sensitiveness, that is complete suspicion in them. These are of the kind of them that are themselves completely important to themselves inside them. They have resistance in them much less than sensitiveness as suspicion in them. Suspicion in these of them comes out of the sensitiveness of them before the sensitiveness in them gives to them inside them really an emotion. And so, in these in living, suspicion is, as it were, the whole of them, the complete emotion always in them. This sensitiveness in them, that is in them a suspicion, before it is an emotion in them from anything, is always every moment in such of them. That these have it in them, that sensitiveness makes for them suspicion, before they have from anything a complete emotion, is the reason that these mostly are not very successful in living. They are a little successful, many of them, and when they are older ones or old ones, no one, not anyone, is paying much attention to them. These then, in a way, are not really earthy, not really resisting, not at all engulfing. These then, in a way, are not certain that dead is dead, that things really are existing. These can have superstition and religion and prudence and fear and almost a crazy kind of thinking in them. This is now some stories about some of them. I feel it, and I brood over it, and it comes then very simply from me. Do you see how simply it comes out of me? You see, I feel it, and I think about it, and then I know it. And I know then it is a simple thing. Why are you always saying then it is a complicated one, when really it is a very simple one, this thing? Do you see now, it is a very simple thing, this thing. Do you see that this is a simple thing, like everything? Why then should you make of it a complicated thing when it is a simple thing? Do you see now that it is a simple thing, this thing? Why do you make everything a complicated thing? Do you see this is a simple thing? Everything is a simple thing. You make everything a complicated thing when everything is a simple thing. Do you see it is a simple thing? You say it is a complicated thing. Do you see? Everything is a simple thing. That is certain. Do you see? That is certain. Very many are always saying this thing. It is very common to be certain, to be really certain that someone is really feeling, thinking, seeing, that that one is really feeling, thinking, seeing, what that one really is seeing, feeling, thinking is certainly a quite rare thing. Mostly, then, it is a difficult thing, a patient, solemn thing, to be really certain that anyone is really feeling, seeing, thinking, believing what that one, in the way that one, really is feeling, thinking, seeing, believing, is feeling, thinking, seeing, believing anything. These, then, I am now describing, who are completely for themselves suspicious ones, who have it in them to have emotion in them, become suspicion, before it is a real emotion of anything, for anything, about anything in them. These have it completely to be certain that everyone is doing, feeling, seeing the thing that one is feeling, doing, seeing, believing, when such a one is not agreeing with them, when such a one is feeling, thinking, believing, doing anything that such a one is doing, that thing for a mean or wicked or jealous or stupid or obstinate or cursed or religious reason. It is not a real feeling, believing, seeing, realizing. That, this one having suspicion in him, is certain. One of such a kind of one once liked very well someone, and then that one forgot to give this one 5 cents that this one had paid for that one, and then this one hated that one, had no trust in that one, for this one was certain that that one, knowing that this one was too sensitive to be asking, did not think it necessary to pay that one. He never could believe that anyone forgot such a thing. This is an extreme thing of a way of feeling that is common to all of these of them. Another one once was always certain that someone who one time told him that he would sometime later be successful in teaching meant it that he would not be successful in painting, and that this was because that one was jealous of this one, although that one had just met this one. This one was certain that every one sometime would do a mean thing to him, and always each one to him sometime did this thing. Once one said to him, "I hope you will be successful in the city where you are going to earn your living. That means that you think my way of working rotten. You know very well no one making a living there is doing good work to your thinking. It would be a better thing to say what you are thinking straight out," said this one. One of such a kind of them was always asking and always getting, and always he was certain that everyone was doing the thing they were doing because they wanted to make of him a poor thing. And some of such of them are always having difficulty with partners, and others and anyone, and then, as I am saying, when they are older ones, not anyone pays very much attention to them. These are some, and more or less like them are very many, a very great many, always living, who have it in them that anything to them makes an emotion that is suspicion before it is real emotion in them. In some connected with them, sensitiveness that in these I have been just describing turns into suspicion before it is sensation or emotion about a person, a thing done, or anything. In these turns into cleverness in them or self-protection in the sense of doing nothing and breaking all engagements and giving up all obligation. In some it turns before it is really a sensation into a sensual passion. That is all very interesting, surely, to anyone really believing, really being certain, completely certain, that different ones are different in kind from other kinds of them, are really different in experiencing. This is, in a way, a very difficult thing to really, truly believe in one, that someone really has a completely different kind of a way of feeling a thing from another one. Mostly, everyone in practical living needs only to be completely realizing their own experiencing, and then need only to be realizing other ones experiencing enough to be using them, the ones experiencing. It is a very difficult thing to really believe it of another one, what the other one is really feeling. It is such a very long learning anybody must be having to be actually believing this thing. I do this thing. I am a rare one. I know this always more in living. I know always more in living that other ones are really believing what they are believing, feeling, what they are feeling, thinking, what they are thinking. Always more and more in living, I know I am a rare one. There are not very many having this very completely really in them. To go on now then describing a little more some of these I have been last mentioning. Some of these are having their sensitiveness making of them clever, or self-protecting, or sexually wanting anything, without having really emotion from the thing, from the sensitiveness in them. These are of the resisting kind of them, and might to some seem to be engulfing, but they are not really resisting or engulfing. Sensitiveness turns into suspicion, cleverness, self-protection, sexual action, before it comes as an emotion. And these mostly then never have sensitiveness in them leading to emotion by reaction to a person or thing or action. These then are interesting. To be telling then now a little more of some of them. These then, all of them, have it in them that everything turns inside them to suspicion, to cleverness, to self-protection, to sexual emotion, to sensibility of a kind that is a thing that is called sentimental, before it comes to produce emotion from the thing, about the thing in relation to the thing itself inside them. There is one, I knew this one quite very well once, and last week again I was seeing this one, and now I am quite a good deal understanding this one. This is one, and in this one, everything was in this one, sensibility of a sentimental kind. This was in this one, not very much as suspicion as I was saying it is in some. And in this one, everything, nothing had any meaning excepting as arousing a feeling of sentimental sensibility. That was the same thing, whatever was the thing that came to this one, as touching this one. This one was pretty completely to everyone, completely socially one, and this is quite a common thing. Sometime a history of her and her two mothers and her sister will be written, and I have been telling that it will be written to several of them. She was, as I was saying, completely such a one, and as a younger one was sharp and interesting, and then she was a married one, and then she was large and dull. This was after she succeeded fairly at the beginning of her middle living in coming to be a married one. She had not then any reaction at all in living, for she was then in her married living, living with bottom being reacting. And there was no bottom being in her, living at all in her then. And everyone said it was such a surprising thing that she should be then so completely a submissive and indifferent and inefficient and a little a timid one then, when she had been, before her being a married one, so altogether an emotional and dark, expressive and clever one. But it was just this thing that I am saying, that I am now pretty well understanding, that makes it a completely a natural thing. She had not ever had anything that did not turn to sensibility before it reached her in her. And when she was a tired one and married and fatter, then there was not this then. She is an interesting one. Really, she is a very interesting one. She is quite a pretty ugly one now, but not in any way now an active one, as now I am completely realizing. It is an interesting history, the history of all of this kind of them. It is a very interesting thing, the history of this one. The complete family living of this one is a thing I could make a remarkably interesting thing to anyone. That is certain. I have been telling that to this one. This one did not like very much to hear me say that thing. It is a certain thing that it is an interesting thing to me, and I could tell it so to everyone. I have been telling it to this one that I can make it a completely interesting thing. This one was not liking it very well then. Sometime I will be feeling completely the telling of it, and then I will be telling it. I have told this one that I will tell it then. This one will not know then it is this one. That is the very nice thing in this writing. Sometime I will tell everything, everything. Mostly I do tell anything. One of this kind of them I have been describing has it that everything is in her as cleverness or self-protection from any stimulation. Never an emotion about a thing. This one would, if she could, have real emotion, but it never is even a little bit in her of herself inside her. Sometimes it is, a moment, a real feeling in her. Something from something. When it is made to be in her by someone, by force holding her from having it turn into cleverness, suspicion, sentimental believing, self-protection, and so giving it a chance to sink into her so that she has a reaction to it really in her. This has a few times happened to her. This one is always feeling that someone should do this for her, holding her from being her way in her so that emotion can be in her has been done for her. She never can do this for herself, ever. She is, in her feeling, certain that everyone in this way should be doing for her. She is all her living needing that someone do this thing. She has it in her as a feeling that the world owes it to her to do this for her. She has not ever any really grateful feeling. She has only the emotion that someone wins in her for her. It is an interesting game to play in her, and very many do it for her. Then they lose the power, and she has to have another. She does not know that she is certain that the world owes this to her. This one then would have it in her to be certain that to be dead was not to be at all really a dead one. This was what this one wanted to have in her as realization, as emotion. This conviction is what this one was very certain the world owed her. This is what this one wanted that she should have in her, have as emotion inside her. This emotion in her is what everyone knowing should do for her inside her. Very many coming to know her tried to give it to her. Always she was wanting to have this inside her, the conviction, the emotion, that to be dead was not to be really a dead one. This was the history of the living in her. She had in her, as I was saying, to have it that nothing gave to her really an emotion about that thing. Everything touching her aroused in her suspicion, cleverness, and self-protection. She wanted to have conviction and emotion that to be dead is not to be really truly a dead one. She wanted this in her, this realization and emotion in her, and then, too, she would be certain, she knew then, she would then be really certain, completely certain, that everyone was a very much better one than each one really was in living. She was certain, pretty nearly certain, that if she were really completely certain that she was really knowing that to be dead was not to be at all a really dead one, she would then be knowing that everyone living was really a very much better one than each one really is living, and this would be a very pleasant feeling for her to be having. Always then she was needing to be completely certain that she was really knowing that to be dead was not to be really at all a dead one, and always she was unconsciously feeling that the world owed it to her to give her this realization. This was a history of her. Perhaps she never came really to have it in her. Perhaps she came to have it a little in her. Always someone was working in her for her. This is a history of her. This is an amusing thing, this history of this one. Sometime a very detailed history of this one will be an amusing thing to be writing, to be reading. Now, I will not tell any more detail of this one. Some, as I was saying, have it in them to have this kind of reaction I have been describing as sexual emotion, and one such a one that I am knowing is quite an interesting one, quite an extraordinary one, and sometime I will tell some of the exciting things in her living, but not now. Now I am going on describing 3 more kinds of resisting being. These I have been describing are resisting being in the sense that they would be resisting if they had any real emotion in them about anything. But really, they have not that in them. And resisting being in them is a thing in them one is knowing in them from resemblances between them and those really resisting in living. Enough of this kind of them then now, as I am saying. I will begin again some time with them. That is almost certain. I am now going to give very little description of 3 other kinds in resisting being, and then perhaps a few more will be adding themselves in. But I am hoping that not very many will be adding themselves then, because I will be wanting to be going on writing the history of Alfred Hersland, which will certainly be more interesting now that everyone knows so very much more of resisting engulfing being in men and women. This one I am beginning describing is a little connected on with these I have been just describing, and is a little connected on with the next one I will be describing, which is to be the kind of resisting being who are continually attacking. This one, then, is not an easy one to be describing. I will begin a little slowly now to be thinking, and then I will do a very little writing. To commence now with my thinking, I am thinking now of this one. This one is of the resisting kind in men and women, might have been of the engulfing kind of them, was not at all of the engulfing kind of them, was only a resisting one, had a feeling of being an engulfing kind of them, which made this one have very much emotion of dominating with stern action. This one was of the resisting kind in men and women. This one had a little, had quite a good deal, had very often, had in a way always the emotion of dominating by engulfing. This made this one in her inside her inner feeling, and often in her talking, melodramatic in description. Really, this one was resisting, quite nicely, quite successfully a resisting one. Not at all really an engulfing one. Quite a good deal an engulfing one, to herself inside her inner feeling. Feeling herself to be being an engulfing one, gave to this one melodramatic sensation of being an important one. This one was quite a bit an important one in living by the resisting being that was really winning being in her. A little with an animal or with her children, she was a little to herself then, and a little to them, an engulfing one. Really, she was not at all an engulfing one. She was certainly completely a resisting one. As I am saying, being to herself inside her an engulfing one, gave to her melodrama of herself to herself inside her. Melodrama in herself to herself inside her in her living with other ones, really there was not melodrama in her living mostly in her. A little with a little child or an animal around her, really not at all in living in her. She had from this melodrama, in her later, a history inside her of the past living in her, and this was of her as a completely dominatingly engulfing being in her living. This one then certainly was in living simply a resisting, sensitive fairly of the resisting sensitive being, dependent as dependent independent ones have it to be dependent in them, not at all in bottom being an engulfing one. This one, then, is connected with the group I have been describing by this conception she had of her own being, but she was different from these I have been describing, for she had not the being in her of being something from sensitiveness in her, as these have it really in them. In her, it was melodrama. She was really steadily winning, resisting, sensitive bottom, dependent, independent being. This one is connected with the one I will now be describing because this one made out of this being she had in her, a little to herself and to very little ones near her, a kind of attacking being, of dominating by stern attacking. And this was from the to herself engulfing being in her. Really, this one was not really at all an engulfing one. Really, this one I have been just describing is not so completely clearly in my feeling as I would have them I am describing. It is there, but not so absolutely there as a realization that I can be content with owning what I am knowing. I will not then say now any more about this one. I will now say a little about another one who was of the resisting kind of them, not at all of the engulfing kind of them, one who was to herself and to everyone always an attacking one. This one was attacking the way a boy is when he is thrown into water and is scared then, and every kind of way is hitting the water so as to keep the water from drowning him. Such a boy makes very much splashing. This is the kind of attacking this one had in her living. This one was so scared she was always hitting out in every direction. This one had little moments of knowing she was a timid one. Mostly, she was certain she was a very attacking, successfully attacking one. This resisting one was very often, and mostly always, bragging, was very often certain that to be the one that one was in living was to be one quick and poignant in emotion, and quick in vigorous attacking. This one was this to a considerable number, seeing this one doing living, knowing this one all her living. This one was an attacking one to mostly everyone seeing this one, doing all the living in this one. In a way, as I was saying, it was true of this one. A boy thinking he is drowning is hitting the water every kind of way to keep it from drowning him, and, as I'm saying, he is making very much splashing. Resisting then was the being in this one. Hitting in every direction was the living in this one. Bragging always that this one was doing more hitting than any other one was always in this one. Engulfing was not at all in this one. This one knew sometimes that she was really a timid one. This one was not winning by resisting, not by sensitive, dependent being, because this one was always hitting away, making a whirlwind around this one, so that not anything could come near this one to attack this one. This one was not really a successful one in inner living, not in loving, not in winning permanently anyone, not in winning permanently with working. Resisting was the way of winning for this one, and this one was not ever in living really resisting to anything. This one was always hitting in every direction. This one was really a slow one. This one was to herself a very quick one. This one was hitting in a quick enough fashion, but she was not hitting anything she was attacking. Hitting in every direction, one must sometimes hit something. This one sometimes hit something. To this one, she was always hitting something. To a good many, knowing this one, she was always hitting something. This one was very certain, in a foolish way of being timid and always hitting out at anything, that she had really intuition, that she was really certain that to be dead was not to be at all, why, not a bit, a dead one. This one was telling this very often. This one was telling this in a way once to several listening. This one is a very common type of resisting being, and I know very many of this kind of them, and all of them are certain of themselves to be certainly knowing whether to be dead is to be or not to be a really dead one. That is complete attacking by them. This one was telling of the way this one was certain. This one was telling that she was certain someone was a bad one. She knew it. She was certain. She knew it by intuition. She knew it by her feeling. She knew it because she knew that to be dead is not to be at all, not the least bit, a really dead one. This one, as I am saying, was completely a resisting one. But this one never was really resisting. This one was, even she herself knew that a little, a timid one. She knew she was afraid always with a man. This one was a very typical one of the resisting kind, who are always attacking, and attacking is not at all the way to winning for them. These, then, are incessant in attacking. They are never at all resting from attacking. Mostly they know that they are not winning in loving. Mostly they think they can be certain that to be dead is to be or is not to be a dead one. They are mostly always not really winning in loving. This one that I am describing was not ever winning in loving. This one was certain that this one had a feeling that was certain about being a dead one was to be not a dead one. This one was certain of the intuition this one had of everyone. This was really in this one from the dependent being in this one and the stupid attacking in this one. This is the way this one told of one complete intuition. There is a whole series of this kind of them that I know in living. I saw yesterday afternoon 2 of them together, and one of these 2 of them did not do very much attacking, and she was successful in loving. And she was very dependent and very independent in the way dependent, independent kind of them have it in them to be winning. I knew once very well another one of this kind of them who was always doing considerable attacking, and always doing very much bragging, and always wanting to be thinking inside in this one and telling it to everyone when this one heard mentioned anything done that this one was doing everything quicker and stronger and farther and shorter and slower and happier and sadder and weaker and completer and every other kind of more or lesser that anyone can conceive of anything than anyone. But always this one was really solidly, winningly, resistingly, dependently, independently living. This one had it as a simple conviction that this one could do everything. This one did mostly everything. This one was certain that to be dead was to be a dead one. Attacking was almost in this one not a stupid thing, but it was in this one stupid being, because after all this one was completely a resisting one, and dependent independent was the being in this one. This one had dependent and independent being so well balanced in her living that almost attacking and bragging was not stupid being in this one, but really it was stupid being in this one in the final meaning of the being in this one, because this one really was winning and loving and living and working by resisting being, and all the attacking being in this one was hitting to keep away attacking from coming, and was not really the natural way of winning fighting as an attacking. And so then this one was of this kind of them I am describing. But this one was completely and entirely an efficient one. The other one that I have begun describing, the one that was the first one of this kind of them that I mentioned in my writing, was always splashing, always hitting in every direction, was, in a way, quite a competent one, but really was a timid one, was one not successful in loving, was one that as a poor one would not have been successful as a whole in living, was not successful as this one thought this one inside this one to be a successful one, but was to very many knowing this one a strikingly successful one. Really, this one was not a successful one in loving, and that is interesting. End of section 36, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, July 27th, 2024. Section 37 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 37. This one had 2 kinds of ways of having stupid being. One was as timid being, one was as attacking being. Of the attacking being I have been giving a description. Of the timid being I have given only a very little description. As I was saying, this one had it to think that this one was certain that to be dead was not to be at all a dead one. This was a comfort to all the stupid being in this one, to all the dependent being in this one. This was a comfort to the stupid being in this one, to the timidity and to the attacking feeling and acting always in this one. Intuition, feeling this one had intuition, was stupid being in this one. This one was not at all in many ways a stupid one. This one was a stupid one when between timidity and universal attacking, this one had intuition. Yes, I can always tell what anyone is, what a man is, what a woman is, what a child is, what a very little child is, said this one. I am very certain in my feeling. Just listen. Once I met a man. I knew this man was just the kind of a man I knew he was. I was certain when I saw him. Every time I saw him, I was certain. Once he came into this house, and I shook hands with him. I was more than ever certain that this man was the kind of a man I had thought him. I don't see him very often. I would never meet him if I could avoid him. I never make a mistake about a person, about a man or a woman, or about children, when I have an intuition. This one, as I am saying, had stupid being from a timid feeling, completely a timid feeling, from being quite the dependent kind of the dependent independent kind of them, and from the attacking acting, attacking living that was always to this one and to everyone, all the living in this one. This one liked the feeling of being certain that to be dead was not to be at all a dead one. This was very satisfying to the timid feeling and the attacking being in this one. This was stupid being in this one. This one was not wise in loving or in religion. This one was quite efficient in everyday living. This one, to very many, was quite a successful one. To very many, a brilliantly successful one. This is all I will be writing now about this one. This is not enough really about this one. I ought to be writing very much more about this kind of them. All I think about this kind of them is inside me quite sure, quite certain. I do not yet think all that can be thought or felt about this kind of them. I do think and feel more about this kind of them than I have just written. I have not just now a very patient feeling about writing about this kind of them. I want to be having soon a completely patient feeling in writing the description of all resisting being, of all resisting engulfing being, in writing the history of Alfred Hersland. I will now write one more description, and will so be ending just now the considerable number of resisting ones I have been describing. I will then go on to a little generalizing, and then to patiently feeling in me the history of Alfred Hersland and all resisting engulfing being. When I have not been right, there must be something wrong. Everyone says to me I am always certain I am right about everything, and I must be certain of that thing, because otherwise there is something wrong, and that is a wearing thing, and then I must be beginning learning everything. I have been very glad to have been wrong. It is sometimes a very hard thing to win myself to having been wrong about something. I do a great deal of suffering. I have been glad to have been wrong, and I felt certain that this was making me a really joyous, wise one. I have been very sad to have to bring myself to be certain that I have been wrong about something. This is now a little more history of me and the kind of suffering I can have in me. This is a little a description of the suffering I do have in me. When I have not been right, there must be something wrong. That is what I say to myself inside me. That is what someone sometimes says to me. This has been said to me. This I do say to myself inside me. When I have not been right, there must be something wrong. This is in a way the meaning of all living in me. This is the way I have suffering in me. When I have not been right, there must be something wrong. I have been very glad to have been wrong. It is sometimes a very wearing thing to have been wrong about something. I have it in me in being that I am resisting in being. I am fairly slow in action and in feeling. If I am not slow in acting and in feeling and in listening, I am not certain that I myself am doing that acting, listening, feeling. I would be thinking something was happening, it would be over, and I would not be realizing that I myself was listening, feeling, acting. When I am very slow in listening, feeling, thinking, realizing, then I can still need to have it that I am still to be slower in doing anything. When I have not been right, there must be something wrong. I may then perhaps be quicker in listening, feeling, realizing. I must then be slower in concluding. I have very much wisdom. I want sometime to be completely understanding everyone, so that sometime I will be right about everyone. And now I am not knowing anything at all, really, of the feeling anyone has in them when they are between 14 and 18. I certainly will be needing to know this thing. I know now I do not know at all the feeling in such of them, those being at that time of living. I cannot then really be right about everyone yet, that is certain. When I have not been right, there must be something wrong. I know that very well in me. Someone says, I feel that in me. I certainly do feel that in me. I am hoping sometime to be right about everyone, about everything. I do. I certainly do hope this thing. That is to say, I want to realize everyone. I want to write a history of everyone. Sometime I want to be right about everyone. Perhaps I am right now about some. Perhaps I am right now about a good many men and women who are and were and will be living. Perhaps I am right about almost all of them. Certainly when I am not right, something is wrong, and I must know it in me, in them then. I want to write a history of everyone. Sometime I want to be right about everyone. Perhaps I am right now about some. Certainly I am right now about a very great many men and women, about the being in them. Certainly I am right now in my realizing of a very considerable number of them, of men and women who were and are and will be living, of a very considerable number of kinds in men and women. Sometime I want to be right about everyone. I want to realize everyone. Sometime I want to write the history of everyone. Always, when I am not right, something is wrong. Certainly, I am right about a very great many, that is certain. Sometime I want to be right about everyone. I want to be completely realizing everyone sometime. This is what I am wanting. Sometimes I am very glad to have been wrong. Sometimes it is a very wearing thing, bringing my feeling to the realization that I have been wrong about something. Sometimes it is such a tempting thing to let it go that I have been right about something. I want sometime to be right about everyone. I want sometime to write a history of everyone, of every kind there is in men and women. It would be such a satisfaction always to be right about everyone. Such a certain, active feeling in me. I want sometime to be sure when I know something that I am completely right in my certain feeling. Sometime I want to be completely certain. I am one that in this way am wanting to be completely certain, am wanting to be right in being completely certain, and in this way only in me can it come to be in me that to be dead is not to be a dead one. Really, to be just dead is to be to me a really dead one. To be completely right, completely certain is to be in me universal in my feeling, to be like the earth complete and fructifying. This is doing talking. I will now begin again. I really am wanting to be sometime right about everyone. I am wanting sometime to tell about secrecy in those having in them resisting being. Sometime later in the history of Alfred Hersland, I will be discussing this thing. I have now described the considerable number of kinds of the resisting kind of them that I was going to be describing, and I have now finished doing this thing. I will now be adding a very few, not only of the resisting kind of them, but of both resisting and attacking ones to make another generalization. But really there have been already done the considerable number of the resisting kinds of them in men and women that I was going to be describing. These few little additions are now just for finishing, and to be a little commencing explaining relation between kinds that are resisting and kinds that are attacking, and kinds that are kinds in men and women. Lena, Maria, and Hetty, and others that I am not now naming, adapt their loving to anyone who is interesting. They then want not to own them, not to influence them, but to feel power in themselves through them, to know inside them that they are knowing, by knowing them, the things the one who is interesting is knowing. These end up very often by marrying a man very popular with men who only like them out of all women, who can only be owned by them of all women. Some are possessed by a passionate desire for the thing the interesting person is realizing, and such ones are a little different from these others. Some want distinction for themselves, and so they are different. Some, Hortense and Martha are such of them, care enough about the man they are loving being interesting to need to love one having genius. These two have more real personal passion, more founded courage in them than Lena or Maria or Hetty. Some want to do the thing itself as if they themselves could do the thing that makes the distinguished one a distinguished one, even if they know they cannot do this thing to make of themselves in it a distinguished one. Some of such of them do not know that they began to do that thing from loving a distinguished one, and some of such of them are so stubborn in doing that thing that they cannot learn about that thing from the one they are adapting themselves to, the distinguished one. I am thinking, I am not yet certain. Every kind I have been describing of the resisting kind of men and women can be found with a different action in the attacking kind in men and women. I am thinking. I have now described a kind of them, and I know some of them, and some of them I have known in loving, known very well in loving, and some are of the attacking, and some of the resisting kind of them, and I have been describing them together so that anyone can see why I am thinking that there are attacking kinds correlative to the resisting kinds I have been describing. Lena and Maria are of the resisting, and Hetty and Hortense and Martha are of the attacking kind of them, and all of these have a way of loving that in a way is common to all of them, a way of adapting their loving to anyone who is interesting to feel power in themselves through them. But all of this is one thing, and now being in Alfred Hersland is something. I have been describing a considerable number of men and women having resisting being in them. Alfred Hersland had resisting engulfing being in him. Having been understanding so many having resisting being in them makes it more certain that I am understanding the being in Alfred Hersland. Alfred Hersland had resisting being, somewhat engulfing resisting being in him. He had not anything at all of the attacking kind of being in him. He was all of engulfing resisting being. Alfred had it in him to have his being in him so that it was a little passionate in him, not very affectionate in him, not so as to be very good in him, not really ever very bad in him, sometimes as aspiration in him, more or less as ambition in him, sometimes as virtuous and didactic in him. The kind of being he had in him was of a kind of being that in some having it in them makes of them being devout in religion, quite aspiring in their living, quite ambitious for succeeding, makes of them mystic in religion, so as to let themselves be absorbed, all existing. Some of them having this kind of being in them have religion in them. Some having this kind of being in them are meek enough in living, and yet a little dominating in family living, and some of such of them need to have as a wife to them someone very vibratingly existing to give to them enough stimulation to make them keep really alive inside them. All these, then, are of the resisting, the dependent, independent kind of them. Some of them have the being in them inside, and some of these, then, are trying to engulf everyone near them to be lost inside them, to be swallowed by them, and some of them are not interested in very many persons near them, but some of them they need to have engulfed by them. And so then Alfred Hersland was of the kind of them, the resisting, dependent, independent kind of them, the kind that own those they need for loving. Many of such of them do not really in their living need anyone for loving. Alfred Hersland, to my feeling, has being in him as pieces only of being. This is now to be more history of him. He was of the resisting, engulfing kind of them. His being was a little passionate, not very affectionate, not so very good, not really so very bad in him, somewhat as aspiration in him, a good deal as ambition in him, possibly as religion in him, certainly as weakness in him, not altogether as successful in him. He had his being in him, and to very many, being was not complete in him. He was not a very strong one. He was not altogether a weak one. This is now to be completely a history of him and the living he had altogether in him. Very many never learn anything from the experience with themselves they have in living. Very many are never at all learning anything with the experience they are having of themselves in their living. Very many are always expecting out of themselves what they could have certainly been learning that they would not ever be succeeding in doing. Very many are not all their living learning anything from the experience they have with themselves in their living. This is very common. Alfred Hersland, in a way, was such a one. All the Hersland men, in a way, were such ones in their being. Mr. David Hersland in his living, Alfred and David Hersland in their living. Alfred Hersland was, in a way, such a one. This is now to be a complete history of him. There is always, perhaps there is always something in what everyone says about anyone. In some way, anything, everything, anyone, everyone says about anyone is a true thing. Each one says something about someone, and that one says a number of things sometime about herself or himself, and everything, anyone, anything anyone says about that one, anything that one says about that one, everything that one says about that one is, in a way, a true thing. Always then, sometime, there is a complete history of someone. Sometime there will be a complete history of Julia Dehning. Sometime there will be very many descriptions of someone. There will sometime be very many descriptions of Julia Dehning. Now there is to be more description of the being Alfred Hersland had in him always in all his living. Very soon now there is to be very much description of the living in Alfred Hersland and of the people Alfred Hersland came to know in living. And now I am feeling a complete realization of the difference between affection and passion. And soon there will be a description of Alfred Hersland knowing the man who was a musician, and of Alfred Hersland knowing the woman who was the sister of the first governess the Herslands had had living with them in the 10-acre place in Gossels. These two were a little important to him in his early living, as I have already been saying. I am very interested just now in the difference between passion and affection, and I will now tell about a man, and then I will describe the musician Alfred Hersland came to know in his early living, a Mr. Aragon, who was really foreign. I am always more and more realizing that some are pieces of being always in living, and some are not such pieces of being in their whole living. Later then, I will be describing being in Alfred Hersland and all the living he had in him. Just now, as I am saying, I find it that I am writing about a man who had inspired affection in him for beautiful things in living. And this one was a puzzle to me. And then I knew it of him that it was inspired affection, not passion, he had in him. Aragon had passion that was not poignant in him, but it was passion. This one, that is now strongly in my feeling, is one having inspired affection, and not at all any passion in him. This one, in his young living to the beginning of his middle living, was to very many knowing him, to himself always inside him, one having really passion about beauty in living. This one had then inspired affection, not passion in him, but inspired affection was so freshly, poignantly in him, and his intellect could use it so well for him, that to himself then, and to everyone then, he had real creation of passionately understanding beautiful things in living. More and more then, this one, in his middle living, was not any longer creating his realization of beauty in living. This one was then living on the approximation others made for him of everything this one wished to have beautiful around him and for living. This one then never could make for himself the beautiful luxury he was needing. Inspired affection for beauty in him awoke in others the need of creating as nearly as these could do what this one needed as beauty in living. This one could not create his own taste in luxury in living. He could not create his own taste for a woman. A woman, everything in his living, created itself to approximate to the taste this one would have created if this one could have created the thing this one wanted to have to arouse in him inspired affection. This one then, after beginning his middle living, never created anything. Never in his living did this one create loving. Not for beautiful things, not for a woman. This one had inspired affection in him, and to himself, and to everyone it was passion. It never was passion in him, and more it came out in him, as more and more in living, this one needed that other ones, by their creating, approximated to what his taste would have been if he had had passion instead of affection for luxury and beauty in living. And so this one, more and more, was declining, because this one came more and more to have affection for things others created to be what this one would have wanted to have in living, if this one could have created what this one was needing to have to arouse him to inspired affection. And this is a history of this one. Now, this one, as I am saying, had not passion in him, not for beauty, not for a woman, not for anything. But this one had inspired affection. And it is an interesting thing that this one had, as a woman who chose herself for him, one who was, as this one was, of the attacking type in men and women. This is an interesting thing. I am very happy in realizing this thing. I am hoping that this is really the complete history of this one. Aragon, who was a little important in the living of Alfred Hersland, was different from this one I have been just describing. Aragon had passion in him, but it was not poignant in him, but brilliant and emotional and sentimental. I will now begin a description of his being and of what Alfred Hersland lived through with him. Later then, I will be describing Ida the schoolteacher, and the kind she was in men and women. Now, to begin again with the musician. I find it very interesting to know the difference between affection and passion. I will now just a little describe a kind of them, having passion of which Aragon the musician, who came to know Alfred Hersland, what Alfred was just beginning being a man inside him, was one. I know 3 very well of this kind of them, and very many more or less connected with this kind of them. All these I am now describing, the one I have just been describing, are of the attacking kind in men, the independent, dependent kind of them. These, then, that I am now describing, all have really passion in them, passion that makes them creating or feeling in themselves, creating feeling of something of very much in living. To begin, then, Alfred Hersland was of the resisting, engulfing kind of them. These I am now describing are of the passionate, creating, seizing, attacking kind in men and women. There are many kinds of ways of being of the attacking kind in men and women, that is certain. I am already realizing a considerable number of them. I am realizing, pretty completely realizing, a very considerable number of ways of having resisting being in them. And I have been already describing, very well describing, some of those I am always now realizing. I am realizing now some of the attacking kinds of them. There are many kinds of them, and I am realizing some of the kinds of them. I have been realizing Mr. Henry Dehning and Martha Hersland and Redfern, and I was saying that Cora Donner was of this kind of them. But I am thinking in that I was mistaken. I am thinking Cora Donner was certainly of the resisting kind of them. There are almost border cases, that is certain. I am realizing some of that kind of them, and I will be describing that in describing the sister of the first governess the Herslands had had living with them. Now I am describing a musician, Aragon, who was a man having in him, as I was saying, passion. But this was not poignant in him, although to himself and to mostly every one it was poignant in him, because he had so much weakness and sensitiveness and romance in him. This one, then, was of the attacking kind of them, as I was saying. I am remembering that I mean by attacking being those having it in them that emotion is poignant, like sensation, that use and purpose and organization and synthesizing and imagining and everything in relation is as true in them in beginning as the thing being existing. The resisting kind of them have it in them that a thing being existing is more real to them than use or purpose or meaning in anything. The attacking kind of them have it in them that emotion is as poignant as sensation, and use and purpose and meaning and relation as primary as existing. Mr. Hersland was of the attacking kind in men and women. So was Redfern, as I was saying. So was Martha Redfern. So is the one I have been just describing as affectionate and never passionate in living. And now I am describing this being in another one, in Mr. Aragon, a musician, and I will tell quite a little now about him. And Alfred Hersland liked him very much when Alfred was coming to be a young man, as I have several times been saying. Aragon had attacking passion in him, but, as I was saying, it was not very poignant in him. In Redfern it was poignant, but not rich enough to sustain him. In Mr. Hersland it was poignant and rich, but not steady in him. In the one I have been just describing, it was as affection and not passion, and in Aragon, and it made him a pretty good musician. It was rich, but not poignant in him, and he made up for it in him by weakness and sensibility and feeling himself to be a really great one, and by having moments of really inspired feeling when almost he made it in himself by loving, by weakness, by talking, to be poignant inside him. This kind, then, of which Aragon was one, is quite common. Every kind of being is quite common. That is certain. There are very many always existing of each one of all the kinds there are in being. That is certain. Anyway, it would be certain, but it is certain to me because I am more and more realizing I know a considerable number of each kind I am ever knowing. More and more in living, I come to know enough of each kind of them to make groups of them. Sometime I will be able to make a diagram. I have already made several diagrams. I will sometime make a complete diagram, and that will be a very long book that will tell all about each kind there is of men and women. But just now I am thinking of this one kind of them, the kind of which Aragon was one. This kind of them, as I have been saying, are those having in them attacking passion. As I was saying, I know just now pretty well 3 of them. I know, too, this one that I am now describing. That makes then 4 of them. In a way, as I am saying, Redfern was one of such of them. There are some connected with this kind of them that have this being in them, passionate attacking, as highly suggestible emotion in them. That is one kind of them. Sometime there will be much description of such of them. Some are connected with this kind of them that have it in them to be so stupidly in them that it really makes of them that all their life they are obstinately resisting everything. These are connected with Mrs. Redfern. These are connected with Julia Dehning. These can sometime in their living, get an impression, but mostly all of their living, they are obstinately resisting losing their attacking passion. There will sometime necessarily be very much description of them. Then there are some who have attacking passion so sensitively, so delicately in them, that mostly they are delicately vibrating, and only sometime is the thing going fast enough in them to make such of them really attacking. Some of such of them are very lovely ones in all their feeling living. Sometime there will be a long description of a lovely one. These then will be leading to a whole group having in them flavor realizing as complete existing. And sometime I will tell so very much about such a kind of them. And then there is the group that do not have it at all as passion, but as affection, as I was saying. And then there are some that are steadily pressing in attacking, some who perhaps in their living are always really winning. Then there are some in whom passion is emotion before it can be acting as passion. And all these groups are, of course, extremely interesting. Now, I am describing one group of this group of them who have it in them to have attacking passion in them. And some have it in them poignantly, and they are weak in living. And some have it poignantly, and their natures are not abundant in them. And some have it in them poignantly, and they are rich in beginning, and they are always all their living in beginning. and some have it poignantly in them, and are rich in being, and are rich in developing in being and in living, and some have it poignantly in them, and nothing is good enough to hold them, and some have it poignantly in them, and they are not strong enough to keep anything, and some are practical with it, and some are not at all practical, not even sensible with it, and some do not have it poignantly in them. And this musician, Alfred Hersland knew in his younger living, was one of such of them. I like thinking about kinds of them in men and women. I like feeling men and women, each one, as of one kind of them, and that sometime I will know others like them. It makes it to me a very pleasant world for living. It makes it simple to be certain that each one, everyone, has their own being in them, that each one, everyone, is of a kind in men and women, and that always there are existing very many of each of these kinds of them. This is a pleasant thing for me to have as certain in me. I know then there can be a history of each one, and of all kinds, all the kinds in men and women. This is a pleasant feeling. This is comforting to me just now, when I am thinking of everyone always growing older and then dying. Now when I am thinking about each one being sometime a sick one, each one being sometime a dead one. This gives to me then a pleasant feeling, knowing kinds in men and women, now when I am thinking that sometime each one will be an old one, and then each one will be a dead one. I can understand that knowing there are kinds in men and women would not be a comfort to everyone. I can understand this thing. I have it in me as a very pleasant feeling that always there are kinds in men and women, and always there are very many existing of each kind of them. I have it in me then, as I am saying, this thing as a very pleasant feeling, as a pleasant, complete feeling, as a completely contented feeling, and I am knowing sometime each one will be a dead one, and I am knowing each one has their own being in them, and I am knowing each one is one of a kind in men and women, and as I am saying, I have a pleasant, completely completed feeling, and always then it is a comfortable and calming thing, this being certain that each one is one of a kind of them in men and women, and that there are always very many of each kind existing, that each one has their own being in them, is then completely interesting, that each one sometime is to be a dead one is then not discouraging, and so then I'm having a completely pleasant and completed feeling, I who am completely certain that each one is of a kind in men and women, I who am always, almost always, knowing several of each kind of them I come to know in living. I who am expecting sometime perhaps to be knowing all there ever can be, were, or are, or will be, of kinds in men and women. I have then even with somber certain feeling that each one is always an older one, and sometime a dead one, I have then knowing each one is of one kind in men and women. I have then a pleasant feeling, a contented, a completed feeling, as I have been saying. I have a quiet, somber feeling. I have not so much an afraid feeling in being living now, when I am certain, and I am knowing them, that there are a number of kinds in men and women, not such a great number of them, quite a number of them. Each one is themselves inside them. Each one, every one, is of a kind in men and women. This is to me a completely satisfying thing. I am beginning again now to describe one kind of them, one of one kind in men and women. This musician, whom, as I was saying, Alfred Hersland knew in his younger living, was of the sensitive, passionate, attacking kind in men and women, but passion was not really poignant in him. Sensitiveness was very spread out in him. To himself and to mostly everyone, passion was poignant in him, and he could be ruining himself by loving, but passion was not poignant in him, and in a way this made him a very good musician. Sensitiveness was in him, and not concentration, and this is a kind of them that to very many knowing them are those who are not successful, because of passion and of weakness in them. Mostly those of this kind of them who have passion as poignant in them, they have a different way of not succeeding. They do not come so nearly to succeeding. They do not appear again when they have gone down with the sensitive, passionate weakness in them. They have less power of recuperation. Some of these succeed very well in living. These certainly are some of every kind there is in men and women who succeed very well in living. Very many of this kind of them come very nearly to completely succeeding. Very many of them have very much weakness. I am getting a little diffused about them. I have several in me all at once, and they are crowding, and they are coming out as a facile mixing, and I am beginning again now with each one of them. Very many of this kind, as I have been saying, have not passion poignantly in them. Very many of this kind of them have passion very poignantly in them. All of this kind of them are very sensitive in being. They are all of the sensitive, passionate, attacking kind in men and women. Two of those who were and are crowded in me just now are of the kind of them not having the passion poignantly in them. Three of those that were crowding each other in me of this kind of them are of the poignant kind in passion of this kind of them. I will go on a little with these poignant kind of them, and then I will go on with Aragon the musician, who had not passion as poignant in him. To begin then again. To begin with those having passion poignantly in them of the sensitive, passionate, attacking kind in men and women. The sensitive, passionate, attacking, independent, dependent kind in men and women. This one that I'm now thinking about describing had passion poignantly in him, that is certain. He had the conviction of being always completely creating everything in his living. He had passion poignantly in him, that is certain. He was creating some part of his living. He certainly was not in any way completely creating all the living he had in him. Very often he was certain that he would be creating everything in his living if there were not so many things to make him nervous to disturb him. Mostly to himself, he certainly could be creating everything in his living. He certainly did create something of his living. He certainly had passion poignantly in him. As I was saying, to himself he was completely creating all his living. Not that to himself he really was creating all his living, for always, and that he was always feeling, he had very much to make a nervous, restless person of him. But certainly he was to himself a being that could be creating everything in all his living. Passion was poignantly in him, that is certain. He did create something in his living, that is certain. More and more in his living, he was having nervousness in him, and not creating everything in his living in the way that to himself it was certain he could be creating everything in all his living. Always, more and more then, it was right for him to be seizing, creating everything he could be seizing, creating in his living. More and more then he had this in him. Always, all his living, he certainly was creating something of his living. Always he was certain he could be creating everything in all of his living. Always he had nervousness in him, and this was to him that things were interfering to keep him back from creating everything in his living. And so more and more he would be ceasing creating anything. And so more and more to everyone he was such a one, and more and to himself, always to himself, he was one who should be creating everything in all his living. This is then a complete history of him. Passion was certainly poignantly in him. He certainly was not ever creating everything in his living. He was to himself one who certainly could be creating everything in all his living. He was then one who always, more and more in his living, would be ceasing creating anything. This, then, is a complete history of one, a very complete history of one, and I am understanding this complete history of this one. Everyone has their own being in them. Everyone is of a kind in men and women. Only a very little, sometimes this is not an important thing inside me to me. Sometimes it is not an important thing inside me. Sometimes it is a dreary thing, making of everything that there is not anything inspiriting to be a live one. Sometimes it is a little this way in me, but mostly always it is an important thing inside me that everyone is their own self inside them, that everyone is of a kind of men and women. Always to me, to be a dead one is a somber thing, to be certain that it is existing. Always there has been in me the being very much afraid of this thing. Always it is to me a somber thing in living. Sometime later, in the history of David Hersland, there will be very much description of this somber feeling in some. Mostly, as I am repeating, it is an important thing inside me that each one is themselves inside them, that each one is of a kind in men and women. Mostly, and I am saying it again and again, it is an important thing, always an important thing, mostly always an important thing. Each one is themselves inside them. Each one is one of a kind in men and women. This is an important thing always in my living. It is sometimes a very pleasant feeling. It is very often a very pleasant feeling in me. Mostly always, it is completely an important thing inside me. I am living, I am certain. I am important in me in my realizing that each is themselves inside them, that each one is of a kind in men and women. I have very often a very pleasant feeling. I have sometimes a very somber feeling. I have just now a good deal a quite somber feeling. I am beginning now again telling, feeling, being certain of the kind of being there is in one kind in men and women. Always each one is to me completely their own selves inside them. I have never a somber feeling that is not a certain thing. Always each one is themselves inside them. Always each one is of a kind in men and women. Always kinds are connected with other kinds in men and women. Sometimes I want to be describing lots and lots of kinds in men and women. I want to be going on and describe one, and then another one, and then connections between them, and then perhaps I am mistaken, and I am hurrying and crowding, and then I am not certain, and then I am wondering perhaps it is not completely an important thing. Perhaps not anything is inspiriting in living, but always in me really I am certain that it is an important thing in me, and I am telling that each one has always their own being in them, that everyone is one of a kind in men and women. Mostly, then, this in me is important feeling. Mostly, this is in me pleasant and exciting. Sometimes there is in me very somber feeling. Always there is in me that it is interesting that each one is themselves inside them, that each one is of a kind in men and women. Mostly always I am important with this thing. I am important with this thing. There is a kind of them then, of the attacking kind of them, that I have been describing. These have sensitive passion in them. In some, it is a very poignant thing in them. In some, it is not such a poignant thing. I have described one in whom it was a poignant thing. In some, in whom it is a poignant thing, it is religion in them. In some, it is denying in them. In some, it is aspiration. And these are disappointed idealists in living. But this is not what I am telling. I am describing now a musician, one having a very good concentrating intelligence in him, a spread out, vibrating sensitiveness in him, an aspiration to be religious and exalted in all feeling, a wanting to be always loving, a succeeding in being very often very complicated in much loving, a success in living, and then a good deal of failing, and then a very great deal of failing, and then not altogether failing. As I was saying, passionate being was not poignant in him. He had a very great deal of it in him. He was a good musician. He was a foreign one. He was in Gossels, and then he was not altogether failing. not altogether succeeding. There he was living. He was, to very many knowing him, an adventurer in living. Really, he was one not having passion as very poignant in him, but having in him a good deal of it in him of this non-poignant passion. A very great deal of sensitiveness and aspiration in doing, much loving, and perhaps having religion, not so very much aspiration for succeeding or failing. Alfred Hersland, as I said in beginning about his knowing this man, came to know him when Alfred was coming to the beginning of the ending of his young living. This one was then a little important to him, not very important to him. Not anyone was very important to him then. He was slowly growing up then, and he had his being in him, and he had it as being that at that time in his living not anyone was very important to him. This friend and teacher was as important as anyone was then to Alfred. He was a little important to him. I am remembering very well now the being in Alfred Hersland. Alfred Hersland had it in him that he was then living the living of people near him. He was doing then everything those near him were doing in living. He was then living the living of Mr. Aragon, and doing everything he did that he could do with him. Alfred was, as I was saying, of the resisting, engulfing kind of them, having in him very much aspiring in living, having in him a fair amount of passion in living, having in him a very considerable feeling for distinction and elegance and beauty and richness in living, having in him very considerably at times violent feeling in him of wanting to be doing with everyone he was knowing what they were doing, that he wanted to be doing with them. He had then very much pleasing feeling in doing with him what Aragon was doing in living. As I was saying, Alfred Hersland really had musical feeling and musical understanding in him. He never had it at all in him that he wanted to be a musician. As I was saying, Mr. Aragon was a little, but not very important to Alfred Hersland inside him. Not anyone could be then really important to Alfred Hersland inside him then. Alfred had his being inside him then. Alfred was of a kind in men and women. That was all the history of Alfred Hersland then. And he was living the living of those near him, and he was doing everything he was doing in his living with those he was then knowing, and he was then doing everything they were then doing in their living. He was, as I said before, in a way then of the feeling of his natural rich American living, but really always he was living the living and doing everything that they were doing of those near him. He was, as I was saying, of the engulfing, resisting kind in men and women, and he had in him a fair amount of passion in living. And always then he was living. He was doing everything those near him were doing in living. Mr. Aragon was at one time very much with him. He was a little important as anyone to Alfred Hersland then. Not anyone was or could be really important to Alfred Hersland then. Alfred was of the engulfing, resisting kind in men and women, not very strongly really resisting, not very strongly really engulfing, quite very strongly aspiring, quite strongly feeling distinction and elegance and beauty in living, and richnesses, as I was saying, quite often angry in resolving and very angry in beginning doing what everyone near him was doing in living. He had his own being then. He was of a kind in men and women. He was very pleasant to himself in being with Aragon, and he liked it very well, and it was a rich feeling in him that Mr. Aragon was having him with him in doing his living. Not anything was completely important to Alfred Hersland then. I am not content. I have not had it come out without pressing the description of Mr. Aragon the musician. It should come out of me without pressing, without any straining in me to be pressing. I can be doing thinking to be helping. I should not be doing any pressing and any straining. I have been doing a little. It has not come to be a complete thing, simply coming. It is to be then, to re-begin, to come out from me. always each thing must come out completely from me, leaving me, inside me, just then gently empty, so pleasantly and weakly gently empty that is a happy way to have it come out of me, each one that is making itself in me. That is the only way it can come to be content for me in me. It can come out fairly quickly, very slowly, with a burst, or gently. Any way it feels a need of coming out of me. But being out of me, I must be very pleasantly, most gently, often weakly empty. This one then, Mr. Aragon, is not so happily then out of me. He is then still there inside me. I will let him come again when he is more completely ready, of the kind he is in living that has come out very pleasantly from inside me. His own being in me has not come out to be out of me so satisfactorily. Sometime then he may be better done, to begin again then the being and the living Alfred Hersland had in him. End of section 37, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, July 1st, 2024. Section 38 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 38. Some are a very long time puzzles to me. This one, the musician Mr. Aragon, is not a puzzle to me. He is quite completely in me, and all of it is understood inside me, pretty well understood by me inside me. It is the coming out of me that has not been satisfactory. It has come out of me as little pieces, never making a complete one. I will be a little slow, and then it will come better done. I hope I am certain of this thing. I am not waiting. I am forgetting so that this one can come when this one can come as a satisfactory one, without my disturbing this one by any impatience about this one. I have been describing very many men and very many women, many of the resisting, some of the attacking kind of them. As I have often been saying, there are many kinds of mixing a bottom, attacking, breaking through, resisting nature in the same one, pressing through resisting nature in the same one, acting separately with resisting being in the same one, and resisting being in the bottom, doing all kinds of twisted complications with attacking being in the same one. There are very many kinds of mixing. I have described some of them. And then there are some, and these are certainly very difficult ones, in whom the character of the being is completely oppositely acting, and there are borderline cases where the one is almost the other kind of a one. And sometimes, then, I think it is all foolishness, this I am writing and thinking and feeling and having as important being. And then I give in to not thinking or feeling or being an important one, and then I see it again, and I am simply certain, and I am naturally thinking, feeling each one as a kind of a one in the way I have been telling, and I am then again a completely important one. Alfred Hersland, in his living, knew a number of kinds in men and women. I am beginning now very regularly again the history of the living and the being in him. Alfred Hersland, as I have certainly been realizing, is of the resisting, more or less engulfing kind in men and women. As I was saying, those having in them resisting being are those having in them realization of things as existing, as more in them than as things having relation. Those having in them resisting being have not emotion in them, having really poignancy in them like sensation. This is then a thing to be now completely believing. Those having in them resisting as their complete way of being in living are those having in them, as I was saying, earthy being, in the way of really being certain that everything, that each thing, is really an existing thing. These have it in them, that completely in them existing is the thing they know inside them, that everything, each thing, really is really existing. As I have said often, there are many variations in this thing, and there are those having this being who come from the way of having this being in them to be certain that not anything is really existing, and all that is complication. And I have been telling, I will never be ending my telling of all these kinds of ways of being. But again and again I am certain that the resisting kind in men and women have it in them to be certain, as a bottom being, that really each thing is existing. Now some, as I am saying, of the resisting kind of them, are of an engulfing kind, and these too are certain that each thing they are engulfing is really a thing really existing. These then too have it that sensation is in them more poignant than emotion, that a thing existing is nearer knowledge in them than things being in relation. The attacking kind in men and women are just the other way, as I have said, and I will be saying. The resisting kind in men and women are such then. They have complete realization naturally in them that each thing is really existing. Now, see what is true in them. They have this in them. They have curiosity and imagination based in them on the real realization in them that each thing is existing. Yes, in a kind of them of which Alfred Hersland is one, this is not solid in them, although the being in them is this kind of being in them. This realization of things being existing is in such of them, but these being comparatively intermittently resisting and engulfing, their curiosity and imagination is sometimes quite often disconnected with the realization that each thing is really existing. These can have it in them to be aspiring without being then founded in them on a realization that each thing is existing. These then can have engulfing passion in them that does not really seize the thing they could be realizing as really existing. These then come to be quite considerably in their living that they are a part of a being. Curiosity can in such of them turn into cleverness in living, for it is not then based in them on the realization that each thing is really existing. This is being in Alfred Hersland. He liked being with Aragon. He had really musical realization in him then, and always he could have it in him. He liked being with Aragon, liked realizing music with him. He had also very much then in him a pleased feeling of being, doing everything in living with Aragon, that Aragon was doing then in his living. Mostly Alfred Hersland did what he did in his living, did with them what others did in their living, as being something he was then doing, but there was in him with Aragon a little more important and pleasant feeling of himself to himself inside him, by doing with him, with Aragon, what Aragon was doing then in living. Alfred was beginning then a little, too, to pass this on to his brother and his sister. This was the beginning of being a little aspiring, and also a little being ahead of family living in his being. He had really then some realization of musical meaning. He did then everything he was then doing with Aragon, and he was doing then pretty nearly everything Aragon was then doing in living. This then is the beginning, the little beginning, of middle living in Alfred Hersland. As I was saying, Aragon was not then very important in Alfred Hersland. He himself inside him, not really yet in being, was really the only important thing inside him in Alfred Hersland, could be the only important thing really inside him. In a way, Alfred was not one really to be deeply influenced by anything, and that is a natural thing in him. In his middle living, he was really more affected by some. All his early middle living, all his young living, he certainly had none to be really important to him in him or for him. He was different inside him at different times in this living. Sometimes more, sometimes less to himself inside him in him. But always then he had his being in him. And always then, in a way, the whole of him was part of being. And always then he was doing everything he was doing with those living near him. And mostly he was doing everything they were doing in living. And sometimes he was sometimes not so much important to himself inside him. And always, in a way, he was never in being in living cut off really from rich American living. He knew at this time, as I was saying, Olga, who was Ida, the sister of the first governess the Herslands had had living with them. Ida was then a schoolteacher. Alfred laughed at her. He liked her. Aragon liked her. There was not much history of this liking for her. Sometimes Alfred saw a good deal of her. Once he wrote her a real love letter. She was in a way angry then, and told him he was not a good man and should not come to see her. Aragon thought there would be some history of a feeling in himself for her. He found out for himself, and from what Alfred told him about himself and her, that there was not being really a history in either one of them knowing her. She was in a way a queer one to mostly everyone knowing her, that there was not a history in anyone's knowing her. I will try now to describe her. I am having a glimmering of understanding two, one a man and one a woman, and they are very different from each other. And with them are very many, and a considerable number of them have been silly ones, almost without any meaning in being, almost not being themselves inside them to my feeling, being such very silly ones as to me almost not to be existing, being like funny things in dreaming, and now they are to me connected with some who I am really understanding, then having flavor of something as being a complete thing to them. How can there be existing a flavor when there is nothing to have the flavor? That is foolishness in talking. There are many who are often all their living thinking they are being this thing. These are a kind of them. I will tell about them. Now I am thinking of some who are not to themselves existing in a flavor. They are not to themselves existing in a way as something they are realizing. They have been to me very often so disconcerting. They were silly ones to my feeling. They are not silly ones to most everyone knowing them. I am seeing a little now, perhaps, that they are existing. These then I am describing. I will keep only those just now in my feeling, those having in them one kind of being, not a mixture in them. I was describing the being in Alfred Hersland that made of him to me, to very many knowing him, a part of a being. He has in him only one kind of being, but, as I was telling, pieces of it get separated off from other pieces of it by not being completely acting. Flavors, reactions, byproducts get disconnected and keeping on going in him, and things get all disarranged in him so that this one is a part of a one in living. The bottom in him resisting and engulfing is not rich or thick or solid or ample or active enough in acting to make a complete being in my feeling in him. And always then, that is there as being in him. These that to me in their living were silly ones, not having any existing, not from doing silly things, but from there not being any connection between what they were seeing and doing and feeling and saying, and always it all went on at once, and kept on being all the being in them. These then are like this to me now. They are, in a way, of the flavor group, which group, as I was saying, have it in them to be believing that flavor is existing without anything to be making a flavor, without anything being a flavored thing. These then that I am now describing, who are vague and silly ones often to my feeling, pleasant ones often to my feeling, astonishing often to my feeling, disconcerting often to my feeling, these then live, but they do not make themselves important to themselves in it. Those ones I have been understanding were to themselves important in the flavor living they were feeling in them. And these then I came to understand by realizing the bottom being in each one of them, and sometime I will be giving a very interesting description of many kinds of these kinds of them who are to themselves living a flavor life in living, are to themselves only a flavor in their being. I have an interesting collection of these kinds of them, and the being in them, and passion and affection in them, and the kind of flavor they are to themselves in themselves, and the kind of flavor they are to everyone, to someone, knowing them. But all that very interesting collection I know in my living, I will not be just now describing. Very likely I will not describe them for some time yet, as I am liking to think of describing them. These others I have commenced now describing, are in a way connected with these I have commenced now describing, who are so vague and disconnected and puzzling, and are saying and feeling and doing and seeing all at once. And there is not any connection any one can be seeing. And it is not in them, as it is in some, that bottom being in them is so slow in acting that other things in them are making confusion, and bottom being never arrives in them to be doing anything. No, these are different from these. Everything in these is going at the same rate in them, only the action is so vaguely in them that things in them do not keep in connection. And these then are not to themselves inside them in the way of making themselves to themselves inside them to be themselves in them. These then live in a life, but they do not make themselves important to themselves in it. One is at bottom a fairly dull, not too stupid, fairly solemn, unthinking, believing, lethargic, not completely non-poignant resisting person. And this one is actively living, doing all little things stubbornly, because it is pleasant tasting and lively doing pleasant living in a vigorous, interestingly, fairly delicately sensitive, constant state of appreciation. The other one, the woman, is a practical, anarchistic, attacking, servant girl person, not feeling any difference between being a dirty one or a clean one, having ugly things or nice ones in anything near this one, having a need for seizing everything to use in a servant girl fashion. And always this one is living a life of independently loving beauty in living, having justness in appreciation, and needing a delicate flavor in loving, and not keep anything that does not want to be kept by this one. These two then to themselves are not really important inside them from either being in them. They are really actively living what I am calling the flavor living, and passively living the other living. Olga, who was Ida, whom Alfred Hersland and Aragon knew once, as I was saying, is in a way like these, only living in her is a very much more exciting occupation to herself, and to a good many, a little knowing her in her living. She was a stupid resisting, stagnant, dull, fairly sensible one in bottom being, and this being was so stagnant in her, it is very hard ever to be really certain whether she was of the resisting or attacking kind of them, but really she was of the resisting kind of them. This being, as I am saying, was stagnant being in her, and as vapor there was in her a nervous, almost crazy kind of asking everyone to be a lover to her, and this was in her. And she was a substantially pretty, good-hearted, honest, round one, and so not anyone can understand that there is never any history in any man ever knowing her when she is always so constantly asking everyone to them to be a lover and to keep on making love to her, and she was always then going on with them. This was living in her. This was being in her. To herself, she was not living really in either way of her living. She was really living both of them, and to herself inside her, she was never certain that she was living in either one of them, in the two of them. The one she is actively living, the nervous sexual asking to be object of all loving. The other one she is passively living. This then is the being and the living in Ida. And so then there was not any history in the knowing of her in Mr. Aragon, in Alfred Hersland. A good many who were young laughed a good deal about her. Many did not believe that anyone could ever think they could want to have her. And really there was never any history in anyone's knowing her really, and she was a little confusing to herself sometimes then, and very much a puzzle to very many others then. This is all I know now about her. This then is certain, that not anyone really was very important in the living of Alfred Hersland in his young living. As I was saying, he knew a good many then. He was doing with them what he was doing then in his living. He knew a good many then, and he was doing in his living with them what they were doing in their living then. I have described some of them. As I was saying, the family of Madeline Wyman were sometimes trying to be pleasant with him. The mother, Mrs. Wyman, could flatter him, but she did not really flatter him, and that was not an unpleasant thing to his feeling, but he did not for that want to see her again. Sometimes he was quite a little with Madeline Wyman's brother and her younger sister, but not enough to be different really in him from knowing any other one in his living. The older Wyman daughter could be pleasant to him by taking an interest in him, but that was only in him as making a little less flattering what her mother had left on him. Really, there is not any use now remembering more about them for him. This was all young living in Alfred Hersland, this I have been describing. There was more young living, of course there was a good deal more young living in him. There was young living in him. There was his being inside him. He lived the living of those he was then knowing, and soon then he went to Bridgepoint to begin his middle living. He went there, and then he came to making a living, and to marrying Julia Dehning, and to knowing a fair number of men and women. The Hisson relatives were glad to see him. It was very pleasant for them to see one of their sister's children, and to know really that the Gossel's living was existing, really existing. They were pleasant, cheerful, quickly curious, and always a little doubting, and it was pleasant for them to see Alfred, and to feel him, and to ask him how his mother was, and to hear him, and to see that though he was a fairly tall one, he looked a little like them, and was very pleasant in liking them. The Hersland relatives, too, saw him, and for a while he lived with his aunt, and she was interested in him, but it was not such a pleasant thing in her, and at first he was very much with the Hisson men and women, and he was a little tender with them. He liked being in Bridgepoint, and he began studying, and he played the violin a good deal then, and he was with his relatives a good deal then, and he began to know then some who knew them and others then, and he was very nice then, and he had a pleasant feeling of living in him then. It was very pleasant being in this Bridgepoint living. It was very pleasant to him to be seeing, as it is to Gossel's children, many relatives who knew him and had seen him when he was a baby, and were thinking then in seeing him of his father and his mother, and he was in them the only one. And it was very pleasant for him, as it is for Gossel's children, to hear the thunder cracking and the lightning shooting and the leaves piling up, and then snow coming, looking white and then dirty when he was looking up to see it falling. And then it was pleasant for him to see skating, and then to see a green spring beginning. It was a pleasant thing, like it is to some to hear a cuckoo sounding, and to be slowly convinced by someone that it is not a clock but a live bird calling. It is a pleasant thing to come somewhere and be having such a thing happen, a very pleasant thing. Alfred had a pleasant feeling, and with the Hisson men and women quite a pleasant, tender feeling in him in his living. And to them all then he was a pleasant one, quite a very pleasant one, and to himself inside him then he was pleasantly being with everyone. He had in him then the feeling Hisson people naturally have in them, and he was to them too then a tall one, and coming from Gossel's, and being of them, and it was pleasant, and they were curious, and they stayed around him, and were touching him then to really feel him. And he was of them, and he was pleasant inside him, and he was a little tall for them, and he and they liked him, and he was living with a Hersland aunt then, and this was the beginning of Bridgepoint living in him. This was pleasant feeling in living that Alfred had then. This can come to those living in Gossel's and knowing some and being happy enough in living and enjoying doing things, and then such a one coming to many with a pleasant feeling of everyone knowing everyone, and everyone knowing that one, and everyone a little curious and remembering and touching that one, to be interested in remembering, and at the same time feeling that that one is a tall one. This is very pleasant to some who have been all their living in Gossel's. Not at all pleasant to some who have not been living in Gossel's. Not at all pleasant to some who have been living all their living in Gossel's. It was very pleasant feeling in Alfred, as I have been saying. This is a comforting thing in being a great author inside one, that always, even with much lonely feeling and much sighing in one, and even with not pleasantness inside anyone just then, when it is a very somber burden then, that one is beginning, having coming, saying that pleasant living is a pleasant thing, and to be explaining how some are liking pleasant living. Not everyone is liking pleasant living. Alfred, as I was saying, when he first came to Bridgepoint Living, was liking it very much that he was then in pleasant living. And then he was a little being in love, and that was then almost still pleasant living, even though the Hersland aunt with whom he was living was trying to be interfering, and was just a little breaking into for him the pleasantness of pleasant living he was having then. The Hissons were a little interfering then, were sometimes having hurt or angry feeling, but that was for him then not a part of not pleasant living. Certainly for quite some time, Bridgepoint Living was for him pleasant living. He had some loving in him then. He had some tender feeling in him then. He was liking music very well then. He had pleasant living in him then. He had aspiring in him then, but it was not yet then come to be in him as something that was to be an active thing in him to make living for him in him. It was quite some time later then that he met Julia Dehning. Alfred, of course, in his feeling loving, was feeling it differently in him at Bridgepoint than he had felt loving when he was in Gossels. Mostly, until he met Julia Dehning, he was not very seriously feeling loving. That was really true, though, of him in Bridgepoint before he met Julia Dehning. The second year that he was living in Bridgepoint and studying, he was really feeling loving in him. He wanted then to quit studying and earn a living in a business so that he could then soon be marrying. And this was very troublesome then to his Hersland aunt with whom he was then staying, who was not willing that he should be loving then to marrying. And then Alfred's mother came to see him, and she was supposed to stop him from marrying. But really she was ready to let him, and was ready to give presents to all of them. And then it was over in him, because the girl then was gone to another city and was writing then to him. One of the Hissons' aunts, one who was married to a gentle Hisson man, made fun of the girl then to Alfred, and did it very often, and did it very well then, and did it with letters he showed her that the girl wrote to him. And then his mother, who had been a princess to the rest of the Hisson men and women, so she must be to them, being herself to herself inside her then, and having been living in Gossels to them, went home then. And all the Hissons then helped Alfred to not want then to be marrying, although then he was not being so much with them. He was not any longer then feeling full up in him with the pleasant living they had in them. He had not then any longer in him tender feeling pleasantly in him. He always liked them well enough all his living, but they were not then at all filling him up with pleasant feeling. He went on studying then. He came then to know more and more men and more women, and 3 years later, and then already perhaps his father was beginning the losing of his great fortune, and his mother was beginning completely weakening, and Martha was beginning to have her troubles seriously in living, and David, his brother, was coming to Bridgepoint too to do more studying. These things in the living in Gossels were not then really important in Alfred Hersland when he was coming then to know Julia Dehning. Gossels living was inside him then pretty completely, not any more in him. Hisson living was not then any more in him. He always had his own being in him. He had now pretty completely his own living in him. In a way now, a little, he was not quite doing in his living what everyone near him was doing. He was not doing then in his living whatever he was doing with them. This then is really completely then beginning of middle living in Alfred Hersland, and this is to be now more regular history of him. There will soon be ever so much description of being in Julia Dehning, and in every Dehning. And now a little I will be telling a little more of beginning middle living in Alfred Hersland in his first beginning Bridgepoint living. He knew a number then in these days of his early Bridgepoint living, but mostly not any of them were later in his living. Those who were later in his living were some that I will be later describing. In the beginning living, he was interesting to some as realizing musical meaning, And mostly then he was pleasantly young and quite tall, and always giving romantically, scientifically restrained, superior information, and playing the violin not very well, but always able then to be directing the one playing with him. There were then women and men who liked him, not enough to make it very different in him from those he had been loving in his early living, but he was a little older now, and soon he was quite a good deal older, and he had been really loving then, and he had been assisted in not loving by his aunt Hilda Hisson, who did this very nicely for him to herself then and to him, and he was ready then soon to be one who was one to be impressive to Julia Dehning, as I was very long ago saying. This then was the beginning of middle living in Alfred Hersland. David Hersland, his brother, came to Bridgepoint then. He found some letters that Alfred had forgotten that the girl had written to him, and David made fun of Alfred then. And soon then Alfred was loving Julia Dehning. And this was to David, as to Alfred too, a serious thing, this living, and then this marrying by Alfred of Julia Dehning. This was then the complete beginning of middle living in Alfred Hersland. I wish everyone knew everyone and liked having me telling them about the being that each one has in them, about the kind of one each one is of men and women. It would be a very complete thing in my feeling to be having complete lists of everybody ever living, and to be realizing each one, and to be making diagrams of them and lists of them, and explaining the being in each one and the relation of that being to other beings in other men and other women, and to go on then explaining and realizing and knowing the complete being in each one and all the kinds there are in men and women. Not many find it interesting this way I am realizing everyone, not any I am just now hearing, and it is so completely an important thing. It is a complete thing in understanding. I am going on writing. I am going on now with a description of all whom Alfred Hersland came to know in his living. Mostly no one will be wanting to listen. I am certain. I am important inside me, and not anyone really is listening to me. I am wishing everyone knew everyone and wanted to have me make diagrams of all the kinds there are of men and women, and the place in this diagram of each one. It would be very contenting to me, and I am now not beginning again, but going on with my explaining and describing and realizing and knowing and being certain. I see so many who I am very certain will not be at all interested in my being certain that each one is himself inside him, that each one is of a kind in men and women, that I can make a diagram now, including a very considerable number of kinds in men and women, and that sometime I will be able to explain the being in each one and make a scheme of relations in kinds of being with each one, having in them the way of eating, thinking, feeling, working, drinking, loving, beginning and ending, feeling things as being existing of their kind of being, with sensitiveness and suddenness and impatient and patient and dependent and independent being of their kind of them, and succeeding and failing of their kind of them, and I will be able to make groups of them, and it will be such an interesting and such an important thing in my feeling, in my being, and I will be making groups of them, of each kind of them, with some of each kind of them succeeding, some failing, some in between succeeding and failing, some having more of something of their kind of them in them than other things of their kind of them. And each one then, I am ever knowing, comes sometime then to be such a clear one to my feeling, and I could want to have everyone know everyone, so that each one could see the meaning of my explanation. And always I am certain that so very many I am always knowing are not wanting to completely listen to me in my explaining, and many are not understanding that they must be hearing me completely, and they are not doing this thing. And here I am, and I am certain, at least I am mostly always certain, and yet always I am of the dependent, independent kind of them, and always in me there is quite a good deal always of dependent despairing, and always I am knowing, and always I will be knowing. Always now I am certain that mostly those I am knowing do not want, cannot be completely listening, and it is such a complete being in me, and I am important, that is certain. And here I am full up now with knowing that mostly those to whom I am explaining are not completely hearing. Alfred Hersland was in Bridgepoint, doing, in the beginning, very pleasant living. He was not remembering then very much of his Gossel's living, and then he was not remembering very much his pleasant, tender feeling in the pleasant living he had in him with the Hisson men and women, and young men and women, and the young men and women that knew the young Hisson men and women. He always had a little remembering in him of wanting to be marrying the one he did not marry then, and always he remembered his aunt, the aunt who had married a Hisson man, who had slowly shown him that this one, whom he wanted then to be marrying, was not one to have him. He remembered this very well. He did not remember much about the Hersland aunt who interfered with him. Alfred Hersland was a little not very good at remembering, but he remembered more or less about wanting to have married one then, although he never later wanted that he had married this one. He did want for quite some time very completely certainly to marry this one, and this one certainly then wanted to be married to him, but he did not marry this one. When Alfred Hersland came first to know Julia Dehning, he was not remembering any longer very much in him any of the early Bridgepoint living that he had had in him. He was remembering, as I was saying, sometimes then that he had really wanted to marry one, and he remembered then that he had been living in Gossel's when he had been a very young one. This was mostly all his remembering then. He was then not really knowing any he had been knowing when he was beginning Bridgepoint living. His Hersland aunt was then connected with him. She knew Mrs. Dehning. The Hissons were not then connected in him with him. Not that he had ever had any quarrel with them, but always in living, in mostly everyone, there is a keeping going that keeps making different ones come to be connected in them with them. And now then, as I was saying, Alfred Hersland was coming to know Julia Dehning. As I was saying, there was not then in him really any family Gossel's living, really not any Hisson Bridgepoint living. The loving that I said he had in him when he wanted to be marrying and earning a living in some business so he could be married without waiting, that lasted about 2 years before it was completely ended in him. And then there was about 1.5 years in him, and then he came to know Julia Dehning. There are then resisting and attacking kinds in men and women. Alfred Hersland is of the resisting kind of them. Julia Dehning of the attacking kind of them. The resisting kind, as I have been saying, and having not been yet complete in telling, the resisting kind of them are naturally and ultimately completely certain that things have really, ordinarily, materially existing being. They are existing. They are in relation. They have quality as beauty and smells and use and perhaps purpose and perhaps many other kinds of meaning, but always then, for the resisting kind of them, they are really existing. Having existing like any dirt in any field or in any road or any place or any garden. These then are of the resisting kind of them, and these then have the ways of thinking and feeling, eating, drinking, and loving, and curiosity and obstinacy, and beginning and ending, and being dead and being living, and working and resting, and hoping and not hoping for anything, in a way characteristic of this resisting kind of them. Now this is certainly true of them, and at the same time, what with engulfing being in them, and misplaced parts in them, and attenuation in them, and delicacy in them in being, so that they are reversing, and dependent timid being in them, and aspiring being in them, the being in them gets so complicated in them, sometimes too, when they have dramatic being in them, and aggressive, self-defensive being in them, all this can so confuse kind of being in them that even when they have not any attacking being in them, as a good many have it in them, it is very perplexing even to me when I have been looking such a very long time at one of them. For instance, there are a kind of them that are really completely certain that to be dead is not to be really a dead one, that nothing is really existing. These are certain that nothing is existing except everything. They are completely certain that everything is existing. They are of the resisting kind of them. They must be certain that things are existing, and they make everything existing and so lose out of existing anything. They lose themselves and everything in being certain that everything is really existing, completely, simply existing. That is resisting being, having mysticism. This is quite common. This is a very complete religious kind of being, and these are of the resisting kind of them. I am just mentioning this thing to show that resisting being can be very confusing to be understanding. Those having in them attacking being, the attacking kind of them, can have mysticism in them, that is very certain. Sometime I will tell all I ever can know about these things. Those having attacking being as mysticism lose themselves in attacking complete emotion. Anybody can see how different this is from the way resisting kind of them have mysticism in them. The attacking kind in men and women feel and need and see and use relations between things as coming to them as ultimately realization, more completely even than things being existing. These then can have, as I am fond of saying, but am now a little tired of repeating, emotion having poignancy like a sensation. This is the characteristic then of attacking being, that being in relation is more completely to them of things than things being existing. This makes them attacking, as anybody can see by understanding. This is attacking being then. Julia Dehning was of the attacking kind in men and women. This is now to be a history of Julia Dehning and those Julia knew in living, and of her marrying Alfred Hersland, and of everything. Some have very pleasant living when they are very young men and women. Some have anything but pleasant living in them then. Very many have quite pleasant living in them then, and when they are writing it then in diaries and letters to themselves and others, there is not very much pleasant living in them then. It is a pretty difficult thing to be remembering, in a way ever to be certain, about whether one is having, has been having, pleasant living. It is quite a difficult thing to know it in them, to know it of them, quite young men and quite young women, whether they are, whether they were, having pleasant living. A very considerable number of very young men and women are not having very pleasant living in them. It is very difficult to know it inside in one, in remembering, or in living, whether one is having then pleasant living. Pleasant living is a very difficult thing about which to be certain. A great many are thinking that mostly everyone is having pleasant enough living. A great many are thinking that not anyone is really having pleasant living. A great many are thinking that some are having pleasant living. A good many are thinking everyone should have pleasant living in them. A certain number are thinking everyone could have pleasant living in them. I find it quite puzzling to be certain about anyone whether they are having pleasant living in them. As I was saying, Alfred Hersland, in his early Bridgepoint living, had quite completely pleasant living. I am almost certain. Later then, living was exciting and interesting and gay and varied and absorbing and perplexing, and sometimes disconcerting, and sometimes uneasy in him, but it was never again, I am thinking, quite so pleasant in him. Perhaps it was pleasant in him in his later living. It is very hard to be certain about anyone, about pleasant living in them. A very difficult thing indeed to be certain about this in anyone at any time in the living anyone has in them. Certainly his early Bridgepoint living was pleasant in him. This is quite reasonably certain. Later, he was not remembering this early pleasant Bridgepoint living. It was not important in him. Really, nothing was important in him until his first loving. He had always had his own being in him. That, in a way, was important inside him. Not anything was really important to him until he wanted to stop studying to be marrying. It was his wanting to stop studying to be marrying, and his then slowly not wanting that this one should have him, that was important to him. He soon was forgetting his loving this one. He never was really forgetting having been stopping studying and beginning working at anything so that he could be married then. He never really forgot stopping wanting to be married to this one. Not that that was really very exciting, but it was important to him, more important than anything that he had ever had in his living. Later then, he was older and was beginning to know Julia Dehning. He always had his own being in him. He was always himself inside him. This always was in him. Sometimes he was himself to himself inside him. Sometimes he was not so much himself to himself inside him. Mostly everything anyone says about anyone, that one says about that one, in a way, is a true thing. He always was himself inside him. He was not ever really knowing what could and what could not come out of him. Very many are not ever really knowing what will and what will not come out of them. Each one is himself inside him, is herself inside her, that is certain. Very many are not knowing what is in them to really come out of them. Very many are not ever coming to know of them what is in them to come out of them. Many who in a way do know something of the being that is them. This is a peculiar thing. Watching carefully, repeating in each one can come then to know of each one what is in them, each one, to come out of them. Many men can be certain of themselves that something else will not then come out of them. Someone else can be certain about them that not any really different thing, different way of doing anything, will come out of them. These cannot ever come to be really realizing of themselves inside them that something more completely so that it is different will not be coming out of them. This is very common. He was himself inside him. Of course he was, all his living. Always he was not realizing that not any really different thing could come out from him. You see, one has to be very careful about being certain what is being in anyone. A great many are certain about what is being in someone, and although they may not be altogether wrong about that one, they mostly always are not realizing all the being coming out of each one. You have certainly to be very fond of waiting, very fond of realizing each repeating, very fond of understanding each one is always really repeating, very fond of waiting to be hearing, seeing, feeling a great deal of repeating out of each one, to be at all ready to be realizing the complete being in each one, to be realizing what will not be coming out of someone. Mostly each one is repeating, but mostly each one is not realizing their own thing as repeating in them. It is a queer thing to me, who am really entirely loving repeating, that mostly not anyone is seeing, feeling, hearing themselves as doing repeating. Perhaps it would not be pleasant to most of them. Indeed, very many of them are quite certain they do not at all love repeating. So then a very great many never can come to be realizing what can and what really cannot come out of them. As I am saying, one must be very fond indeed of waiting, of hearing, seeing, feeling repeating, to be really certain about anyone what can and what can really not come out of them. Sometimes one can be fairly quickly certain about someone, and sometimes it takes quite a considerable time to be really certain. But always it is quite well to be waiting a considerable time to be really certain from realizing the repeating coming out of someone, what can and what cannot come out of that one. As I am saying, very many, a very great many, are always beginning having a completely new thing coming out of them to themselves inside them. or waiting to have something coming so completely out of them that it is really in that quality of being a complete thing to be a new thing to be coming out of them. And this is very common. It is really extraordinary that all the repeating coming out of them, all their living, is not discouraging, but then mostly not anyone is really loving being repeating. And so each one can never be really certain about what can and what really cannot come out of them. Each one has their own being in them. Each one is of a kind in men and women. Alfred Hersland, as I am saying, had his own being in him. He was not to himself all his living repeating. That is not quite true of him. He was to himself a good deal repeating all his living. Mostly everyone are to themselves a good deal repeating all their living, but not really completely repeating. Not repeating so that they can sometime quite soon even be considerably certain what can and what cannot really come out of them. Some are quite certain, quite a number are quite certain. A very great number are never really inside them certain. And mostly not any of them are to themselves all their living always repeating. Some are, of course, to themselves all their living repeating, but mostly not very many are to themselves loving repeating of themselves all their living. So then very many are living, very many are aspiring, very many are arranging, very many are telling the being to be coming out of them in their living that can never be coming out of them. And I am not now telling about young ones or about those who are failing in living. I am telling now about a great many who are living. Being always repeating, the whole being all of one's living, is such a lovely thing to my feeling. Mostly everyone is saying they do not love repeating. I am realizing the being in very many men and women. I am realizing what can and what cannot come out of them, each one. And always I am loving all repeating. Repeating all the being in each one over and over again is such a lovely thing for me to be realizing. And yet mostly everyone is telling that they do not love repeating. They do not think it at all a lovely thing. They are not repeating their whole being always all the time in living. Something will soon be coming out of them to show everyone what more being there is in them. And here I am almost all alone in really completely loving repeating, loving it that each one, all his living, is repeating all his being. I am now completely realizing all the being Alfred had in him. I will now tell how in repeating it all came out of him. And always, too, now I will be beginning describing Julia Dehning. End of section 38, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, July 2nd, 2024. Section 39 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 39. Everyone is always knowing the reason why they themselves are failing in succeeding. Each one is knowing certainly each time why he is not succeeding in living. Each one is always knowing why she is succeeding in failing. Mostly not anyone has much of such a feeling about other ones why they are failing to be succeeding. Always each one is repeating in telling each time the reason for not then succeeding. Mostly, as one gets used to hearing it from anyone, they get a little tired of that one. Each one then has their own steady, complete reason for each time of not succeeding. Very many, as I was saying, are not learning about themselves in living. They are not learning about themselves from themselves in their living. The reason for not succeeding comes out each time freshly from them. To very many, then, that one is always going on repeating. That one then is always making a bright finding, a discovering of the reason that one is not that time succeeding. That one is always fresh in discovering what is to every other one then an inevitable repeating, not having really any meaning. It is a thing a great many are not doing, learning about themselves from themselves in their living. It is very satisfying to very many who are living who were living, who will be living, that there are reasons always then explaining each failing in succeeding. As I was saying, Mr. Hersland's children told it to him later when they were a little tired of the impatient being always in him, and when they were then not any longer at all afraid of his doing anything to scare them. He did not then really hear them. He was always fresh then, as he always had been, in discovering a reason for each failing of succeeding. Mostly of everyone, each one, finds it of them that they are repeating, discovering a reason for each failing. To themselves, each one, it is a specific thing, each reason, each time of failing to be succeeding. To mostly every other one, sometime the reason each one is giving for each time of failing is repeating a completely feeble one. As I was saying, there are quite a number always living, quite a majority in men and women who are not learning themselves in failing, from themselves in their living. I am now realizing Alfred Hersland to himself inside him. Alfred Hersland, in a way, was not failing in his living, in a way, was not succeeding in his living. Alfred Hersland was not really learning anything from his being in his living. But then really that was not an important matter in him. Alfred Hersland was not really a learning kind in living. He learned something, that is certain. Mostly he was aspiring in living. Mostly he was not succeeding. Mostly he was not failing in living. Repeating and repeating and repeating and beginning and ending and being a young one and then an older one and then an old one and then not any longer one. I am sometimes inside and sometimes including this realizing. The relation of content and reflection, the relation of being and living, the relation of learning and stupid being. This is in me in my feeling, certainly in me now, and I will be now doing expecting. Alfred Hersland married Julia Dehning. They were not successful together in their married living. This is to be now a complete history of them and of everyone connected with either of them. Very many have it in them that they are throwing always off from them the little too much they are always having of everything. Some are not having really too much of anything, of everything. Some are forgetting whether they have been having too much or not enough of everything in getting another thing. Some are responding with complete excitement to each thing. Some have enough excitement in them to be responding to that thing, and being in a state of having excitement in another thing. Some have it that they are always aspiring to be completely full up with a thing. Alfred Hersland had one way of being in him. Julia Dehning had her way of being. Alfred Hersland had aspiring in him to be completely full up with something. Julia Dehning had very much excitement in being interested in each thing, and continuing and being interested in some more thing. Julia Dehning had very much excitement in being an interested one. They both of them were not failing in a way in the whole of their living each one. They, not either of them, were really succeeding in their being either of them. This is now to be a history of each of them and of everyone. Loving is a thing a great many are doing. Marrying is a thing a great many are doing. There are very many degrees of having loving in men and women. Loving is a thing each one is sometime doing in a way natural to them to be doing. Just at first, I am thinking about 6 or 7 who are doing loving. Alfred Hersland and Julia Dehning were doing loving and were marrying. I could give descriptions of lists of men and women who are sometime doing loving. I have just been explaining to one how one I am knowing just now is doing loving. I am feeling very much just now how 2 I am knowing are feeling in being loving. I am letting myself go into Alfred Hersland and Julia Dehning and the loving being they had in them when they came to be thinking of marrying. I will tell now a little about loving. It is a simple thing for very many men and women for some of their living, for very many men and women for a good part of their living, for a good many men and women, for all their living, to be believing, to be certain that each one is really a quite nice one. Everyone is a nice one. This is really very, very common. In a way, it is a natural way of feeling, for after all, for very many women and for very many men, it is not a reasonable thing that anyone they can come to be knowing could be not a nice one. It is such a very simple thing really to be certain that each one, in a way, is a nice one. Perhaps one can be certain of a way of loving that one has that is not a nice way of having loving, and yet really one cannot be really believing it in the way of knowing that that one is not a nice one. Yes, it is true the way of loving in that one is not a nice one, but then that one is a nice one, and anyone having that way of loving is not a nice one, and very many are then completely content in them that all this is a true thing, that that way of loving is one making that one not a nice one, that that one is a nice one, that that one has the way of loving that not any nice one can have in them, and very many find it inside them completely satisfying to be completely certain of these three things being all true of someone they are knowing. This is quite simply common. I have been hearing someone saying this again and again, and I have been explaining the kind of loving being the one had in her that made that one not a nice one, and it all is completely satisfying. And it is quite an easy, natural way of feeling in very many women, in very many men, this way of feeling about men and women. Some men and some women have very much suspicion in them about mostly everyone. And these can have in them, do have in them, these simple ways of being certain of niceness and not possibly niceness, and quite niceness all in one. There are some who are really completely certain that each one is a nice one. Sometimes such a one is really certain that some are really not at all nice ones, and some then have confusion in them, for they can never come to be really understanding how anyone can come to be really not a nice one. Thinking everyone really quite a nice one is really quite common. This is a very important thing in a way in having loving feeling. And now I will be describing a little some loving feeling some I have been just knowing have in them. I will be describing just now some loving so as to be realizing the relation of feeling each one, someone, a nice one, to feeling loving for each one, for someone. This will bring me on then to describing Alfred Hersland, Julia Dehning, loving and marrying. There is one that is certainly a nice one. This one is certainly a very nice one. I am knowing this one. I have been explaining this one to someone who was and is and will be certain that this one is a nice one, and is certain that this one has a way of loving that is not a way a nice one could have loving in them. This one then is really seriously a nice one. This one is certainly a nice one. This one has a way of loving that not any nice one could have in them. This one is certainly a very completely nice one. Mostly those who are complete ones in living have it in them that content is at least as full as thinking, realizing, questioning, loving, dreaming, talking, aspiration, beginning, ending, quite completely as full in them, and very many have it that this is not true of them, and these then, are sentimental or virtuous or finicky or enthusiastic or aspiring and reflective or temperamental or eager or sudden or intelligent or a number of these things in living. This is very common, as everyone knows, of very many women and men. Alfred Hersland was aspiring in living. The thing in one that may come and may not come to be loving feeling in that one is sometimes concentrated, sometimes very diffused in them, sometimes in lumps in them, and sometimes in different ways in them. Sometime I will be describing pretty completely ways of loving, ways of liking oneself and other ones, ways of eating, ways of drinking, the liking some kinds of eating and not other kinds of eating, liking or not liking drinking, being wearied or not wearied with liking anything, in all the kinds I can come to know of men and women. Always ways of eating and things to eat different ones are liking are to me quite concentratedly exciting. Now then, I am describing a little and pretty feebly in a good deal of confusion, a little about ways of having loving feeling. As I was saying, the one I am now describing had not had loving to come out of this one as really feeling wanting to be loving. This one, as I was saying, was a nice one. I know now a fair amount about feeling loving, quite a good deal now. Of that some are now quite certain. I will tell now a little more about one. This one, as I was saying, was quite well known for being a very nice one in dressing, in getting ready every day for living, in being an engaged one, who was not yet a married one. This one then was quite known by being a very nice one, a quite delicately nice one. This one, as I was saying, was seeing everything not nice ones were doing when she was walking or traveling. She was a little vacant in a way, this one. She had, as I was saying, being that was made up by adding little pellets together which were never mingling. Each little pellet had part of seeing everything not nice ones were doing. Being made up of little pellets made this one a delicately nice one, an engaged one who was not a married one. When this one made jokes about loving, about not being a nice one, and this one did this quite often, it was done with that part of each pellet that was always seeing, whenever this one was traveling or walking, what not nice ones were doing. This one, as I was saying, was really quite certainly a recognized, delicately nice one. This one was certainly convincingly a quite, completely, delicately nice one. Loving being, I am filled just now quite full of loving being in myself and in a number of men and women. Loving is to me just now an interesting, a delightful, a quite completely realized thing. I have loving being in me more than I knew I could have in me. It was a surprising thing to find it so completely in me. I am realizing loving being in quite a number now of men and women, completely realizing for them, completely realizing in them, loving being. I am loving just now beautiful loving. I am loving nice loving. I am loving just now every kind of loving. I am realizing just now very much and quite some kinds of loving. I am thinking now that it is a difficult thing to be knowing without very careful waiting, and then a little more waiting, besides the waiting that was pretty nearly enough waiting, how much anyone is, what kind there is in anyone of loving. A very great many have very many prejudices concerning loving, more perhaps even than about drinking and eating. This is very common. Not very many are very well pleased with other people's ways in having loving in them. Some are very much pleased with some ways of having loving, and not with other ways of having loving. Some are wanting people to be very nice in having loving being in them. Some are pretty well ready to let most people do the kind of loving they have naturally in them, but are not ready to let all people do the loving the way loving naturally comes to be in them. A very considerable number of men and women have different ways of having loving in them. I have different ways of having loving feeling in me, I am certain. I am loving just now very much all loving. I am realizing just now with lightness and delight and conviction and acquiescing and curious feeling all the ways anybody can be having loving feeling. I have always all along been telling a little about ways of loving in different kinds in men and women. I will tell now a little more about specific loving in some specific men and women. Some are never really knowing how much or how little they can be loving. Some are never really knowing how much they are loving. They are looking at someone they are loving, and they are thinking they are not really completely loving. They could very easily be forgetting the one they are loving. And then they are completely full up then with loving, and they never at any time can be realizing that really they are loving more, or maybe less, than they are thinking they are loving. I can understand this thing. I cannot really ever be really realizing that I can really be having really loving feeling. This is perhaps more common in the resisting than in the attacking kind in men. At least, it would be a very natural thing if it were a common thing with those having resisting being as their way of having loving feeling. These are then kinds in men and women, and each kind has a way of loving that in a way is common to each one of that kind of them. As I was saying, now as I am saying, some know very well the complete feeling of being a loving one inside them. It is a very wonderful thing when one is not certain with loving to be seeing someone completely certain in having completely quivering, complete loving feeling, to be all loving and certain that they are really all loving. There are then attacking and resisting kind in men and women. There are sensitive attacking and trembling attacking and quivering attacking and obstinate attacking and rushing attacking and piercing attacking and cowardly attacking and withdrawing attacking and steady attacking and enthusiastic attacking and mystic attacking, that is, attacking to lose itself in complete emotion, and narrow attacking, that is, destroying everything that is not to be there as an object to be attacked to exaltation, and ambitious attacking, and sullen attacking, and quick attacking, and planned attacking, and necessary attacking, and sudden and intermittent attacking, and confused attacking, and dutiful attacking, and troubled attacking, and slow attacking, and stupid attacking, and wobbling attacking, and then there are engulfing resisting, and simple resisting, and vacant resisting, and surface resisting, and yielding resisting, and stubborn resisting, and solemn resisting, and earnest resisting, and seductive resisting, and fiery resisting, and intermittent resisting, and attacking resisting, and confused resisting, and dulled resisting, and emphatic resisting, and sympathetic resisting, and fearful resisting, and very timid resisting, and trickly resisting, and suspicious resisting, and embracing resisting, and in short, there are very many kinds of ways of having loving feeling in men and in women. As I was saying, some are not ever really certain they are really loving, and they are looking at one they are loving, and they are thinking they could easily be forgetting that one, anyone they are loving, that not anyone is really loved by them, that they are really not having loving feeling that is real ever in them. And such then are wondering and adoring one really having certain loving feeling. It is a very wonderful thing to such a one not being certain that someone can have complete energy, complete certainty in loving, that someone can have emotion to have poignancy like a sensation. Such a one never really believing that the feeling in them is really loving feeling, can perhaps come to believe it of themselves by experiencing that always they are spontaneously acting as if they were completely loving, and repeating in them of such action sometimes does convince such a one. They know they are loving because they are doing what someone who is loving would naturally be doing, and this gradually brings conviction to them. Some turn it then into a sentimental feeling so as not to lose it out of them. A few keep it as really needing to be constantly repeating to keep them in their conviction. This, then, has been a description of some loving. As I was saying, a great many have prejudices about people being loving. Some say, all right, all but one way of loving. Another says, all right, all, but another way of loving. Some say, not very many kinds of loving are right loving. Some say all ways of loving are really ways of having loving feeling. I like loving. I like mostly all the ways anyone can have of having loving feeling in them. Slowly, it has come to be in me that any way of being a loving one is interesting and not unpleasant to me. That came very slowly to be in me. I like loving then, as I am saying. I will tell now then a little more about loving in women and in men. Sometimes it is very puzzling that so many are certain that they are really loving someone. Sometimes I am wondering about how they can be so very certain. And then they have so many ways of thinking out the loving in them. And then they have ways of beginning loving and ways of ending loving, very many men and very many women, and ways of marrying and not marrying that certainly are puzzling, and believing that they can and cannot bear to be loving and not living. They can and cannot be learning loving, and ways of being brave and being cowardly with loving and with those that they are loving that are very complicating. Sometimes someone who is always ready to be fighting and ready to kill and be killed by anyone when he thinks it right for him to be an angry one, sometimes then such a one, being really wanting to be completely dominating and loving, being an attacking one, gets frightened and has a feeling of loathing when one who is not any longer loving him, though he is still loving that one, threatens to really injure him. How should that one, knowing that the other one is not any longer loving, be so afraid when the other one threatens to really injure him? Is it that until then he could never, he being an attacking one, could never really realize that the other one was not loving him? Why should a courageous one be afraid when one who has once loved him threatens to hurt him, when he would not be afraid earlier or later of that one? Is it vanity or the bitter feeling of being really an abandoned one, lonely and suffering, because someone is really positively not loving that one? I think it is in mostly everyone, in certainly a good many women and men, a kind of the last one left on earth all alone feeling when they are realizing, even when they are not any longer loving that one, that someone really, truly, completely, actually does not any longer love them. But all this is just something that is happening. Now I am telling a little more about loving. Alfred Hersland and Julia Dehning came to have some loving feeling, and then they came to marrying. I am beginning again a history of them. I was seeing one today who reminded me very much of another one I have seen doing very much loving. And both of these certainly are in a way in living that is a natural way to feel about the being, the acting, and the living in them. These were in a way quite different ones, these two, in their complete living, I am certain. But they both, being of the resisting kind in men and women, were and are and will be so completely on fire, always every minute in existing, that they are not really ever resisting anything. And being of the resisting, not of the attacking kind of men and women, the fire of it is burning anyone, besides being just burning, is burning that one by accident of conflagration, are burning themselves by accident of being themselves in a fire that is burning. I know just now 2 of such of them. One of such of them I know quite well in all loving. The other one I am just seeing sitting, standing, running, looking, a little in talking, breathing, and I will not be seeing any more in living. I have not been seeing any more in living. The loving in such of them is naturally from the being of them, what anyone understanding now the being in such can be realizing. All the ones in between these and engulfing ones, between these and completely resisting ones, are existing. I have seen quite a number of them. I am seeing these days very many kinds of men and women. Sometimes now I am tired out and irritated, and not at all amiable about them, because they are not, some of them, like any other one I have been knowing. Sometimes then now I have a very irritable feeling in looking, and sometimes someone these days, and I am looking steadily at them, are very completely illuminating a kind in men and women. I am these days seeing men and women. I am these days looking and looking and looking at them, and then I am all worn out and irritated by being wearied with seeing and not seeing being in them. I see a very considerable number just now of men and women. I am wearied and not weary with my learning always more and more, and then not being really ever certain. I am a happy one. That is quite reasonably certain. I am quite a very happy person. I am quite completely a very happy person, seeing very many men and women. I am listening just now to many women loving one, a resisting one who is not burning. This one certainly is not burning himself or anyone by conflagration. This is one of the resisting kind of them I have been describing, not having any weakness in him, and all the romantic strength of intelligent and active genius to very many knowing him. This gives in him some appearance of burning to some. One having, as I was saying, being like wood cut and excellent and hard, and sometimes made into shapes very fanciful and delicate, and perhaps symbolic, but always being solid wood cut, and not sensitive to being a weak thing by being a thing having sap flowing. This one then, as I am saying, is always being one having many loving him, insisting upon loving him, clinging, adoring, following, needing him. He is having very many kinds of women always loving him. He is a very nice man really in his loving. He is sentimental a little, and solid and firm and gentle and complete in loving, and not any longer loving. Sometime I will describe very many who are loving in their living. I have now described some, and I am feeling very many loving everywhere in living. I am feeling a very great many men and women. I am feeling a very great many men and women doing loving. More and more I will be satisfied with every kind there is in men and women of being doing loving. Now I am really beginning again about being in Alfred Hersland and in Julia Dehning. Alfred Hersland, as almost anyone can tell now by remembering, was of the resisting, engulfing kind in men and women, not a very complete one in being, fairly aspiring in being and in living, not really failing, not really succeeding in the whole of the living in him, not completely certain that to be dead was to be really a dead one, not quite completely, entirely, utterly certain that to be dead was not to be really a dead one. Julia Dehning I am just beginning describing. Julia Dehning was of the attacking kind in men and women. Julia Dehning was of the kind of attacking kind who mostly are spending their living resisting being at bottom, changing in their way of doing any attacking. They are attacking with some excitement everything to mostly everyone seeing them. Really, they are resisting all their living any changing in their feeling of attacking. In a way, then, at bottom, they are mostly all their living not having any stimulation. Mostly to everyone, they are excitedly every minute being stimulated by something. I am going to tell a good deal now about attacking being. I am preparing myself now to be courageous to do this thing. I am feeling a little weak now in courageous feeling, as is quite common in my living. I am remembering attacking being. I am a little realizing this thing. I am beginning again now realizing attacking being in men and women, in Julia Dehning. Hopefulness is to me very interesting. Anyone expecting anything to be coming out of them, being fairly certain in being a hopeful one, is to me fairly interesting. There have been in me feeling very nearly to being a completely miserable one in having another one fairly certain of having something coming from them, of being fairly completely a hopeful one. There are very hopeful ones having resisting being or engulfing resisting being in them. There are hopeful ones having attacking being. I will now soon be describing hopeful being in men and women having attacking being in them. I have been pretty miserable sometimes seeing them, hearing them, feeling them. I have been quite very miserable hearing, feeling, and seeing some. Some are having complete hopefulness of enthusiastic or excited or passionate attacking being. I have not had a miserable feeling from seeing or hearing or feeling attacking hopeful ones who are completely fighting ones or pushing ones or winning ones in living. I have not been miserable about them, not at all. I have not been miserable for them, the excited or enthusiastic or passionate ones, not at all. I have been a miserable one because I have been always a little pretty nearly certain that I would be ending failing, and everyone enthusiastic or passionate or sensitive or excited in attacking would then make me a jealous one, a miserable one having a sad and somber feeling, being certain that to be dead was to be really a dead one, and that I pretty nearly certainly would be always being nearer and more nearly a completely dead one. I had very much such being in me, and I was a sad, resisting, depressed, jealous one then, and now I am telling this thing. Attacking being and resisting being have each their way of having hopeful feeling. Some have very much hopeful feeling, some have less, some have none, some have pretty nearly none, some not any at all really hopeful feeling. Each one has their own way of having in them certain feeling, hopeful feeling. I am loving to know everyone having or not having hopeful feeling in them, certain feeling in them. I am wanting to know everyone who ever was or is or will be living, all the being in each one of them, all the kinds there are of men and women, all the ways each one has anything ever in them, everything they ever have in them in them. It is certainly a very queer thing to be certain sometime about someone that they have been all their living that kind of one in their being. It is certainly a most queer feeling of dreaming that one has in one when one is certain about someone of the being in them, and then is remembering the being in that one that was in that one when one was not really knowing that one very well, but still quite well. It is a very queer feeling of dreaming that one has then. It comes then sharply to one, then to be deciding whether one is really then ever certain about anything, anyone. And yet I certainly am certain that sometime I am really completely knowing someone, and very often I have in me a queer feeling like dreaming. It is then a curious thing in feeling to be coming to learn to know very completely anyone. I have come to know very completely now, pretty nearly completely now, Julia Dehning. And I'm now beginning to tell all the being in Julia Dehning as I have been learning to be realizing the being in Julia Dehning. Julia Dehning was of the attacking kind in men and women. I have mentioned this thing. Julia Dehning was of one kind of the attacking kind in men and women. I have told a little about this kind of the attacking kind in men and women. I will slowly, quite slowly, I am hoping, be telling the complete history of Julia Dehning. I will slowly, certainly fairly slowly, be describing all the being of Julia Dehning. I will be always telling a very good deal about attacking being in men and women. I will be telling a good deal about hoping and loving and liking to be a cold or a hot one in the attacking kind in men and women. I will be always somehow managing to be remembering, learning being in Julia Dehning. I am writing the history of Alfred Hersland and Julia Dehning, and of everyone, pretty nearly everyone, they came to know in their living, of pretty nearly everyone who came to know them or to know about them. I am remembering always that each one is repeating always all their being. I am remembering that very often I am very much not knowing what they are saying to other ones, what they are feeling, how they are not feeling and doing what I am thinking and hearing they are saying and doing. I am remembering that very often they are having being in them, and I am supplying in them, in my feeling, what they certainly have not been having in them. In short, I am remembering, and I am a little melancholy with it in me now, I am quite certain. I would be so content with knowing everything. I am giving now a history of Alfred Hersland and Julia Dehning. It is puzzling that each one has had being in them and have been repeating the whole being of them, and I have not been hearing, seeing, feeling all the being in them. Yes, it is certainly true of them, of very many men and very many women. I have not been hearing more than a part of the repeating coming out of them. They are each one always repeating all the being in them. I am certain. I am hearing always very much repeating coming out of each one I am ever knowing. I am not hearing anywhere nearly all the repeating coming out of them, each one I am ever knowing. I am always hearing, seeing, feeling repeating coming out of each one I am ever knowing. I am knowing kinds in men and women. I am not hearing a wonderful amount of repeating always coming. I am now quite certain. I could be so happy knowing everything. I could be enjoying so much having curious feeling about everyone if always more and more I could certainly be hearing, feeling, seeing every bit of repeating coming in any way out of everyone. I am enjoying having curious feeling about everyone. I like every bit of repeating I am hearing. I get an awful sinking feeling when I find out by an accidental hearing, feeling, seeing, repeating from someone what I have not been hearing, feeling, seeing as repeating in this one. And then I am saying if it had not been for this little accidental thing, I would not have known this repeating in this one. And it is so easy not to have such an accidental happening. Alas, I say then, alas, I will perhaps not really ever be knowing all the repeating coming out of each one. I know some of the repeating coming out of Alfred Hersland and Julia Dehning, and some others whom they knew, and some others who knew them, and I will now be describing what I am desolately feeling is all being in them. I am desolate because I am not certainly hearing all repeating. I am almost sulking. I am beginning now to go on with my history of the Dehning family and of Julia Dehning, and of her marrying, and of the Hersland family, and of Alfred Hersland, and of everyone they any of them came to know in their living. To begin again then from pretty nearly the beginning. I am remembering everything I have been telling. I am always loving all repeating. I am realizing kinds in men and women. I am realizing Alfred Hersland and Julia Dehning. That is, I am certainly somewhere near to a fairly complete realization of them and of some whom they knew, each one, and who came to know them, either of them. I am a little tired now with all this beginning again. I am hoping that I am going on again. The Hersland family living was different from the Dehning family living. The Dehning family living was that of right, very rich American being. It was the living of the Dehning family being, and the living of the Dehning family living, very rich American living. The Dehning family was different from the Hersland family. There was Mr. Henry Dehning and Mrs. Dehning, and Julia Dehning, and George Dehning, and Hortense Dehning. They were each one themselves inside them. They made together then a family living. They were living then right, very rich American living. Mr. Henry Dehning had his being in him. Mrs. Dehning had her being in her. Julia Dehning had her being in her. George Dehning had his being in him. Hortense Dehning had her being in her. This is to be now the history of all the living in each one of them, of the family living they had in living, of the living they had each one with each one of the others of them, and with themselves inside them. This is to be the history of everyone, almost everyone they ever came to know, any one of them in living. The history of everyone who came to know of them, to know of any one of them, of anyone ever connected in any way with them, in any way with any one of them. There are a great many men and women always living. This is to be now some history of some of them. Mr. Henry Dehning was a foreign American. He was living then the living of a very rich American. He was a very different kind of a person from Mr. David Hersland. They never met in their living. This will have been and will be a history of both of them. Mr. David Hersland, as I have said, was full up with beginning, and later full up with impatient feeling. Mr. Henry Dehning was not at all the same kind in living as Mr. David Hersland. Mr. Henry Dehning was married to one who was of the attacking kind in men and women. Mr. Henry Dehning was a resisting kind of them that was so diffused in smoothly and compactly resisting that he seemed to be always steadily to be attacking. He would very often not be hearing what anyone was saying to him. He was a very nice man. He was quite entirely almost a good man. He was pretty nearly completely a quite successful man. He was loving to his wife and to his children. He was ready to listen and to understand anyone's wanting to be doing something. He and his wife lived together like very many good men and women. His wife was not too good a woman, but she was a good woman, not a bad one. She was pretty harsh in any attacking. He was not gentle, but he was smoother in resisting. They were really very nice and good and pleasant and successful and happy and content in married living. They both came to be a little worried with being old ones and having to take care of their own and each other's older troubles, as older people come to have them, with the body wearing they have then in them. She made him do what she wanted him to do. He made her do what he wanted her to do. They made each other do what they wanted each other to do. Very much less were they doing this thing with their children. They were very rich American man and woman living very well the right, very rich American living. I have been telling very much of Hersland family living. I will now be telling something of Dehning family living. I will be giving some history of each one of them. Mr. and Mrs. Dehning were really very nice, very rich, good, kind, quite completely successful, a little troubled American man and woman. I am now beginning repeating, with fuller repeating, the living in them, the living they had in their living. The Dehning family, each one, and as family living, was different enough from the Hersland family, each one, and Hersland family living. The Dehnings, as I am saying, were really always all their family living the living as right, very rich Americans. Mr. Dehning, as I was saying in the beginning of writing, after he was born, came to America quite a poor person, with brothers and sisters, and a mother and a father, all quite poor like him. And he was quite a nice one then, and he came to be quite a very rich one. Mr. Hersland came to the making of a large fortune out in Gossels, as I was saying. But, as I was saying, he was not in his family living right, rich American living. The Dehnings were all their family living the right, very rich American living. They were really very nice ones in this living. They were very different from the Herslands when the young Dehnings came to be knowing the young Herslands. The Dehnings were living completely nicely as family living, very rich, right American living. Each one of them, of the Dehning family, had their own being in them. Altogether, they had a family living in them. Mr. Dehning was quite a good man, a good businessman, a good enough citizen, a good husband to his wife, and a good enough father to his children. He was quite a careful and generous and kindly man, and always could be fairly made by his wife to do what she would have him. He was also fairly ready to listen to his children when they wanted anything in their living. He was, as I am saying, quite a good man, a quite good man in business living, a quite good man, quite entirely a good man in his family, in his daily living. He came to be an old man, and was then a little shrunk then from outside him. His wife was sick then, a good deal in taking care of him, keeping him from eating what was not good for him, keeping him then from smoking, which was then bad for him, keeping him then from any excitement of business living, which was then a thing the doctor had quite forbidden to him. Later then, she was a sick one, and while he was shrinking some away from the outside of him, she died from too much coming to be inside her for her living. She left him then wishing he had been the one to be the dead one for the sake of the children. She knew he certainly would be needing something to fill him, something to warm him now he would be shrunk away a little from the outside of him. Not any man, certainly not the man she had known all her living, could not be managed to be married by a woman, and then there would be trouble with money and her children, and it would have been better that he had been the first one to be the dead one, and then she would have been handing the money over very entirely to the children. She was the first one to be a dead one, as I am saying, and he did not, as a matter of fact, marry anyone. But it was, it is surely certain, a little struggle for his children, with a sister-in-law and someone else to help him to keep him from marrying. All this will be told later in the history of George Dehning and Hortense Dehning and Julia Dehning. As I was saying, the Dehning family living was very different from the Hersland family living. Mr. and Mrs. Dehning and Julia and George and Hortense Dehning all were living all their family living completely and pretty nicely and quite pleasantly and fairly freely, right, very rich American living. They lived it very well then. It was quite a pleasant thing in them. It was not quite entirely a pleasant thing in them, but it was quite a good deal a pleasant thing in them. There were 5 of them, Mrs. Dehning and Mr. Dehning, and Julia and George and Hortense Dehning. This is to be now some description of them again, and some description again of family living in them, and some description of some people knowing them. Then there will be more description of the marrying and married living of Julia Dehning and Alfred Hersland. One is telling, and I am hearing, that there is not a need in everyone to be a courageous one to do ordinary living. Some are doing ordinary living without any need in them to have courage in them to do that thing. Very many are needing very much courage in them to do that thing, to be every day completely living ordinary living. For some, it takes courage to be killing anything, like a buzzing thing or a fly, to buy anything, to sell anything, to eat anything, to drink anything, to remember anything, to want anything, to forget anything, to decide anything, to like anything. Some, and someone is telling this to me, and I am listening, do not need courage for any such thing. The attacking and resisting kind in men and women, those having attacking naturally, do not need much courage for just daily living. Mrs. Dehning did not need much courage for daily living. Julia Dehning had so little that she needed as courage for daily living that it went over to her being too energetic not to be nervous in her daily living. The nervousness of attacking and resisting being is interesting. I am now beginning to be ready to completely feel being in Mrs. Dehning. I am a little not ready yet to feel being in Mr. Dehning. I am almost ready to feel all being there is or was or will be in Julia Dehning. It is a very difficult thing to believe that anyone has seen everything in anything, and that one has just glanced at that thing, and you have had to be looking very long at that thing. Someone has just glanced at a book, and you have read that book, and the other one knows everything in that book. In short, the other one is a quick one, and you are a slow one. It is a very difficult thing to really find it convincing that that one has really been reading that book in such a quick glancing. That one is telling all the things in the book, that is certain, to mostly everyone. Anyone being a slower one or a quicker one in detail of daily living is an astonishing thing, a thing very difficult to be realizing, a thing to be believing because of its being a thing every little minute is proving, a thing that always is a little not a real thing, like seeing any sleight of hand performing. It is a very difficult thing being really certain of anything anyone is doing in any kind of a way anyone is naturally acting. I am beginning now to be describing Mrs. Dehning. Mr. Dehning is not completely in me yet, I am certain. Mrs. Dehning is quite in me, I am certain. Mrs. Dehning is an attacking, a harsh, continuous, not too quickly, fairly good, attacking one. She was to herself and to everyone a good enough one in all her living. This is to be now a description of her being and a little description of all her living. She was an attacking one. She could be a very gay and cheery one. She was a pretty stupid one. She was fairly quick and not a very quick one. She was an important one. She was important to herself, to everyone. She was a lonesome one in dying. She was knowing that her husband, who was a very good man and a very devoted one, would be needing a woman to fill him. She knew his children should not want for their sake that he should marry someone. She was a lonesome one in dying. When he was sick, Mr. Dehning, she could make him do what she wanted him to be doing by doing quite excited attacking. He could make her do what he wanted her to be doing. They were to mostly everyone not very sweet in their living together then. Really then, they were quite sweet in their living together then. They could, each one, make the other one do what they wanted the other one to be doing. Mrs. Dehning could be a cheery and quite gay one. She was quite an ambitious one. She was a crudely attacking one. She was not a very quick one. She was quite completely in her being, feeling, a stupid one. She was to herself important to everyone. She was quite really an important one. She had a good deal of sense for living. She was mostly then a quite good enough one. Mr. Dehning was quite entirely a mostly good enough one. He had quite a great deal of sense for living. He was not in feeling a very stupid one. He was quite in feeling not a stupid one. He was not a gentle one, but he was quite a complete one. He was then for very many a gentle one. He was not really a gentle one. He was quite a complete one. He was quite a good one to be listening to anyone who wanted to be doing anything. He was quite a completely successful one in living. When he was an older one, he was a worried one from being an old one, from not being really a complete one in his children, who were not in him complete ones, who were struggling. His wife always had been in him to be him a complete one, although she was a crudely harsh one because she really had some sense for living, because really she could and always did make him do what she wanted him to be doing, because he always could and did make her do what he wanted her to be doing. They were pretty even then, altogether in their living, in their being quicker and slower, attacking and resisting, having courage and patience and sense in living, having ambition and success and failing a little in coming to be old ones and dying. This is to be now more history of both of them, not so very much more description of the two of them. End of section 39, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, July 5th, 2024. Section 40 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 40. There was then the Dehning family living, the right, very rich American family living. There was then the Dehning, very rich, good enough family living. Mr. and Mrs. Dehning were very completely living, very rich American right family living. They had country house living and city living. They had both of them sense for living. This is now to be a considerable amount more of description of them. There are many who like it in their living to have more ready than they can be using. Mr. Dehning was, in a way, such a one. Mrs. Dehning was not, in a way, not such a one. Mr. Dehning was such a one, was believing in being such a one. Mr. Dehning was quite certainly such a one. Mr. Dehning was a very successful one, quite entirely a successful one. Mr. Dehning had always in living more ready than he needed to be using, than he could be using, than he was using. Mrs. Dehning was not such a one. Mrs. Dehning was not such a one by her own being in her, but she was one having it in her to be realizing always completely inside her that they had it in them as family living, all their family living, to have more ready than they were using. They were quite reasonably pleasant in this thing. Mr. Dehning was entirely justly pleasant in this thing. He had this being in him. He had always certainly more ready than he was using. This made him what he was to everyone, this with the rest of being in him. This is to be now a little more description of him. Certainly he had it in him, certainly all his living to his dying, that he had more ready than he was needing to be using. Mrs. Dehning was not an old woman when she came to be a dead one, and she looked a younger one than she was then. He was not an old man, a very old man, when he came to be a dead one. They were both of them living and dying and dead ones of the right, very rich American living. This will be now more history of the Dehning family living. This is to be now more description of Mrs. Dehning and Mr. Dehning. Mr. Dehning was always believing in having a good deal more ready than he was using. Mr. Dehning was always ready to be listening to anyone wanting to be doing anything. Mr. Dehning was quite a pleasant one to have as a father to anyone. He was to himself an important one to be giving advice, and to be listening to anyone who really wanted to be doing anything. He was a little an important one inside him from believing that everyone should have more ready than they were needing. He was to himself an important one from always certainly having more than he was needing. This was important being in him. Being ready to listen to anyone who was wanting to do anything was important being in him. Being an attacking one was important being in Mrs. Dehning. Being a very rich one was important being in Mrs. Dehning. Being the mother of children with whom she was showing was important being in Mrs. Dehning. Making Mr. Dehning do what she would have was gay and satisfactory, important being in Mrs. Dehning. Mr. Dehning and Mrs. Dehning, each of them, had important being of themselves to themselves inside them. Each one of them was an important one in living. This is to be now more description of them. Mrs. Dehning had nervous being. That is to say, she had attacking being, and very often that was exciting to her being, and made her have in her nervous being. Later in her living, when Julia was leading Dehning family living, Mrs. Dehning had nervous being, from being one a little following feeling, being one leading in attacking. Later she had nervous being with lonesomeness, and walking in a restless fashion, and wanting to be having something like a dog she had once, only she was afraid then that when she would lose him she would be afraid that another one would not be a nice one. She had nervous feeling then of being very certain that she had been all her living a good woman, a good enough woman, and an important enough one. And now she was telling this thing again and again. And Julia was not happy then, nor succeeding then in married living. She was then, Mrs. Dehning, taking very good care of Mr. Dehning. She was sometimes then very attacking in making him do something that was good for him. They were living then being important in each other, making each other do something then good for each other one to be then doing. Mrs. Dehning was not such an old one when she came to dying. As I was saying, she was certain if Mr. Dehning had not been left by her, being a dead one, he would not make it harder for everyone by wanting to be marrying again, as any man being left certainly would want to be doing. Mrs. Dehning certainly was very worried about this thing, as she was certain that he would be living when she was not any longer living with him. Mrs. Dehning, as I was saying, was one having attacking being. This is to be now some more description of her. Mrs. Dehning was not an unpleasant one. No, certainly not. Mrs. Dehning was not an unpleasant one. She was not a pleasant one. This is to be now some more description. Mrs. Dehning was an important one. She was an important enough one. Mrs. Dehning lived very well, the Dehning very rich American living. She was, in a way, a gay one. She was very often quite a gay one. She certainly was very often very unpleasant to very many, having a pleasant time when she was among them. She was very often not a pleasant one. She was, in a way, a stupid one. She was by way of stupid being, that was being in her crude in attacking. In being an important one, she could be, as I was saying, and certainly was, a nervous one. She had sense for living, that is certain. Now I will tell more of Dehning family living. Mrs. Dehning was a whole being. It is very difficult remembering the whole being in anyone. It is very difficult remembering the whole of them of anyone. Realizing the being in them as attacking or resisting is very good for remembering the whole being in anyone. Mrs. Dehning was an attacking one. She had sense for living. She was not then a really stupid one. She was not as strong as her attacking. She was then not such an important one as she was in living. She was a stupid one in being unmeaning, in being a harsh one. She was a nervous one in being one following because her daughter Julia was leading. She was a gay one in being one having life in her being. She was a good one in making her husband do everything that was good for him when he was a sick one. She was not a bad one in living, in not having any need to oppress anyone to her being. She was one then who was living the very right rich American living all her living. She was one not having this living as an unpleasant thing. She was one having stupid being in harsh attacking for not any winning. She was in this thing quite completely a stupid one. She was not an old woman when she was a dead one. She was a completely stupid one in attacking for not any winning. She was attacking for not any winning very much in every day of living. She was, in such attacking, a stupid coarse and not a gay one. She was a gay one in having her being alive in her all her living. She had sense for living in having been making her husband do what she needed for her living he should be doing, in having been doing all her living what he needed she should be doing. This was being then in Mrs. Dehning. This is remembering all the being in Mrs. Dehning. All this I have been telling is remembering all the being in Mrs. Dehning. Mr. Dehning was a whole one in living. He lived after Mrs. Dehning was a dead one. He had then lukewarm being, needing to be warmer to be really living. He was a dead one without coming to be again a really warm one. This is very common. This is very common when a man is an old man, needing to be careful of eating, drinking, smoking, and everything, and his wife is a dead one, and he has grown children, and he is a rich one, and he likes to be again a quite warm one. Mr. Dehning was really a quite good enough man for all living, for any kind of living he ever could have in him from his beginning to his ending. Mr. Dehning could listen to anyone wanting to do anything. Mr. Dehning could listen to his children, to any one of them wanting to do anything. Mr. Dehning was not really listening to Mrs. Dehning when she wanted that he should be doing something. As I said of them, he did what she needed he should be doing for her living in her being. She did what he needed she should be doing for his living in his being. He was of the resisting kind in men and women, but really he was not to anyone resisting. He was always listening to anyone who wanted to be doing anything. He had really sense for living. He lived very well, very rich, right American living. He had lived all of his living. He liked very well all of his living. He would have been liking it better if his children had been more actively succeeding. He was very well doing all his living. He liked it very well that he liked hearing what anyone could tell him that they wanted to be doing. He liked it very well with everyone, with any of his brothers or his sisters or their children. He liked this completely well in him in his living. Mr. Dehning lived very well, quite completely well, very rich, right American living. There will be now some more description of him. When he was a young one, he was most likely quite a good one. Not a very exciting one, quite a pleasant one. Entirely an efficient one. Quite a pleasant one. He was then very likely a reasonably social one. A quiet, firm, good one. A one wanting a woman to own him by attacking loving. He was one then, probably a little then, sometime telling a little to someone what a good one should be doing in being one doing living. I am thinking, I am knowing, when I am reading, when I am hearing, when I am seeing, when I am writing, when I am talking, that very many are not feeling, thinking, believing what someone thinks everyone is naturally believing, feeling, thinking. Mr. Dehning, as I am saying, often was a man, more and more in living, always listening to anyone wanting to be doing anything. Really, then, he was listening to anyone wanting to be doing anything. Really, he always had sense for living. Really, sense for living. Really, though, he was believing that each one, in a way, was believing, feeling, being something that some certainly are really never believing, feeling, thinking. Mr. Dehning, very likely when he was a young man, and then when he was beginning middle living, was one who sometimes was telling what a man living the life a reasonably good man should be living should be doing. He was a man who all his living really was not ever really failing. He was a very rich American. He was married to Mrs. Dehning. He had 3 children, Julia, George, and Hortense Dehning. He had playfulness in him in living. He needed his wife to be owning him by attacking. He needed to be a wise man in pleasant advising. He needed to be an important man by being always ready to be listening to anyone wanting to be doing anything. There will be written now some history of him. He was a man who came to be by living very completely the living of a very rich American. He was a man in his later living quite reasonably often telling the history of the living he had been all his living doing. He was a man many were likingly admiring without ever thinking much about what he was in all his living. Certainly, when he was a young man and a man beginning middle living, he was one having very much sense indeed for living. When he was quite a young man, certainly, he sometimes then was telling someone what a man living a reasonably good kind of living should be doing all his living. Surely, all his living, he was quite reasonably a fair man to be living with men, with women, with children. He always, more and more, was ready to be listening to anyone who really wanted to be doing anything. This was all being in him, all that I have been describing. He came to be an old man, a little lukewarm inside him, and wanting then to be a warmer one. This is certain. I think I have been telling for just now enough history of him. This then has been now a little description of Mrs. Dehning and Mr. Dehning. There will be now written a little more description of the Dehning family living. There will then be written a description of Julia Dehning. The history of George Dehning and Hortense Dehning will be written in the long history to be written of David Hersland, and that will be written after the complete writing of the loving and the marrying and the being and the living in Alfred Hersland and Julia Dehning, and every one they knew and who came to know them or to know about them. I am going on then now telling about Dehning family living, about Alfred Hersland and Julia Dehning loving and marrying and living. I like very well to know it of each one, what kind of living they have been, they are doing, they will be doing in living. I like knowing the living in each one. I like to listen to anyone. I like to hear the living they have in them. I like to know the kind of feeling, thinking, doing each one has in her, has in him. I like to hear everything. I like to know all living. I like to know the living in anyone. I like very much to be realizing every kind of living. I like very much to be realizing in each one the living they had, they have, they can have in them. I like so very much to be really feeling every kind of way there is of having living feeling. I am always more and more realizing that not any living anyone ever is or was describing is not existing. There are so very many kinds of ways of living, of feeling living always existing. I like always to be listening to stories of feeling living. More and more, there are to me many kinds of ways of feeling living. I am remembering my beginning feeling kinds in feeling living. I am certain I cannot ever be realizing any more kinds of living, of feeling living, than I will have been hearing from some describing. I certainly never will be knowing all the kinds of ways there are of feeling living. Of that I am really certain. I am always feeling I can perhaps not certainly, but still possibly come to be realizing pretty nearly all the kinds there are in men and women. Perhaps I cannot. But I certainly have a very good deal such a feeling. I certainly am knowing I certainly will not be realizing very many kinds of ways of feeling living. I have just been a little beginning this thing, realizing kinds of ways of feeling ways in living. I am realizing fairly well the Dehning family way of living. I have a pretty helpless feeling with feeling all the kinds of ways there are of living, of feeling ways of living, of having ways in living. I feel like one a little beginning and certainly not going to be making very much of progressing. I am remembering I always was very halting in realizing ways of living, ways of feeling ways of living. I am learning but not really grasping these things in me, that is certain. I am loving to be knowing all the kinds there are in men and women, all the being each one has in him, all his living. I am being then a very happy one in knowing kinds in men and women, in being certain that sometime there will be written a complete history, a complete description of all the kinds there are in men and women. I am completely then living in being certain of kinds in men and women, in each one having their own being in them, in being certain that sometime someone will be knowing certainly all the being each one has in living, all the kinds there are in men and women. This is then complete being in me, complete living in me, the kinds there are in men and women, the kind of way each one has in that one to be naturally loving, working, feeling anything, everything. I have in me completely halting learning in realizing ways of living in men and women. I have learnt some. I am learning now some more, a fair number more from someone. I am haltingly learning, beginning learning this thing. I am remembering how each kind of way of living was a thing not real, and having been needing that I should be convincing myself that it really was really an existing way of really living. I have not with ways of living That slow openness of steady realization, that joy in always being certain that it is repeating. I know ways of living are repeating. I am not realizing them as repeating. I know it of them. I do not really truly feel it in them. I do not know whether I am clearly expressing now a feeling. I will sometime begin again telling how I am not really realizing ways of living. I am realizing each one always sometime. And just now I am seeing each one having something, some kind of thing in them that is interesting, that I was not naturally seeing they were having. That is making for me a new way of feeling living. I do not know whether I am liking this thing. I am of the resisting kind in men and women. I am not very certain I am liking it, that I am beginning a realizing a quite new way to me of feeling living. As I was saying, it is not a natural thing to me to be realizing ways of feeling living. It is a natural thing to me to be realizing in each one some being, a good deal of being, sometimes all the being they have or can have or did have in them. To me, ways of feeling living is different in some having in them almost quite completely the same way of being. As I was saying, the Denings had in them very rich, right American living. That is then one way of feeling living. As I am saying, I have all my life not naturally been learning realizing ways of feeling living. I am now being taught by someone that some have a way of feeling living that I have not ever been realizing. I like it, although it is to me upsetting learning anything I am not naturally learning. I have been learning all my living very much that to me was upsetting as being not to me a natural thing to be learning. If it is to me completely a not natural thing to be learning, I certainly am ending with not having been learning that thing. I will be knowing sometime whether it is not a completely not natural thing for me to be learning, to be realizing, ways of feeling living with different kinds of living. The Denings, then, were then living very pleasantly, quite entirely decently, not very aggressively, pretty freely, quite contentedly, fairly advancedly, thoroughly generously, quite gaily, pretty entirely cheerfully, right very rich American living. As I am saying, I am learning just now to be seeing in each one things that are interesting in them that is not certainly easily natural for me to be observing, realizing of them. This is leading to being more open to realizing ways of feeling living that are different to different kinds of ways of living. I like seeing things in each one that are interesting. I even, in a way, like learning seeing a new way of seeing new to me things in them. I like it in a way, I say. I find it hard to let myself not resist at all to this thing. I am resisting. I am, too, doing this thing. Sometime I will know what I am now doing. That is just now to me a comforting thing. I am beginning again going on telling the history of the Dehning family living, of Julia Dehning, of her marrying and loving and living and learning or not learning. The Denings liked living. They all did that thing very well, quite well as people go in doing this thing. They all of the Denings, liked very well being in living. They all had, in a way, some sense for living. This is to be now some history of all of them and of the living in them. They all quite entirely liked living, all 5 of them. They all went on living up to the end of their living. This is to be now the history of each one of the 5 of them, of all of them. This is to be now a history of Dehning family living, of Mrs. Dehning and Mr. Dehning and Julia and George and Hortense Dehning. I am beginning now this history of all of them. I am beginning now with Julia Dehning in her family living, in her married living, in all of her living. There will be all the time then now a description of the living of all of them, of the Dehning family living then. I am beginning now again. Some have all their living nervous being, nervous feeling. Julia Dehning had quite a great deal of nervous being the bigger part of her living. Some have nervousness from sensitive being in them. Some do not have nervousness from sensitive being in them. Some have nervousness from ambition in them. Some have nervousness in them pretty nearly all of their living. Some do not have nervousness in them in their living, and then it comes to be in them, and then they come to be dead ones, or perhaps really crazy ones. And it is a very difficult thing to know it of someone, whether nervousness is just nervousness or will be something stronger in them. Very many have very much nervousness in them all of their living. Some have nervousness from sensitiveness in them, some from ambition in them. Some do not have nervousness in them most of their living. Julia Dehning was not such a one. Julia Dehning had nervousness a good deal in her living. It was not in her from sensitiveness. It was not in her from ambition. It did not come to be more strongly in her. It was always all her living a good deal in her. It was not excitement in her. It was attacking being in her, being resisting to any changing of her way of having attacking being. This was in her all her living. This is now to be some history of her. Living having meaning to anyone doing living, being living, this is a thing very many are feeling, being certain in, denying. As I was saying, Mr. Dehning and Mrs. Dehning had each one of them in their own way sense for living. In some way, living had in them, for them, really meaning. Mrs. Dehning was saying when trouble came to them, she could not really understand it, that anyone, having been so reasonably charitable to everyone, should have it that things should happen to their children. But always then she would go on being a good woman, because she was always certain to do this thing, so she was saying. And later then, when her children were not thinking about her being in her in living, she did not then see any reason why she should go on thinking about what it was, all that she could do for them, and with their father for them, but certainly she would be going on doing everything, for certainly she always was a little certain she would go on doing everything. She had then, as I was saying, sense for living. She was of the attacking kind in men and women. She was nervous with being one attacking without needing, without feeling winning. She was nervous with being not following, not leading in her children's later living. She was not nervous with winning, attacking in living, her living with Mr. Dehning. With many men and many women, she was nervous with very much attacking. And this she had always in being with harsh attacking for not any winning. She was not nervous in being a gay one in living. She was nervous with not following and not leading in her children's later living. Mr. Dehning was not a very nervous one. He was a nervous one in dying, in being a sick one for dying. He was a nervous one in sudden action, in being one not warm enough for living in his later living. Mostly in his living, in his broad, careful, even resisting, in his listening to anyone who wanted to do anything, in his feeling that sometime each one should do a right thing, he was not nervous in living. Julia Dehning was a good deal of her living a nervous one. This is to be now some history of such a one, of some of such of them. The Dehning family living was then a fairly free, very rich, very decent, right American living. As I was saying in the beginning of telling Dehning family living, the Dehnings liked country house living. They liked very well, fairly free, perfectly decent, quite generous, very rich, right American living. They certainly did live this thing. Julia was then the oldest of the Dehning children. George was considerably younger, and Hortense was a good deal younger than George Dehning. Julia was then the beginning of Dehning completely American living. This is a description of her being and of her living, of her loving and of her marrying, and of all of her living. Julia, then, was an American. Julia had her own being in her. She was of a kind in men and women. This is to be now a description of being in her and of living in her. Each one is inside them, being that one. Mostly everyone has some way of feeling living in them. Each one has ways in them that are in other ones living with them. Mostly everyone has living having some kind of meaning to them. Very many like it that they are doing something, living, working, loving, dressing, dreaming, waking, cleaning something, being a kind of a one, looking like someone, going to be doing something, being a nice one, being a not nice one, helping something, helping someone, winning, conquering, losing, forgetting, being an influence in being a living one, being a dead one, having courage to be going on living, having a troubled living, being a worried one, cleaning themselves all their living, learning something, beginning something, forgetting something, ending something, liking old things, leaving something, liking everything, liking pretty nearly nothing, being disgusted with everything, liking new things, leaving pretty nearly nothing, liking changing, liking being a quiet one, liking fighting, being one making a peace between all men and all women and all men, fighting things out to finishing, being honest in living, being failing for a reason, being just failing, being just succeeding, being lucky, being an unlucky one, being a really completely successful one, being one submitting to everything, being loved by everyone, being one submitting to almost nothing, being one certain that one should be one submitting to being a good one, being hated by a good many who come to know them, being certain of spending money, of being saving, being one loving God, being one loving living, being one loved by God always in being living, being one loving God and living, being one needing religion, being one not needing anything for living, being one not needing anyone, being one not needing any religion to support them, being one afraid in living, being one always shivering with living, being one not having any realization of shivering in living, being one liking eating, being one liking thinking, being one liking waking, being one certainly not afraid to be dying, being one liking starving, being one liking to do anything, being one liking to be resting, being one liking working, being one certainly not afraid of doing anything, being one liking to be in pain for themselves or someone, being one liking cold days in outdoor living, being one liking rainy days around them, being one liking hot sunshine on them, being one certainly not afraid of anything, being one getting sick with cold or hot or raining weather on them, being one not liking any fresh air on them, being one not able to be breathing without much fresh air on them, being a funny one, being one not liking funny ones, one not liking queer ones in living, being one liking swimming, being one tired of ocean bathing before they have really been in more than twice in a season, being one excited with learning anything, being one needing everything because anything was food to living for that one, being one being excited at leaving anything, being one learning always a little something, being one not thinking very much about anything, of anyone. There are all these ways, then, of having living, having meaning, and there are innumerable other ones. Do not crowd so on me all the other ones. I know very well there are very many other ones. I know very well I am not knowing all the ways men and women are feeling living. I know very well I am not knowing all the ways anyone can have living have meaning. I know very well I do not know all these things. I know very well I could be very happy knowing everything. I know I am quite a happy one knowing something of being. Now I am always hearing of ways some have of feeling living, and they come crowding, and I am resisting so that I can be slowly realizing. And always I am knowing I can never really be knowing all the ways there are of feeling living, all the ways there are of having living, having meaning. I am knowing something of kinds of being in men and women. I could know sometime, if I could know completely all I could be knowing, all the kinds there are of men and women. I am comforting now my feeling by saying this thing in my complete feeling again and again. I am beginning now a history of living, of feeling living, of living having meaning in Julia Dehning and Alfred Hersland. I have been telling something of the kind of being each one of them had in them. I will tell very much more about the being each one of them had in them. Julia Dehning was all her life resisting any changing in attacking. She was always resisting not attacking, and so she was an obstinate one, not hearing what anyone was saying. She was always listening to everyone who had a way of doing anything, and had nervousness in doing it then. She was always all the time then resisting being any kind of an attacking one that she had not always been in all her living. She was harshly doing everything that she knew about from hearing anyone who was doing anything, and she was all her life resisting any changing in her attacking. She was then the daughter of Mrs. Dehning and Mr. Dehning, as I am saying. I know so well the kinds there are in men and women. I know so well the kinds that are connected, and the way they are connected with other kinds in men and women. Julia Dehning was one having attacking being, and she was completely a stubborn one to not hearing anything that was something to be a changing in any way anything in her attacking. As I was saying, Mrs. Dehning had sense for living. As I was saying, Mr. Dehning had sense for living. Julia Dehning was not one really failing in living. Julia Dehning was one not having really sense for living. Julia was one having really to everyone courage for living. Julia Dehning was of the independent, dependent kind in men and women. She was of that kind of them, and having power over those who were already loving with her, who were already overwhelmed by attacking being in her. She was one who was in a way certain that always someone would be there to hold her when the last end of failing came, so that it would not touch her. To herself and to everyone, she was one not having any such dependence in her. She was one always fighting, whether to winning or to losing, always courageous to be fighting. And in a way this was true of her, and always there was there in her that someone would be there holding her when the last end of fighting was in her. Though to herself and to every other one, this was not in her as a thing she was needing for living. Really, though, she could not be knowing she was not fighting by the strength of herself in her when the last end of fighting was in her. And to herself then, she was keeping going on fighting by courage in her, in everyone near her. Really, as I am saying of her, she had not sense really for living in her. Really, she had not really feeling in her whether she was fighting for winning or for losing. Really, she had not faith in her that she was fighting for winning. Really, she did not have any feeling that was independent, dependent one in living. Really, she had not really sense in her for living. Really, it was a very difficult thing to know this in her, to know she was not having anyone do what she needed of them, that she was not ever doing anything anyone needed that she should be doing. For really, she was not failing in living. Really, she had much support and loving in living. Really, she was a loving one in living. Really, she was all her living fighting, and winning a good deal in fighting. Always she was learning everything. Always she was really living to herself and to everyone. And yet she was completely not hearing, feeling, seeing anything that was in any way changing any attacking being she had all her living in her. She married Alfred Hersland, whom I have been already a good deal describing. This is to be a history of the living and the being in her, and of the slow learning her that was in very many knowing her. I will be telling now of how a good many different ones felt about her. She was to mostly everyone a completely honest one. She was to mostly everyone an earnest, an excited, and an ambitious one. She was to mostly everyone one fighting to be successfully a winning one by steady fighting all her living, by courage in resisting being worn out by anyone else's attacking. She was to everyone one being one leading in all fighting she was doing all her living. She was one having complete conviction that thinking and working and being an interested one in everything was something giving meaning to her being in all of her living. This is to be now some description of the way some were realizing being in Julia Dehning. Many women like their children. Some like children being as babies. Some like children being young ones. Some like children being older ones. Some like their children being young men and young women. Some like their children being young men. Some like their children being young women. Julia Dehning liked her children as little babies, which was surprising to very many who knew Julia Dehning quite well in her living, knew quite well her being. She liked children all their living. She used all energy to learn everything. She liked them completely as being little babies. And this, in a way, was surprising. Not really surprising, perhaps, but all the same, somewhat surprising. Some women, then, are of the attacking kind in living. Some are of the resisting kind in living. Julia Dehning was of the attacking kind in living. I have said sometime that it is the resisting kind that need to own those they need for loving. Now, many of the attacking kind of them need to own those they need for loving, but they need to own them by attacking them to hold them, attacking them to seize them. And they can be doing this completely with a little baby being with them. Some resisting ones are completely loving children when they are little babies, because then they are completely owning them by possession, by the baby being of them, to them, some of them. Some of the attacking kind of them being of the dependent kind of them, like the little babies as then they are together, dependent ones, being together completely a dependent being. Julia Dehning was of the independent, dependent kind in men and women. Sometime much later I will tell something of women and children with them. Now I will only tell about Julia Dehning loving and marrying, and what some knowing her thought of her as she was then being. It is a very difficult thing to really let oneself be certain that they are not sorry when everyone is thinking they should be sorry, that they are not glad when everyone is thinking that they are going to be a glad one, that they are not liking to be doing something for someone they are loving when that one is thinking they are glad to do that thing, that they are not pleased to see someone when it is a natural thing for them in their living to be glad to see such a one, that they are not moved by someone being suffering when they, being reasonably tender-hearted, should be moved then, that they are not remembering their own little needs when it is not a decent time for them to be mentioning them. It is a very difficult thing, some from superstition, fearing something bad will happen if they let themselves know that they are what not anyone, not having bad things going to be happening to them, would be in feeling. Some from natural conviction that they are feeling always what is right for them to be feeling. Some from the sentimental feeling that it is such a nice feeling, feeling the right way in living. Some from not being really certain that to be a dead one is to be really entirely a dead one. Some from being quite certain that to be a dead one is to be not at all a dead one. Some from having a fear in them that then something will happen badly to someone. Some from generous loving, some from enthusiasm, some from being really that kind of a one having some such feeling. It is a very difficult thing to very many in living to let themselves be saying, feeling, thinking what they are thinking, feeling, saying when something happens to them or happens to someone. I am saying this long thing because I am feeling that this is a necessary thing to be realizing in learning, knowing anyone. And yet it does very much happen that one is having very really much more feeling the way anyone naturally is supposing they are having about anything, about everything, than they themselves are thinking they are having. I have been learning in my living all the being in many men and many women in Julia Dehning. I am always wanting to be realizing the whole being in each one of them by feeling, by thinking, by knowing, by talking, by remembering. I am going to be telling very soon now what very many felt in knowing Julia Dehning, what Julia Dehning felt in living, what being, what kind of being Julia Dehning was inside her. As I was saying, she was of the attacking, the independent, dependent kind in men and women. As I was saying, she was, all through her living, resisting having any changing in her being one doing one way of attacking. As I am saying, she had, in a way, not really a lack of successful living. Really, though, she had not really sense for living. This is what anyone now certainly can be realizing. Each one is certainly like someone, having something in them of the father and the mother of them. Mrs. Dehning was a stupid one in being one attacking harshly and not for any winning, and not for any winning of anything, not for winning excitement or sensation or feeling or power or religion or good or bad anything or anything. Julia had stupid being in being completely one, completely resisting any changing in her attacking. Mrs. Dehning was a nervous one, as I have been explaining. Julia was a nervous one, as I have been saying. Mrs. Dehning had really sense for living. Julia had not really sense for living. Julia then was a young woman. This is now to be a description of Julia Dehning, of what others were feeling in Julia Dehning. Some are knowing in living by their feeling that they are liking something. Some are not knowing by their feeling what thing they are liking. Some have so very much feeling that the feeling covers anything to liking. Some have so much excitement in living that that thing covers everything. Some can need everything, for anything can be food to them. Very many, quite a number, are living and not telling by their feeling what they are liking. A good many are living and are telling by their feeling what they are liking. As I was saying, Julia Dehning came to the marrying of Alfred Hersland. This is the way they came to be loving, the way I have told once, the way I am now telling. Some liked very much the being and the living in Julia Dehning. Some did not like at all the being and the living in Julia Dehning. To some it was, the living and the being in Julia Dehning, not a pleasant, not an unpleasant thing. Julia Dehning was not a harsh one in attacking without winning, as her mother was in her feeling. Julia was a stupid one in resisting any changing in her being as attacking. Julia was a crude one then, and in such a way a stupid one, but not really a harsh one. She was one to herself, and to everyone having complete courage for living. Really, as I was saying, she had not really sense for living, and so really then, she had not really courage for living. She had completely courage for resisting any changing in her being in her way attacking. Not really complete courage for this thing. She was of the independent, dependent kind of them. I am feeling attacking kinds a little harshly just now in me. I am now beginning again to have in me complete feeling of attacking being in men and women. Attacking kind are often very sweet ones to very many, poignantly sweet ones and generous ones in living. Attacking kind often have it in them to be as bad, as harsh, as crude as they feel in them to anyone, because they know in living they are generous ones, needing to be attacking someone to have them love them. I know this as certain. This gives to them the right to be harsh or crude or eager as they have it in them, that they have it in them for living, that they are generous in emotion, as they certainly are in poignant feeling, the need of attacking to win what they are needing for living. Those having resisting being have it in them very often to be afraid if they are too completely resisting, not anyone will attack them enough to win them, and they are uneasy then in them. This is certainly not true of all attacking and all resisting. These things I have been saying of attacking kind in men and women, of resisting kind in men and women. It is true of quite a number of them. So then many of the attacking kind in men and women feel it in them as a completely natural thing to be as harsh, as crude, as active, as eager in attacking as they feel it to have it in them. Many of the resisting kind in men and women have it to be very dubious about the doing all the resisting they have in them to be doing. Many have attacking being, have sweetness and courage in attacking, and harshness and crudeness and eagerness in attacking. I am now thinking about men and women having it in them to be certain they are right in living. As I am saying, some knowing Julia Dehning liked completely the being and the living she had all her living. Some did not like it at all. Some liked it well enough, as I was saying. Some liked it and then liked it well enough and then did not like it. Some liked it very much and then liked it well enough. Some, as I was saying, did not like it. To mostly everyone, Julia had complete courage for living. Slowly, some came to understanding that really she had not sense for living, that she had almost complete courage for not changing any kind of attacking being she had in living. She had real courage in her, that is certain. She had sweetness in her, that is certain. She had stupid being in her, that is certain. I will tell now more about attacking being, about enthusiasm, about being certain in living, about what other ones are feeling, thinking, saying. I know Julia Dehning. Certainly, I know Julia Dehning. Yes, of course, I know Julia Dehning. Have I not certainly come to know Julia Dehning? I certainly have come to know Julia Dehning. I know Julia Dehning. I have known Julia Dehning. I am thinking I will know Julia Dehning. How do I know Julia Dehning? I know Julia Dehning as one at the end of her beginning living, at the beginning of her middle living, at the middle of her middle living. I know Julia Dehning as one having in her living marrying Alfred Hersland. I know Julia Dehning in the Dehning family living. I know Julia Dehning some as Mrs. Dehning, some as Mr. Dehning, some as George Dehning, some as Hortense Dehning, as each one of them then knew her in their living, in her living. I certainly do know Julia Dehning. How do I know Julia Dehning? I know Julia Dehning as a kind of a one, as one of a kind in men and women. I know Julia Dehning having her being in her living. I know Julia Dehning being certain that she was a really living one. I know Julia Dehning being certain in being living. Yes, I do know Julia Dehning. I certainly can say I do know Julia Dehning. Julia Dehning was one having being in her all her living, and being quite an important one in living. Julia Dehning came to marry Alfred Hersland, that is certain. Julia Dehning was one, always being one, having completely courage for living, in being one, having completely living being, in resisting being, one having changing from sensitiveness in ways of attacking, in having changing from hearing, seeing, feeling anything, in the attacking being in her. I am remembering. Really, I never do forget one having being in her, attacking being in her, And always to everyone, this one was one not having attacking in her, but resisting being in her, because this one had this being in her as being so like soft, not set jelly in her. That this one was one by her skin cutting her off from any other one, and this one had attacking being that never did more than just wobble in her. And anyone moving at her was sticking in this being in her. And so she was to everyone a resisting one. But really this one was of the attacking kind in men and women. Now, I was telling how Martha Hersland had attacking being that was, in her, indeterminate nervous excitement inside her. Now, I am telling of Julia Dehning that she was one having complete resisting to any changing in her attacking, a stubbornness then to mostly everyone realizing this in her inner living, and was one not having really sense for living, one having really courage always in living, being one that needed everything, for anything can feed her. And now I certainly understand the relation in being between her and these two I have been just rehearsing as being. And I am certainly certain that I am certainly knowing being in Julia Dehning. End of section 40, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, July 8, 2024. Section 41 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 41. I wish everyone was feeling being the way I am telling it now in my writing, and that not anyone could understand it without hearing me tell it as I am now doing. I could like that very well, I think, now when I am not remembering listening, when I am not remembering loving everything, loving being, and repeating in everyone. I think it would be so very nice if everyone knew how completely it is a necessary thing to realize being the way I am realizing being, and then I am explaining this thing, and then I am being one really explaining everything. I really do like being in everyone, and so I am very happy even with not everyone really realizing the important thing that I can explain being in everyone, with hardly anyone realizing this thing. I am telling now the history of the living in Julia Dehning, a description of the being in Julia Dehning, and what I know of her being, what many know of being in her living. I am thinking about how anyone feels anything, learns anything. I am thinking about Julia Dehning. I am thinking about dependent and independent being, dependent, independent, independent, dependent being. I am thinking about attacking being. I am thinking about how the attacking kind in men and women react to anything. I am thinking about the way they have sensitiveness in them. I am thinking about how I am going to be telling about the being in them, the attacking kind in men and women. I have been describing some of the attacking kind in men and women. I must now, I am thinking, tell about being in some more of them. I am knowing very well, I am knowing very many men and women having attacking being in them, independent, dependent being. I am feeling some of them. I am realizing many of them. Now, I have it as something I am doing, describing being in the independent, dependent kind, the attacking kind in men and women. Sensitiveness to anything, to something in any kind of the attacking kind in men and women, the independent, dependent kind in men and women, is something I am now beginning describing. I know certainly in daily living sensitiveness in the attacking kind in men and women, in independent, dependent kind in men and women. I can certainly know what I am meaning by sensitiveness in them. I am now beginning giving what is in me as realizing sensitiveness in being and independent, dependent kind in men and women. Sensitiveness is in men and women of the independent-dependent kind in men and women, in those having it, that they can have it in them, that reaction is complete and poignant and quick in them, so that they can have emotion as poignant in them as a sensation. This is in a way the foundation of my explanation. I am beginning again, telling everything. How has anyone sensitiveness in living? They have it in them as their way of being. Now, let me see. I, who am realizing now sensitive being in the attacking kind of them, let me see if I can say this thing now in the time I am living. Each one I have been knowing, having attacking being, having their kind of sensitiveness in them, is remaining in my feeling. They are crowding now in my feeling. They all have it in them to have sensitive being of the attacking kind of being, of the independent-dependent kind of being in them. They have then sensitive being, some of them, of independent kind, of independent-dependent being. They have sensitive being in them, some of them, of dependent kind, of the independent-dependent kind of being. Some have sensitiveness in them that makes of them that they are to themselves and to everyone possessed by each one ever coming near to them. Some have with this kind of sensitiveness in them emotion, some passion, some practical desiring, some fear, some depression, some exaltation. These then are such having it in them that they are completely and always responding to anyone coming near to them in the way of sensitiveness, of complete reaction, of realization, of the being of someone being near them. Some, as I am saying, have this with passion, some with emotion, some with intention, some with desperation, some with much lying, some with conviction, some with religion, many with feeling of knowing everything coming to be happening. Some have it thickly in them, some thinly in them, some with much independent attacking, some with almost not any attacking, some with gladness in them, some with the desire of being an important one in living. These then have it in them that sensitiveness is complete and always in them to everything coming near them. It may be thick or thin, or stupid or dull, or timid or aggressive in them, or fairly intelligent in them. These are then many of them very full of wanting always having new things in religion. These are very often having it in them to be very interesting to quite a number knowing them. Some are very sweet with this thing. Some are very gentle with this thing. Some are wanting to make money, or position, or win something for someone with this thing. Mostly these, then, are not really succeeding in living. Some have with this thing sense for living in them. Mostly they have not in them, most of such of them, very much sense for living in them. These, then, are not those having sensitiveness in them to mystic religion as being really in them. Those wanting to have mystic religion in them, those of the attacking kind of them, are those having it in them to be attacking complete emotion to be in that thing. Such have it in them to have complete sensitiveness in them to something they are realizing as a complete thing to be attacking by a complete effort of being in that thing, by the attacking by them of that thing. Such as these have it in them mostly not to have poignant passion in them, but complete attacking in them, and very many of them have not attacking in them only for religion. They have it for pure reason, for pure affection, for much succeeding in living, and mostly these then, too, very many of them, though being very successful indeed in living, have not really in them much sense for living. I know a whole lot of these in living. I hope I will be seeing that I am rightly realizing the being in them, and that it is as I have been describing, and as I will be going on some time describing. Now, there are some having attacking being in them, having sensitiveness in them as passion in them. And these can have it in them to be successful, to be failing in living, to be wise or foolish in living, to have sense for living, to have not too much sense for living, to have much, to have little sensitiveness in them, to have it thinly, thickly, intermittently in them, to be using it in every way in living, to have it very delicately in them, to have it fairly coarsely in them, but mostly these having it in them, although they may be succeeding, although they may be failing, are not really without some sense for living in them. They can be anything, some practical, some religious, some earnest, some careless, some ambitious, some critical, some very weak in living, some very intermittent in doing anything, all having passion in them as sensitive being. Then there are some having attacking being as sensitive being as emotion in them. These can be quite melancholy often in living. These can be quite aggressive in living, and to everyone can be content and energetic in living, and self-satisfying, and these can have it in them that they have trouble in having it as being that sensitiveness is in them as emotion. They can have it that they have not in them any power of resisting when they have it not in them to be practical in living. I know now some of such of them. I will certainly sometime tell more of such of them. 2 of such of them are just now in my feeling every minute in my living. Then there are some having attacking being that have sensitiveness in them as being really excitement inside, but mostly these then do not have it in them to have sensitiveness really in them. Perhaps they have spots of sensitiveness in them, times for sensitiveness in them. Now I will begin telling a little about how some come to learn or not learn in living. Always I am telling of the attacking kind in men and women. Always now I will be keeping on telling of the attacking kind in men and women until I have given a good description, a really good description of Julia Dehning and what everyone who knew Julia in living thought about the being she had in her all her living. Surely everyone has a way of learning something. This is now to be very little description of how some connected in being with Julia Dehning learn what they do learn in living. This, then, is connected with sensitiveness in them, as is, of course, a natural thing, as anyone ever thinking about learning can certainly be understanding. I am now understanding all the ways the attacking kind in men and women have sensitiveness in them. I am feeling some having attacking being in them, having sensitiveness in them, and I am not understanding what way sensitiveness is in them. I have been seeing some. I have been knowing some. I have been hearing about some having attacking being in them, and I am not realizing of them the way sensitiveness is in them. I have not been loving any of this kind in men and women. I would like to be loving someone some of this kind in men and women. I would like to be knowing certainly the way sensitiveness is in them in this kind of the attacking kind in women and men. I am feeling someone of this kind in men and women. I know something of the character in them, something of the way they do some things in living, but they are a kind of them that are really different from these kinds I have been describing. I will not now be telling my troubles to everyone. It is enough that I have been saying that I am not understanding all the ways sensitiveness is in the attacking kind in men and women. I am realizing some sensitiveness in some who have attacking being in them. Soon I will tell complete histories of each one having sensitive being in them. That will certainly be helping to make a long book interesting. I could tell it very completely now of some. I will not just now be beginning this thing. I am certainly now writing a history of being in Julia Dehning being living. As I was saying, Some, having attacking being in them, having independent dependent being in them, have it in them to have sensitiveness in them as passion in them. I was telling about one having attacking being and having it as wobbling, having it as being in this one as a soft jelly mass, making of this one an individual one by the skin of this one, separating this one from any other one. I have been telling about attacking being in Martha Hersland, in Mr. David Hersland, in Redfern. I have been telling something of attacking being in some others because I was telling then about such other ones. I am remembering pretty completely everything I have been telling. I am always thinking I am not remembering what I am going to be telling, what I have been telling, but really I am remembering pretty well what I have been telling, what I am telling, what I am going to be telling. Now, I am telling about some ways of having sensitiveness and learning in some, having attacking being, independent, dependent being in them. Julia Dehning, as I have been saying, was always resisting changing the attacking way she had, was having, would be having all her living. As I was saying, she had not really then sense for living. As I was saying, she was not really an unsuccessful one in living. As I was saying, Mrs. Dehning was stupid in attacking when she was attacking and not for any winning. This was in her always in her daily living. As I was saying, Mrs. Dehning had some sense for living. As I was saying, she was an important enough one in daily living. There are very many who are wanting to be learning in their living. Some, as I have been saying of Julia Dehning, are wanting anything because they are feeling that anything can feed them. Some, something like Julia Dehning, can feel having teaching. Some, something like Julia Dehning, can feel a little the things someone has been teaching them. Some, something like Julia Dehning, can be feeling giving teaching. Some, something like Julia Dehning, are every minute feeling teaching to them, feeling teaching from them, either feeling teaching being given to them or being given by them. Always then feeling teaching, always then feeling teaching being given. This is very common with many having in them not really any sensitiveness to the teaching itself that has been given, that they are giving. To begin again, there are many having sensitiveness in them to someone teaching, to their being one teaching someone, to their teaching someone, and have in them the very least possible sensitiveness to the teaching that is being taught then. This is very common. Some have not any in them sensitiveness to the thing taught by anyone, and these have it in them to have really sensitiveness to their being teaching done to them, by them, to someone, by someone. Now, this is certainly quite common, and this is bringing this writing always nearer to Julia Dehning. As I was saying, Julia needed anything, because in her feeling, in her being, everything could be feeding her in living. Now, as I was saying, Julia had being that was one resisting, being stupid in resisting anything that could be touching her in relation to her always being in her way, persisting in attacking. Really then, Julia had not in her any way of learning anything. Really, she had it in her that she was being an excited one in seizing everything, seizing anything to learn that thing. And always then, she had it in her being that she was a stupid one in not being able to not be a resisting one in a stubborn way to anything teaching her in any way to be an attacking one. This then is being in her, and as anyone can see, it would make of her one not having really sense for living, one having not necessarily failing in living, one being one interesting to some, one being one certainly in a way having courage in living. As I was saying, she was of the attacking, of the independent, dependent kind in women and men. She had dependent being in her of the independent, dependent kind of being, But this really was in her only when rarely it did happen to her, someone did tell her she had not really any way of learning in her. Then she had it in her, as the dependent, independent, dependent, attacking kind in women and men have it in them, she had it in her to be certain that not the last end of a bad thing could happen to her. And then surely someone did have it to be certain that she certainly could learn something. And so then she had it in her this not as a religion, but she had it in her then the certain feeling of right conviction. And see then, everyone reading this thing, that this one Julia Dehning had conviction in her that she was one to be an attacking one, resisting anyone changing any attacking in her being. And she was one seizing being, one learning, and always then really she could not be learning anything. It is a clear thing then that she had not in her anything of religion. It is certainly a clear thing, this thing that she did not have in her, with dependent, independent, dependent being in her, anything in her of religion. She could and did and would have, and mostly must have conviction. She must be having the sensation of certain feeling to be going on attacking, having courage really in all of her living. She was completely then a stupid one in being a resisting one, resisting any changing in her being in a way an attacking one, having courage in living. She had then certainly not sense for living. She was then certainly in living, not one failing in living. She was one seizing, being one learning anything, learning everything. She was one feeling being one needing anything, needing everything, because not anything was teaching anything in her being. She was one seizing anything that was teaching, because she was one having it in her feeling that everything was feeding her in living. She had courage in living. She had not sense for living. She had dependent being in her being of the independent, dependent kind, as I have been saying. She was not really failing, not really succeeding in living. She was one quite interesting to some, quite unpleasant to some, quite irritating to some, quite stimulating to some, quite stupid to some, quite unusually bright to some, quite loving and pathetic to some, quite cold and self-seeking to some, entirely generous and courageous to some, quite failing in really attacking to some, quite entirely honest to some, quite failing in being honest in knowing that sometimes she was lying to some, quite earnest and sensitive to teaching to some, quite impenetrable to anything to some, quite really nice to quite a number knowing her in living, quite open-minded to some, quite completely obstinate to some, quite nervous and fairly excited to everyone. This is to be now a history of living in her, of being in her, of what each one knowing her felt in her, what those living with her felt about her, how one can know her, how one can come to know anyone, of being in everyone. This then is certain, feeling that there is and was and will be teaching being given always every day to someone by some, to everyone by everyone, is very much, in very many, moral feeling, completely moral feeling, completely moral conviction. This is very often in very many not having any feeling in them for anything anyone is learning, anyone is or can be teaching. Their being teaching always being given makes of living a moral operation to very many living. Julia Dehning, as I was saying, was completely needing feeling that always, in all daily living, teaching was being given by someone, by a good many of mostly everything. She was needing learning, learning everything, for anything could be a food to her that she could have as learning. She had then certainly from this thing completely a moral conviction. She did this needing learning from being one needing to be going on living. This is in very many women, in in very many men, in pretty nearly ever so many women and men. Teaching, then, being existing, is being existing as being in moral being in very many, pretty nearly a very great many men and women. Some are feeling each thing they are liking and are not learning anything in living. Some of these have religion in them. Some of these have themselves inside them, to them, as all being in them. Some of such of them are completely loving someone. Many are feeling everything in living, are not learning anything in living. I know very well one of these in my living, and this one has complete feeling of each thing, and this one is delicately vibrating and completely loving something, and not having any religion, not any moral feeling, not any interest in any opinion. I know by reading and by hearing of two having it in them that they are completely feeling everything, each thing, and are not learning anything in living. These have religion in them. These are certain that the having so much feeling in them with each thing is meaning that they are realizing that a God is loving them. I know one, and that one is in a way like Julia Denning. And this one is feeling each thing in living, and not learning anything, and always having a conviction that it is a necessary thing that this one is learning everything, so that this one can be having meaning in living, and this one has moral conviction. This one needs it that everyone is learning everything. I know one who is in living in her being, and completely living with her being, and this one is feeling everything and not learning anything in living. And this one is needing feeling everything in living and not learning anything in living to make it for herself a complete thing that she is living with her being. Some who are feeling everything, feeling anything in living, have a very little power of realizing each thing they are feeling. These could learn something in living if each thing was not succeeding another thing. Some of these can come to learn something in living. Some can learn something in their living. Julia Denning, in a way, was not such a one. These I have just been describing are some with attacking being in them who are not learning, not succeeding, not necessarily failing in living. Some of such of them are quite important to a number knowing them in living. They are not really important in living. They have not really sense for living. I am going now again to commence my regular description of being in Julia Denning, of Denning family living, of Julia's meeting and marrying and loving and not learning and not enduring Alfred Hersland, and of her complete living. I am beginning again, not from the beginning this time, that is certain. The Denning family, as I was saying, were living quite completely, pleasantly, very rich, right American living. They were living this in a free way, in a quite generous way, in a completely pleasant way, in a fairly energetic way, in a quite successful way, in a fairly gay way, in a quite spirited way, in a fairly peaceful way, in not an ambitious way, in a quite fairly simple way, in a quite thoroughly, completely, easily pleasant, fairly happy, reasonably contenting, and contented way. Family living is a thing a family, in a way, is realizing. Sometimes a family is not at all realizing that thing. Mostly a family is, in a way, knowing the kind of family living they have in them. Sometimes it is a queer thing to have them telling family living. Sometimes it is a very funny thing when some are explaining a family living. Sometimes it is a foolish thing, sometimes an irritating thing, very often a quite tedious thing. Family living is a peculiar thing because not anyone, mostly, is deciding family living, and always each one is himself or herself inside her or him. And family living is, in a way, a combination that, in a way, is not coming from anyone. Sometimes it is coming from someone, Sometimes it is a combination thing. Sometimes it just happens to be existing. As I am saying, the Dennings had family living in them that was not really expressing Mr. Denning or Mrs. Denning, or in a way the two together, nor in a way the three children. Really, one knowing each one of them would be thinking family living would have been a different thing in them from what it really was in them. Really, I suppose certainly it was a combination of being in Mr. Denning and Mrs. Denning and the three children. Family living is a pleasant thing when each one likes to be hearing some telling about what each one likes to be doing in living. Family living, when not anyone is liking to be listening to what another one is liking in living, is not at all a pleasant thing. It is a very difficult thing for very many to keep on being one liking to be hearing about what another one in the family is liking in living. So then family living comes to be not any longer existing, and sometimes then it is a very troublesome thing. In the Denning family living, they kept on all of them for a really very long time of living, being ready to be listening to what each one liked in living, needed in living, had in living. Denning family living, as I was saying, was quite completely a long time a quite pleasant thing. Julia was not really perhaps listening enough to Mrs. Denning having living to make it later a completely pleasant living, but Julia was listening to all the other ones, and all the other ones could listen to all the other ones telling about living in them, and so really, Denning family living was really pretty nearly a completely pleasant thing. It certainly is quite entirely a difficult thing to keep on a long time with several living in a house together, a family to go on really listening to what each one is telling, to what each one is needing, having for living. Each one can find it a more or a less difficult thing. Mostly each one sometime commences to be doing less of this thing in family living as they come to be in middle living. As I was saying, Mr. Denning liked it in him to be listening to anyone wanting to be doing anything. He was a completely good man in family living, in doing all living he had in him. Each one of the Denning family was quite good for Denning family living. As I was saying, Mr. Denning liked it inside him that he was ready to be listening to anyone wanting to do something. This was, in a way, pleasant, being of important feeling in him. Mrs. Denning was not listening when Julia was marrying Alfred Hersland. In a way, though, she was listening. Later, George and Hortense Denning were feeling very much listening inside them. Julia Denning was not then making Denning family living. She was, a little then, leading to her mother's feeling, who was one having it in her feeling that she was one leading in attacking. Not that really, in a way, either Mrs. Denning or Julia Denning were making family living, or really leading Denning family living. They really, each one, Mrs. Denning earlier, Julia Denning later, were giving their own feeling of being one, needing succeeding in having something in living as a stamp on Denning family living. They were neither of them ones having a needing of attacking for winning. They neither of them had really much ambition in them. They really had it in them to be needing to be succeeding in having something that would be for them a stamping by them of Denning family living. Each one of them had in them their own being, of which I have been already giving some description. Mrs. Denning had some sense for living. Julia Denning had not really sense for living. Each one of them was quite important as living. Mrs. Denning was one quite succeeding in living. Julia was one succeeding in living, failing too in living. Mrs. Denning was one not really failing in living. The Denning family living is then something I am describing. Julia Denning and Alfred Hersland came to be married ones. I am describing this thing. Mr. Denning was one learning in living. Really, he was not one coming to have more and more sense for living. He had certainly in his early and middle living very much sense for living. He always, all his living, had sense for living. He was in Dehning family living. Mr. Dehning, Mrs. Dehning, Julia, George, and Hortense Dehning were in Dehning family living. Julia came to marrying in the beginning of the ending of middle living in Mr. and Mrs. Dehning. Mrs. Dehning had sense for living. Neither more nor less all of her living, Mrs. Dehning could be learning in living. Mr. Dehning was a little coming to be in him an important one, from being one listening to anyone, wanting to be doing anything. Julia began her living by attacking, to be marrying Alfred Hersland, attacking in family living. As I was saying, Julia was one not really winning. She was really doing what she was feeling she was needing to be going on, being one living. She was really then keeping on being in family living, although she was attacking to be living in marrying Alfred Hersland. That is history of living in her. That will be always what I am telling of being in her being living. Julia had not the emotion of ambition. She had not ambition in her as emotion. She had it in her ambition as attacking, and not for winning. She had some intention of ambition, not very much, but some. She had ambition in being one resisting any changing in attacking being in her. Alfred Hersland had ambition in emotion. He had ambition in intention. He had not so much ambition in being one having resisting, engulfing being. It is a thing that is very interesting that those having in them that ambition is not as emotion in them have it that to very many knowing them they are very sweet in living, very careless in living, very unworldly in living, very unselfish in living. Some of such of them have ambition in them, as Julia Dehning had, as I am saying. It is, in a way, a nice thing to be one not having ambition as emotion, for these then knowing this thing of them can be doing what they are needing in living, and always they do not need to be holding back or ashamed in them, because they are not really self-seeking to anyone, knowing it in them that ambition is not an emotion in them. Alfred Hersland had ambition as emotion in him. He had ambition as intention in him. He had not ambition as acting, as resisting, engulfing being in him. And so then he was, in a way, failing in living. He was not completely failing in living. Julia Dehning and Alfred Hersland came to know each other and came to be married and to living together, and this is to be now a history of the living in them. Julia was all her living in a way of Dehning family living. As I was saying, Mrs. Dehning, Julia Dehning, was of Dehning family living. They were not really making Dehning family living any more than anyone in the Dehning family living. They were, in a way, always putting on themselves a stamp that was, in a way, from their own being in being a part of Dehning family living. In a way, they were a little more exciting in being stamping in themselves for themselves a way of being part of Dehning family living. A little more exciting than Mr. Dehning or George or Hortense Dehning. Really, as I was saying of them, they were not actually very exciting. Really then, as Mrs. Dehning was not really exciting in harsh attacking, as she had not then feeling of being winning. She was not then winning anything. She was one in any feeling. And Julia Dehning, who, as I was saying, had not really sense for living, was not winning in being one resisting any changing in her being in one way in attacking living, in not learning anything in living. So then really, not any one of the Dehning family were really exciting. They were each one of them reasonably important in living. They were really not at all exciting. The Dehning family, each one, were certain as being much more exciting. The Dehning family were living very well, very rich American living. This is to be now more history of each one of them. The Dehning family living was successful living for all of them, all 5 of them. The Dehning family living was a successful, generous, pleasant, reasonably important, very rich American living. Quite generous, quite pleasant, quite reasonably a successful, very rich, right American living. Almost a completely American living. Always fairly excited, sometimes fairly profoundly agitated, mostly always fairly pleasant, fairly generous, very completely, each one having anything they could be needing, quite simple in emotion, country house, and city living. It was a reasonably important living, the Dehning family living. Each one of them were reasonably important, each one of them in their living. As I am saying, they were mostly all of them fairly excited with living. All of them certainly living in living. As I was just saying, not really so very exciting in being. There is to be more description of them. It is very hard for anyone to tell in any other one how much that one is loving another one. It is very difficult to tell it about anyone, how much loving they do have in them. It is difficult to know of anyone what kind of loving they have in them. Certainly, it is difficult to know that in anyone. It certainly is very difficult to tell it of anyone at any time, how much of their loving they have in them, they can have in them, how much loving there is in them of their kind of loving for anyone. Alfred Hersland and Julia Dehning came together. They certainly came to marrying. It was very difficult to tell in either of them how much of their kind of loving they had then in them for the other of the two of them. Julia Dehning, as I have been saying, was of the attacking kind in men and women. Alfred Hersland, as I have been saying again and again, was of the engulfing, resisting kind in men and women. Julia Dehning certainly could have some loving in her for someone. Julia was in Dehning family living. She was certainly one to have some loving in her for some in living. She certainly was having loving in her then for Alfred Hersland. Alfred Hersland, as I was saying, had not really any living that was important to him until he came to loving one and wanting to stop studying so that he could immediately marry that one. And then, a little later, he did not want to be loving. That was the first thing important to him in living, as I was saying. He had aspiring being in him, as I was saying of him. He came to loving and marrying Julia Dehning. He had loving in him for her then. In a way, he always had some loving in him for someone. They both then, Julia Dehning and Alfred Hersland, had it in them to have some loving for someone, for the other one, for some in them. Mrs. Dehning, as I was saying, had some sense for living. Julia was important enough in living, was not really failing in living, was really quite important as living, was really one very courageously, completely living her living, was fairly attacking, was one not having really sense for living. Did Alfred Hersland have sense for living? Any sense for living? I am not quite certain. I think he had a little sense for living, not so much as he was one being stupid in aspiration, in ambition, as he was an engulfing, resisting one, not really resisting, not really engulfing. But perhaps he had a very little bit of sense for living, else he probably would have been completely failing in living. A little sense for living came to be in a way in him, and then he was again a loving one, and then he was failing, but not really completely failing in living. He was then even almost succeeding in living. Julia Dehning and Alfred Hersland then, when they were marrying each other, did certainly have loving in them, each one of them, for the other one. I have already told about their coming to be needing to have each other for living and loving. They did certainly come to marrying. They did certainly succeed in not succeeding in their married living. This is to be now some description of loving being in each one of the two of them, and of their marrying, and of their married living. The description of the loving being in Julia Dehning and then in Alfred Hersland, and the relation in Julia of her being loving to family living, the loving being in Julia, and the stupid being in her, and the family living to her, and then more loving being in her. It is very difficult in quarreling to be certain in either one what the other one is remembering. It is very often astonishing to each one quarreling to find out what the other one was remembering for quarreling. Mostly in quarreling, not anyone is finding out what the other one is remembering for quarreling, what the other one is remembering from quarreling. I have been telling something about living in men and women having resisting being in them, having engulfing resisting being in them. Some of such of them have quite a good deal of loving in them. Some of such of them have more loving in them than they can feel in them. Some have less loving in them than they are believing they have in them. Not having it in them to have emotion poignant like a sensation, as those having attacking being have it in them. Some having resisting being, having attacking being, have it in them to keep themselves from having to be resisting being, very dependent of the dependent, independent kind of them, say they are having very much loving. They may have very much loving in them. Say they have very little loving in them. They may have very little loving in them. Those having engulfing being may have very much, a little, or quite some loving in them. These sometimes have very much more loving feeling in them than at other times in their living, some of them. These may tell that they have very much loving feeling in them with conviction. They may tell that they have little loving feeling in them with conviction. Those having attacking have it, as I am saying, to have emotion, having in them the poignancy of a sensation. Some having attacking being can certainly have this very dully in them. Many can have it in them that they are telling about having it very much in them. Some of such of them have it very much in them, and some of such of them just have it some in them. Some of the attacking kind of them can be very excited about telling it about themselves, sometimes very often, and some of such of them certainly have it very lively in them. Some have it quite deadened in them. Some can have very much emotion in telling about it to themselves and everyone, and they have quite a great deal of it really in them. Some have it very much in them in telling of it, and it is in them that they have it really in them. Yes, they certainly have it really in them, only it does not make them do what they think it will. It did make them do in living. Some have a great deal of it in them, but it is not active in them. But I will not tell all the ways I can think of that those having attacking being have emotion in them. Some, as I am saying, of the attacking kind in men and women are very much excited always in being, in living in any living, in being one being living. Some of such of them have very much emotion in them, some not so much, some quite a bit, some really very little in them. Some of such of them have it in them that they are not having emotion with the excitement of being in living in them. They have emotion in them. Some are all their living, some of such as these I am describing, some are all their living having been having really one fairly large emotion, and are resisting any changing in them of this emotion in them, and are very excited in living from being excited ones, and stubborn ones in living. Some of such of them have sense for living. Some of such of them have not sense for living. Some of such are very stupid ones in being. Some of such of them are quite sensitive in being. Julia Dehning was of the kind having one emotion all her living, and not being ever changing, and being stubborn in resisting, and excited in being living, and not sensitive in being, and not having sense for living. This is to be now more description of loving and marrying and quarreling and family living. When someone, having been feeling all their living one way of feeling living, comes to be feeling in them another way of feeling living, that is disturbing to them. Sometimes then one is from that time on a more or less sick one. Sometimes someone likes this in them. Sometimes they do not like it in them. Sometimes someone has all their living been doing something, and having for doing that thing excited feeling in them. And then someone does that thing for them with not any excitement in that one. And then the other one is left with not any excited feeling. And that is sometimes a pleasant thing, and sometimes a completely distressing thing. Some never can lose excitement out of them, not with anyone showing them. Julia Dehning always had an excited way of being needing anything. And as I was saying, she had really loving being all her living. And as I was saying, that was not exciting in her really. Not very exciting. And always she was stubbornly resisting being any different in attacking by her being. Julia and Alfred and Dehning family living and loving and learning and quarreling. Some know of themselves in their dressing, in their daily living, in everything, what they are, and what they are wanting from everyone, from anyone. Some know what they are wanting, but they do not have it in them in their daily living, in their dressing, to show it to anyone. Some can show it while they are with someone who have the same being in them, and then later, when they are left alone, cannot really be remembering what it is they wanted to be to show to anyone, to everyone. Some know what they want to be and can build it up by little pieces and do again and again. Some know what they are and see it as a complete thing and make that thing in daily living. Some know what they are and are always cutting and fitting and cutting and painting, and sometime they come to be that thing in dressing and daily living. And then they can lose that thing. Some cannot see the thing they are in daily living and in dressing, nor what they want to be in daily living and in dressing. Some see what they want to be in daily living and in dressing, and then they are a little less than that thing, so that they will not be queer to anyone. Some have really the feeling of inventing themselves in daily living and in dressing. Some are really doing this thing. Some are feeling themselves doing this thing. I will tell more about this thing. Julia Dehning, as I was saying, was all her living after she was herself to herself in living, wanting to be creating living in learning everything in daily living, furnishing, dressmaking, decoration, cleaning herself and everything, resting, reading, being a good one, being a useful one. She was doing this then, and she came to loving Alfred Hersland. She was doing this thing. She was, as I was saying, one not having really any way of feeling in learning. She came to loving and marrying Alfred Hersland. She had loving being in her. She had Dehning family living in her feeling. One knows what effect that one wants to produce to that one, to anyone, in that one existing, in the daily living that one has for living. That one does not feel that one as a finished thing. That one works from something that one is knowing pretty quickly to something that one has been not really knowing, and then that comes to be to that one a known thing. And then that one sticks there in that thing. That one does not want to be conspicuous in living, but does want to be intelligent and elegant. This, then, is a personal ideal, that one has for daily living, and so this one has feeling of being always creating all the daily living, the being in that one. Really, that one is going from something that one has been knowing to something that one has not quite been certainly knowing, and sticks there in that thing. Another one needs to be for living what that one is certain anyone like that one is in being and in living. that one can be that in living when there are others realizing what that one being that kind of a one is in living, when others being that kind in living are with that one in daily living. This one needs these then for being what this one is certain anyone being like this one is in daily living. This one, when this one is not being kept in living being by others being what this one is certain this one is being in living, by others being certain that this one is in living what this one is certain anyone like this one is in living, loses the grasp really on what this one is certain anyone like this one is in daily living. Another one never loses realizing what it is that this one is certain is being in this one, and always this one is building it up by little pieces. This one never comes to be a completer one. Very often, this one is a vague and stupid one, and not really being in living, and so then always this one keeps a little pile by always adding to make this one what this one is certain from what this one and everyone expects of this one is in daily living. Some see themselves as a whole one, and they cut and add boldly to make themselves the whole one. Some slowly possess it. Some never know what it is and never possess it. Some only know what is not it when they see themselves not it in daily living. Julia Dehning was one having certainly a needing of being learning everything. Julia was in a way not feeling in learning anything. Julia had loving being in her, that is certain. She was certain of having honesty for living as everyone having Dehning family living have in them. She was certain of having courage for living. This thing she had in her in daily living. This she could not ever have in her as developing. It was in her, that was certain. She had attacking being in her, that was this thing in her. She had attacking being in her, that was being needing learning anything. She had it in her to be completely, stubbornly, actively, passively resisting any changing of the attacking being in her. She had then not really sense for living, as anyone can know now by a little feeling being in her. She was not really failing in living. She was not really succeeding in living. She was fighting very well always for her being one living, being honestly a courageous one, being one needing to be learning everything. She had very much active nervous being in her. She had excitement in being one doing her daily living in living. She had really passion in her, but not enough to make it right that she should have so much stubbornness in her of not changing her attacking. Not enough to make it right that she should be such a nervous one in daily living. Should be one so excited in learning anything. I will begin again now with a description of Julia Dehning. End of section 41, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, July 9th, 2024.